Quest 2012 stars left. Leaving Yamato was actually far easier than Cirrus had thought. Since he left Susanoo in charge, along with several of his loyal employees, even leaving behind some communication tools in case something comes up that needs his intervention. Nox also stayed behind as Cirrus could always just summon her, and it would be a good way to give him reports. Whoosh! 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 High in the air, Cirrus has AI on his back. So, do you feel nervous about returning AI? Somewhat, but I'm sure from what Asvi has said, it's a lot more peaceful now. It's a good thing Finn dealt with it. Yup. With Cirrus's speed, they could quickly return to Orario within 13 days. When they arrived outside the city, Cirrus and AI decided to not cause too much of a commotion and really wanted to surprise their friends. Only Cersei, Ace, Lenoa, Aranos and Fels knew of them coming back, but not when they will arrive. These invisibility cloaks are pretty good. I'm sure Art would say something like these will make you lazy, and then make you do stealth training. Said AI. Sounds like her, but seeing as we're in a city, I think it's no problem. That and she is still looking for Chang'e, right? Yeah, she said she found traces of her way south. I am surprised Chang'e would go so far and be so lost. She is gonna feel really sad that Artemis already claimed you. Ace then linked her arms with his. You know another goddess would make things. AI, you know the criteria. Plus, I don't want another goddess in my life. Both you and Art have a near bottomless lust. Here I was thinking we could even ask Aisha if she. You spent too much time with Aphrodite. Me and Artemis have. And don't you go taking the moral high ground. You have a job as a Lord Yamato's greatest family to ensure an heir. Well, you shouldn't take the traditional road either. It's not my fault they kept sending more and more suitors to try and be my mistresses. I'm pretty fucking sure they do that because I send the girls back with some money for their travel and time wasted. You should have left me in charge of that. You're too soft on pretty girls. AI, you literally made a suitor pee themselves in fear. You even focused your bloodlust on another girl so much her hair turned as white as yours. You even cut down one of them. Well, they're not coming back now, are they? Plus I could see they were gold diggers, so many of their words were as hollow as their perfume were expensive. And that last one, need I remind you that they challenged me to a one-on-one duel without a Falna. They had the goal to assume they could beat me so easily. Fighting AI was one of the criterias. Honestly, a third wife. Why are we even entertaining the idea? You didn't say no when I brought it up in bed. Me and Art were both thinking with our lower regions, and we were tired. Okay. We needed some hydration to get our heads straight. Yeah. Excuses. Well, you and Art didn't fight hard or back on my suggestion of a possible third wife the next morning or the afternoon. Or even the following days. Cirrus and Artemis didn't want to admit that the idea spoke to them a bit. AI, come on. Why, you know, Art is like a vegan who has only ever eaten non-meats for years. The moment she ate meat, love, she fucking nosedived into the deep end. And I am a guy, so. Do not rely on your gender to get out of this, Zep. Do not call me that, we have over this several times before. Only if you tell me you're not at least interested in Aisha. Or even possibly back from Telskyra. Both are strong tan-skinned beauties with a good waist, bust, and thighs. I know those are your favorite. How the fuck did AI get so degan? Oh, right, Aphrodite. God fucking damn it, she really did drove that stake of love real deep. Cirrus was very shocked how far Aphrodite took this golden chance to really impart to AI and Artemis some of her views. Cirrus, as much as he says not wanting a possible third wife, he is lying to himself that he wouldn't want another. Even Cirrus wasn't able to escape Aphrodite's influence when they are spoken to him in bed through his wives. You just have a thing for Amazonas, don't you? No, I just have a thing for Aisha, is all. Yeah, she's your first female crush or something. I told you I would be fine if. No. We are husband and wife. I will only lay with her if she is part of our family. Not the Kyajano, but like you know, our family. Also, I will preference that Aisha is not my first female crush, she was my first friend outside my familia and you. So she is very special to me, and it just so happens that she was a very sexy and kind to have been the catalyst that got me on this road that Artemis finished. Yeah, didn't you talk with Aphrodite on how you felt about holding those intimate feelings for Art? I mean, Aphrodite helped me understand what I was going through to ensure Art would agree to a polygamous marriage. We really do owe her a lot. I know. I am a bit surprised how she and Hera get along so well. They enter a secret tunnel in the west of the city and arrive in the room of prayer. Heyo, said Cirrus, popping in. I'm back. Aranos' eyes widen a bit from their arrival. You arrived as you said you would, very punctual, as always. Hello, Lord Aranos. And to you as well, AI, it's good to see you two again. Did Artemis not come with you? Oh, she's busy finding a moon goddess from Chiang. Apparently she went to go find me, and well has been trying to find me for 7 years. Fels should get here rather. Sirius. From the shadows, Fels came out and hugged him. Fels. It's good to see you again. My, you have grown. You're as tall as me. And you my daughter. Fels said, coming up to Ai. You have grown up so well, hugging her as well. It's nice to be back, Fels. Now, what brings you here? Well, Circe said that Ace reached level 6, and I promised her a duel, and so here I am along with some gifts for Astria and the others. Circe, you need to know something, Aurano said. Given that you are in the city, it is inevitable. The sudden shift in tone made Circe anxious. I know that voice. What happened? As per Lady Astria's request, we didn't tell you, said Fels. Circe and Ai's hearts slowly sank, the highs of reuniting with family now slowly dripped away as they told them of the Astria Familia. Kneeling down in the yard of the abandoned home of the Astria Familia, Circe simply kneels with his eyes closed with Ai next to him. See Circe, a familiar voice came up. Ai. They opened their eyes to see Circe shaking. She came after Fels told her. Circe, you got a new haircut. Circe said with a low tone of voice and a slight smile. You look very cute with it, said Ai, wiping away the tears. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. The day it happened Ryu told Astria to leave and find you, but she came to me and told me to not tell you. I was adamant about this and that we should tell you, but it's fine. He was feeling a lot of emotions right now. Emotions that he will need time to really process. We just need some time to think it through. Oh, you know where Ryu is, right? Said Ai. I have been monitoring her since that all happened. Thank you. Is she still up? Circe stands straight up. The pub should be closing soon. Tell Lenoa I'll be coming home soon. Moving through the streets to the hostess of fertility with their hood still on, Circe looks at this familiar place and takes a deep breath. I'm sure everything will be okay. Ai said, putting her hand on Circe. Thanks. They see the closed sign and enter the pub. Pub's closed. Can't you read? Shouted Mia. Sorry, but could you stay open a bit more for us? We came a long way and we're hungry. You got the money, she said, looking at them. Mia, do you really think I lack money? Circe removed his hood, as did Ai, and her eyes widen. You're back. Can we get the usual please, and could you tell Ryu that I'm here? Her face was a bit saddened at first, but she nods and leaves. Circe and Ai went and took a seat, and after a while, they could hear quick footsteps approaching them. Coming out in a green maid outfit with a white brim, she stands and looks at Circe and Ai, eyes widening. See Circe, Ai. You look good in a maid outfit. Circe said with a small smile, standing up and walking toward her. You're here, she said. About Astria there was fear and anxiety in her voice trying to say the words. I know. Circe comes and grabs her hand and pulls her in for a hug. I'm glad you are still alive. But you shouldn't beat yourself up, if fine, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Heek. Heek. Ryu hugs him back and tears fell from her face. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly. Ai walks up to her and hugs her as well. I am sorry about Kagaya. I am so sorry about Nise and Lyra and... It's not your fault, Ai said calmly to her. Let out your sadness. You have beaten yourself up for too long. The three of them stood there in one another's arms for a good while. Truth be told, over the years Circe has worked on keeping his anger in check. Having become a central pillar of Yamato and Chiang, Circe needed to learn to temper his anger, as it was the one thing that has gotten the better of him several times. At least as far as he knows, he never felt extreme anger like the one during the Great Feud. It is good that you are still around. Circe hugged her just a bit tighter. Had Ryu been killed, he truly would have ripped through the city, brick by brick and skin by skin. In their heartfelt moment, they could feel some snooping eyes. You three, it's rude to watch a heartfelt moment. Circe glares at the doorway and three people come out, Anya, another cat person, and a human. Sorry meow, we wanted to know who came here, said Anya. Ryu quickly cleaned herself up a bit, with Ai helping her a bit as Circe walked up to the three waitresses. Anya. Do you really not remember? I know you're a bit of an airhead, but... She was thinking long on it. Oh. Circe. Ryu's familia member. There you go. And it seems that jogged you two's memories, hey. He could see the two shaking a bit, the human more than the cat person. You, I don't know, but you. Your name is Lunoir Faust, right? She shook in fear, even more, to hear her teeth chattering. Do you know her, Circe? Asked Ryu, looking over. Yeah, back when I was a musician, this one here was an assassin, and she tried to kill me. I told no one, sir, she shouted out, giving him a salute. Very good. I'm glad such a loyal person is working with Raihu. And you? What's your name? Cirrus said to the other cat person. Meow, I'm just another friend of Raihu, she said with a forced smile. She was also an assassin sent to kill Raihu. If I'm in this boat, then so are you. Lunoir said. Meow. You damn traitor. The two bickered with each other. Seems you found a group of people similar to our familia, Raihu, Cirrus said, looking back at Raihu. Well, minus the assassin stuff, you know, but close enough. They are like a second family. Unfortunately, you couldn't see Seer. Well, maybe next time. For now, I like to eat and catch up with you. Cirrus sat back down, and Raihu sat down as well. They caught up on the years they have been separated. When the food came, Mia slammed it down with a big smile as Cirrus reached in and just dropped a bag of Valis. How much was that? Asked Raihu. Enough for the three of us and for tomorrow as well. Oh, I even brought gifts. Cirrus reached into his bag and pulled out a box and handed it to her. What's this? A gift, seeing as a weapon, wouldn't really be useful considering you still have mines. I would imagine that a new hood would do you better. Raihu opens the box to show a beautiful green hood with a gold trim. It's beautiful. It's not as strong as I would have liked it, but, well, getting materials for it wasn't the easiest. We do have more gifts but you know. Said AI. Ah. Well, you could give them to Lady Astria. Lord Hermes should know where she is. I'll be sure to ask him. In the meantime, do you know where they are buried? Raihu gets quiet for a second. Yes. Since I didn't know where they wanted to be buried, I buried them on the 18th floor. I see. Well, I will go and pay my respects to them. Do you know where they wanted to be buried? You have been with them longer, so. Do you know? Sorry, but your guess was as good as mine. They weren't exactly the 2 steps ahead kind of familia. But so long as you buried them, I'm sure they would have loved it. A small smile and a blush grew on her face. Thank you. They finished eating, and they left. Cirrus and AI returned to Lenoa and Circe, there they celebrated as well, gifting them presents from Yamato. Announcement. Okay, so my release schedule will change rather significantly. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday I will release 1 chapter. I could still release on Sundays if you guys really want me to. I am doing this simply to give myself more time to check and go over my stockpile and edit them. Volume 3 Quest 202 Paying Respects. The next day Cirrus and AI, in disguise, went out and bought various things and went into the dungeon. It has been a while, hi, said AI. Yup. Swish. Guess we need to go to the deeper floors for an actual challenge. Said Cirrus. Say, do you want to have another race? Said AI with a smile. Sure, same bet as last time. Of course. AI makes a line on the ground on the 7th floor. Now first to reach the 18th floor wins. Alright. I'm ready when you are AI. Then at 1. 2, she quickly kicked off running. Cheater. Cirrus then quickly gave chase. Even with a head start, Cirrus was still faster. Ha ha ha. See you on the 18th floor, he said as he dropped into a hole that led to the next floor. Fine then. I never said you couldn't use magic. Running through the dungeon and cutting down monsters, Cirrus takes their magic stones with his shadow by running over them, a reliable method to quickly travel through the dungeon. Guess I grew more used to fighting people, at least Kalian is with Artemis. This feeling? No, she wouldn't. Cirrus turned around to see a red figure quickly covering the distance. Ah. Fuck. Cirrus ran with even more speed, but AI caught up. I'm going to win. AI said as she slices through monsters like a white-hot knife through butter. If you can use magic, so can I. I'm only making it fair. You're a level 8. Gah. Fine then. I'll beat you without magic. The two ran so fast that the only thing passing adventurers saw was something red rushing down the dungeon at blinding speeds. 18th floor. Huff, huff, draw. AI shouted. Fuck. Huff. Huff. I need to update my status. Huff. Huff. Fuck. The two were incredibly winded. It has been a while since they have extended themselves so much. Were really out of shape. Maybe we should go into the dungeon more regularly to get our edge and stamina back. I agree, but first we need to find them, Cirrus said, looking out at the 18th floor. Let's get started. Raihu said the grave is all of their weapons impaled on a dune of dirt. Well, that narrows it down. 2 hours later after some looking around. I found it. Cirrus said using an earring magic tool to talk to her. Where is it? I'm going to jump on 3, 2, 1 now. Cirrus jumped up, and he spotted AI a fair distance away. On my way. While AI gets there, Cirrus turns and looks at the graves. He could see Elisa's rapier he made her. Along with Kagaya, Nise, Lyra, Iska, Noin, Asta, Selti, Mariu, and Rihanna's weapons and their familia flag. Sorry I'm so late. Cirrus kneels before their grave, taking out some flowers he got from some vendors. Sorry if I couldn't get more, maybe I should commission Demeter if she could grow some foreign flowers so I can plant them here. Who am I kidding? You lot were more men than women. Ha 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 ha. He chuckles a bit but slowly goes silent for a bit. Pondering. Elise, always so fucking narcissistic but caring, Kagaya always damn foul-mouthed yet elegant, Lyra so cunning and brave, fuck. He hung his head low. He places his hands over to his eyes. Fuck. Tears slowly slip through his hands and fall to the ground. He then falls on all fours with the memories of his familia coming to him. The anger and frustration simmered to the top. I could have changed this. I could have saved them. I should have made sure those fucking vermin were dead. Fuck. While I was off playing House and Empire Earth they were tch. Cirrus held a deep feeling of guilt. Guilt over not being there when they needed him most. He knows it was too late to do something about it now, but there is one thing he promised himself when he met her again. He could be there for Ryu. Whatever path she picked he would support it. But that guilt still remained, mixed with his anger and frustration on the whole circumstance of their deaths. His fists curled up so tightly he dug his own nails into his palms. Fuck. 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 Fuck, he punched the ground in anger, causing the floor to slightly shook with each swing of his punches. The floor shook more and more when a voice ran through his head. You going to keep crying, you big baby? He stopped mid-swing and looked at the grave. It was you, Kagaya, only that damn mouth can say that to me. Cirrus collected himself when AI came by. So this is their grave? How long were you watching AI? Cirrus kept looking at the grave while AI walked up and wrapped her arms around him. I figured you needed a moment. And I do as well. Hecton. From his shadow, several bottles of alcohol popped out and were caught by Cirrus. I'm sure they're pretty thirsty. I am sure they are. AI knelt beside Cirrus. So. Pop. He opens a bottle. Where do we begin? He pours one out to them. Oh, how about when we got the Gajanos under our thumb? Kagaya would love to hear how her father was replaced as the family head. They spent the day talking to the grave and fixing it up a bit, as well as giving Elise and the others their favorite drinks. Shirakusa AI. LV6. Strength, C613 Endurance, A899. Dexterity, A879 Agility, S900. Magic, E401 Hunter, G. Immunity, G Swordsman, E. Initiative, H Chain Attack, I. Mirakumagari. Enchant Magic. Yanbai Kogo. Enhance/Transformation Magic. Ishin. When focusing intensely, strength, dexterity, and agility will increase drastically. Yorimitsu. When fighting any monster, all stats are drastically increased. Nerea, A. Great cutting power will be released upon the last second. Volume 3 Quest 203 Star Maiden Reunion. The next day at Hermes' Familia home. Ah, Cirrus. AI. What a surprise. Hermes said with his usual smile. Where is Astria? Asked Cirrus. Not angry I didn't tell you, he said, a bit worried. No, I can understand why you or anyone wouldn't have told me. Should you have told me what happened 5 years ago, I would have flipped this city inside and out trying to find all the little spineless fuckers and ripped their fucking bones from their meat bag of a body like chopsticks picking rice until they told me everything, and I slaughter all of them and hang them for all of the fragments to see what I'm going to do to them. His tone of voice said it all. He held a deep, deep hatred towards evil us. Sweat was coming down Hermes and the rest of his familia's back as an intense bloodlust filled the room with such discomfort they didn't dare breathe it. So Astria. She's in a village to the northwest called Virgo. Here, let me get you a map. Hermes said. Hermes left the room, and Cirrus followed him. Sorry about that, said AI with a bright smile that lit up the room. We both are going through the motions. An angel. She's truly a saint. It's fine AI. Said Arfi. He still must be going through the motions, as are you. How are you handling it? You seem better than him. I am doing fine, but I do suggest not aggravating him. With no work around, he doesn't have a way to really distract himself. A workaholic, I see. Asfi said, feeling some sympathy. Cirrus's week in Yamato was a very busy one. For the 2 days, he spends at home relaxing. He spends the weekdays working around the clock. An unhealthy habit he formed from a young age to help distract him from his thoughts. His times off are less for pleasure and more for everyone to not worry about him and see his workaholic tendencies. That fact has grown to where it's one thing the people of Yamato know him for and call him, Lord of the Midnight Oil. Yet, as much as I hate that he does it, he makes sure Fuyakuza is corrupt-free and that everyone is happy and healthy. They wait a minute or two later for Cirrus to come back. I have the location, Cirrus said, coming into the room. I think I'll stay in the city, Cirrus. I'll be going to see Eupheme. Eupheme as in Polymedes, said Asfi. Yet. She's my smith. She isn't. Oh, no. No. It's just that she went with the expedition with the Loki Familia. Ah. Well, I guess I'll stay here for a bit and catch up on what's going on in the city. I'll see you in a day. A day, said Hermes. The village is 1 week away. Yeah, pretty close. Shit, I need to get going if I want to make it by nightfall. Cirrus puts on his hood and leaves through the back. So. What has been going on in the city? I looked back at Asfi and the others. Said Arfi. Almost like a sixth sense, I knew Asfi was hiding something. It was the same look she had made back in Yamato. You know I'm grieving as well, I lost a friend in Kaguya, I have met with her father, you know. I said coming up to them. I think I actually preferred to be scared, shouted Asfi and the rest of the familia, looking at her sad puppy dog eyes. Having already left the city's walls, Cirrus quickly runs far enough from the city to put on his armor and burst through the land quickly, covering the distance. Arriving at the village by dusk, he found it to have a few buildings. Cirrus removed his armor and walked through the village trying to find Astrea when in the corner of his eyes he spots something familiar. He walks towards it to find Astrea with another child, one very young human. Lady Astrea, there's a big guy over there, she said. Astrea looks to see Cirrus there. Don't worry. He's one of my children. Like you. She slowly lets go of her and walked towards Cirrus. And my name is Cecil. I'm 7 years old. What's your name? She said, trying to be brave. Cirrus made a gentle smile as he bent down and patted her head. My name is Cirrus. I'm 22, are you my new familia? She said with a bright smile. Coming up to them with a smile was Astrea. Cecil, could you go back in? She runs back into the house. Lady Astrea, I'm sorry, Cirrus. She said with a calm face. I have replayed that day so many times and I only have one regret and it's not getting Ryuhu to leave with me that day. She said with a calmish expression. Cirrus, I do not regret not telling you of their fates. Cirrus could see she wasn't lying, her face was as calm as water but he knew there was more under the surface. I know. I visited Ryuhu and the rest down on the 18th floor where she buried them. Cirrus could see her mask break a bit. The 18th floor. They always joked about being buried there. How are you holding up? From your face I could see you're feeling guilty over their deaths. Possibly. I know you are. It's in your eyes. My eyes? Were they that fucked up? As a child, yes. Depressingly so. But back then whose eyes weren't filled with death? But your eyes. Your eyes I always find truly sad. Kaguya was the closest to you in terms of perspective but even then she had well. Cold-blooded pragmatists. With no better words. Yes. But of all the people I have seen you always seem to be the one who has the most introspective. Cirrus has some level of introspection but that can only go so far. In Yamato aside from learning medicine he tried to get mental health into the zeitgeist. It has, about as much recognition as America had in the 30s and 40s minus the electrotherapy and several other inhuman treatments. But they were making good progress in the research and help needed. With 2 or 3 generations of families having gone to war there are plenty of people to further help this along. Well. I am smarter than a good chunk of people. I have been working on my anger. And how is it? Better now than before. Well, that's great. She said proudly. Has AI and Artemis been helping you? Yet. Talking every now and again helps get some stuff off my chest. Of course there are some things AI and Art don't really, shall we say, understand. Well, I don't have much to say on that. Your experiences are your own, I can continue to talk but it would be semantics. So do you want to come inside? It is getting late. Is there even enough room for me? He said looking at the small home. I guess I'll have to sleep outside. Astrea said smiling at him. You know I can't have that, you have a chair, right? Cirrus stayed for dinner and went outside with a chair by the home. This wasn't the first time Cirrus had to learn to fall asleep on a chair. When he was getting his family up and running, he had to make an appearance and he usually slept on his chair from working too long. Cirrus, are you up? He slowly opens his eyes as his head was resting on his arm. I am. Good, it's been 7 years, however you didn't come here just to talk, did you? A slight grin appeared on Cirrus's face. Cleaver, as always. Cirrus gets up and walks a bit from the chair and kneels. He removes his top clothes and feels the cool night air. Astria walks behind him and pricks her finger and drops a drop of blood onto his back. You have grown well despite not being in the dungeon. You can blame AI and Artemis for that. They spar with me every weekend. Furthermore, AI has her status update every weekend as well. Phew, and how is Artemis? I saw the wedding and I am a bit sad I couldn't attend or give you a present. That's fine. You letting me go was more than enough. How sweet, do you have paper? From his shadow, he pulls out and gives it to Astria. A few seconds pass as she puts his status on the sheet. And there. She hands him his updated status. Cirrus Zephyr. LV8. Strength, H169. G204 Endurance, G287. D533. Dexterity, H101. G207 Agility, F300. E474. Magic, F350. E400 Mage, A. Immunity, B. Martial Arts, E. Crush, E. Blacksmith, F. Chain Attack, H. Luck, H. G. Dia Chrysomelos, X of _ Genisminos. Super Short Chant. Enchant Type. Kalos Perdita, Sin of Sano. No Chant. Summoning Magic. Transformation Magic. Dia Dicasty _S, Logia. Short Chant. Enchant Type. Amaryllis Leo Anthemius. Increase speed of growth. Recovers the user's stamina drastically. Passive. Pain tolerance is increased. The strength of the effect depends on the user's endurance stat. Grants the user the development abilities Strong Body, Strong Defense. The strength of the effect is proportional to the user's level. Only activated when using Dia Chrysomelos, Valtio _. When on the border of life and death, user's basic parameters are multiplied by the user's level. Lefki Nictarini Magisa Simvasi _ Logia. A pact forged with the spirit of the White Knight and spirit of witchcraft. The spirits and user have been bounded through mind, body, blood, and soul. They can now truly share one being. Grants shadow storage. Grants new creations. Grants user development ability Spirit Healing and Magic Resistance. The strength of the effect is proportional to the user's level. Orgizaminos and Emos Samael. When in the sand, wind, poison, cursed, all physical stats are increased. Effect stackable. Increased resistance to heat, strong winds, poisons, and curses. Effect strengths depend on endurance stat. Orpheus Megaliologia Psyche _. When playing or singing, all will feel your soul. Skies Rin Yago Korovoy _ Thia. Able to summon the versatility of the Hekatonkirs. When engaged in battle, it will accelerate user thoughts. Grants user development ability metalworking, mixing, and mystery. Strength is proportional to the user's level. Its essence empowers you. So much of my skills and magic changed? Even my luck shot up a rank. Well, what do you expect when you took one of heaven's 3 big virgin goddesses as your bride along with another? She said, holding herself back as to not wake up Cecil. It's nothing but sheer luck. And of course a little bit of your charm. Astria said, slapping his shoulder with a big smile on her face. To be honest, I wanted to rub it in the other goddesses' faces, but sadly, it's a bit too late for that. She took a seat and let out a sigh. Who knows? Maybe one day you will return to Orario. Maybe. I think for now I'll just stay here. Oh, I should give you some gifts. I was going to give them to the others, but well. She smiled as sweetly as always. You can give them to me if you wish. I can't promise you they will be used. I'm sure Cecil will have use of them in the future. Cirrus puts back his clothes. Cirrus, you know I left your status open, correct? A brief silence fell on them. I know. You left it open when I left. Did Artemis or Susanoo offer to give you their blessing? They offered, however I declined. I wanted to talk to you first before anything. I see, she made a slight smile. Well, you can convert whoever you want. I won't be angry. In fact, with only you and Ryuo left, I guess that would make you the captain and she the vice-captain. I rather not fill those shoes. I could say the same for Ryuo. Nonsense. I could tell you have grown as a leader. Can you tell, or was it Hermes who told you? Nevertheless, I think you will be a very fine leader. She said, ignoring what he said. Thank you, Astria. Not at all, Cirrus. It was nice to see you again. He nods his head. It was nice to see you as well, but, a wind brushed past them. I think the next time we meet won't be as a goddess and child. A bittersweet expression grows on Astria's face. Well, it's not like I was your god. No. I think you sneaked your way in there. I mean, who says one has to follow one god? Especially one who strives to be virtuous and kind as she can be despite having lost her children. I find that to be a very admirable trait. The bitterness and sweetness grew tenfold. She didn't want to lose her child, but a mother's job is to raise her young as best as she can and let them fly. I think I did a pretty damn good job of raising you, my son. Cyrus was a bit shocked. He never expected Astria to say damn. Hat. What a surprise. He made a big smile and knelt before her one last time. Thank you for taking me in when I was still rough around the edges. I hope whatever lays ahead of you will be one of kindness and happiness. Goodbye Astria, goddess of justice, innocence, purity, precision, and my second mother. Thank you for sticking with me. They share one last hug with one another. In each other's embrace Astria had some last words. Cyrus. Yet. I want you to know it's not your fault they died. Astria. Astria held him tightly, she even went so far as to seal his fauna. Cyrus, I want you to listen to me close and well. Go on. Cyrus. It is not your fault they died. Cyrus shakes a bit. But I could have. It was a bad encounter, Cyrus. A bad roll of the dice. They did what they always done and tried to save people. Them losing their lives. It pains me, but it was a fate that was always looming over them, you know this, Cyrus. Cyrus had a painful expression. But Cyrus. They went into the dungeon of their own volition. They knew the risks of saving adventures while traversing the dungeon just like any other adventurer. This isn't something you should beat yourself over, especially when I asked everyone to keep it from you. It has been 5 years, Cyrus. It's not your fault. It's not your fault you wanted to leave this city and get some peace. It's not your fault. I want you to understand that. Astria could feel the tears on her back, the tightness of his hug. He didn't need to say anything for her to know. It was a weight lifted off his shoulders. But the pain remained. He had solace that it will heal over time. Can we stay like this a bit longer? Cyrus said softly. Of course. The two would remain together for a good while. Not saying a word and being there for one another. 20 minutes pass and Cyrus bid Astria a farewell. I hope to see you again, Astria. Cyrus said with a more softer face. Please come again whenever you feel like it, Cyrus. I'll hold you to it. She watched and waved as he leaves over the horizon. Back to Orario where his story will continue. Not a chapter. I might delete this later. Okay, so in web novel someone has started to post my work with the same name. Granted it's 7 chapters, but still it was without my permission. I don't know why they did it or why, but the author seems to be unresponsive. If you guys could report it, I would very much appreciate it. If the author somehow returns and takes it down, that will also be very much appreciated. Also, I do have a web novel account and I go by Really Not Original. Will I ever post on web novel? Fuck no. Will I post on any other site? Fuck no. Also, I should mention not to harass them, just report the story, that's all. Volume 3 Quest 204 Longer Stay. Room of Prayer. So there are remnants of evil us? Said Cyrus sitting down. Yes. Said Fels. And a new search of evil is in the works, with the creature, a human monster hybrid called Revis who can manipulate the viola, carnivores, plant monsters and protecting the crystal orb. The Hermes Familia has confirmed the death of Olivas Act. In their fight, he mentioned the orb and bright-colored magic stones came from her. Saying that she sleeps deep within the earth and that she wants to see the sky. We inferred from that she inhabits the depths of the dungeon yet explored or reached. The same as the monsters of old, seeking the light of the upper world. Said AI. And there could be related to Ace Wallenstein and the crystal orb. Said Auranos. With the fragments and what little remained of Evilus have joined another force, while they fight on the surface the other group working for her are underground. In the end, they are in a symbiotic relationship that aims for a common goal. Enyo. Said Cyrus. That's what Revis said to them, right? Meaning destroyer of cities. That is correct. Because of this, we have an eye within the Loki Familia. From it we will learn of the strange incidents starting with the monster Philia. Auranos said leaning back. And it all comes from the 59th floor. Said Fels. HAAA. I guess this is the new power vacuum for evil now, hey. Cyrus said, resting his head on his arm. Cyrus. Said Auranos in his booming voice. You don't have to help with this. This city has strong protectors now. That is left for me to see, and besides. He gets up and with a sharp look in his eyes. I want to finally crush Evilus once and for all, not for this city, no, but for them. Auranos and Fels could feel and see what he meant in his stern eyes and tone of voice. I as well, we left this city to clean itself up, so it should be right that we come and help clean this up, said AI. Thank you both, then in that case I ask of you to quickly head to the 60th floor. I'm sure you Cyrus still remember your way down there, correct? I do, and we'll leave immediately. Seems AI got herself ready in advance. When I heard of it in the expedition, I was sure we were going to go, eventually. Well, how far deep are the Loki familia? Near the 50th floor, I would suspect they will arrive on the 59th in 2 days. Said Fells, using an enhanced version of their Oculus. 2 days, huh? Very well. Let's go AI, we're wasting time. See ya. The two left through the secret passages and hurried down to the 59th floor. Down on the 50th floor. Let's begin our final meeting, shall we, said Finn. As stated previously, only a select few will continue past the 51st floor. Everyone else, including the Hephaestus Familia, will stay here to guard the camp. Riveria, Gareth, Ace, Dione, and Bet, and for support are Raoul, Narfi, Alicia, Cruz, and Lefia. For those remaining at Camo, should any new species of monsters appears, fend them off from a distance using magic swords and spells. Do not let them get close to camp. Aki, you are in charge. Yes, sir, said Aki, a black-haired cat person. Now Tsubaki will be joining the party to tend to our weapons. Lucky bastard, said Yufim in her monotone voice. Ha ha ha. Maybe when you reach level 5. Now to bust out these bad boys, said Tsubaki, going into her bag and handing out some weapons. As your request, Durandals. Always thought a Durandal'd be heavier. Because Captain Tsubaki couldn't find the right balance of weight. Said Yufim, giving a snide remark. So how is my weapon, Amazon? It's good. Erga enhanced feels great. Just have to get used to the shifting of weights, though. Said Diona. I do know how to balance the weight. Shouted Tsubaki. Hormungand. It's good, right? It's balanced enough, Dione said, swinging the halberd around. See? Balanced. She said, balanced enough. Meaning it's enough she can work with, implying effort in using its weights. Why you? Your weapons isn't balanced either. That is by design to increase the force at which she cuts. Maybe if you spent more time planning on the design rather than on the spot, your weapons would be more popular. They are popular. Only because you are a level 5. Kerr. It's not just because I am a level 5 you tacky smith. My works are not tacky, they are unique. As the two begin to argue, Finn adjourned the meeting. A while later, as Ace was taking a small walk. Oh, Sword Princess, let me look at your weapon. I'm sure it needs some services. Said Tsubaki. Or do you want to do it, Vice Captain? Her eyes locked onto Yufim as she backed off. Service is the only thing I will concede to you, and you know depth perception as having big booped thug. You're never gonna usurp my position in the Familia. Tsubaki shouted. Yufim took her to leave with a smug look. Keep telling yourself that. Looking out at the sea of trees, Yufim closes her eyes. You have been through here. Who are you talking to? Coming up behind her was Finn. Ah, braver. How are you? Fine, but who are you talking to? He asked. Simply looking at what my first clients passed through, but given the materials he used, he went further down. Someone else went down here, said Bet, walking into the conversation. Who are they? He is my first client. I'm sure you heard of the uncrowned emperor, right? You knew him? That's a surprise. Last I heard, he left the city for no reason, like a coward. I would suggest if you should ever meet him, Bet. Said Finn. You be very polite. After all, he reached level 8 before he was even 16. A true monster in his own right. He still ran away. So doesn't matter if he's a level 7 or 8, a guy who runs away is a damn coward. Be sure to tell him that should he ever come back, I'm sure he'll have a good laugh. She said with a smirk. Down in the dungeon's depths. These monsters aren't enough. Said Wu, a girl who looks to be 12 years old with purple hair and multicolored hair on the inside. Her attire seems to be made of some sturdy black material that emphasizes her pale skin. My apologies, Wu, the plants have been eating their fill and well as Rivas. Said Ein, a person fully covered in an odd black and red armor. TCH. What luck I have to rely on that demi-spirit to soften her up. You know she still hasn't developed a working brain, right? She just shouts out magic chants and whatever spirit is in front of her. Enyo thanks you for doing this. Whatever, this is just to destroy the city. Nothing more and nothing less. Then I guess I'll go up first. If they manage to beat that monstrosity of a mangled spirit, I'll be sure to poison them nice and good. Wu said, going on ahead. Volume 3 Quest 205 Corrupt. 49th floor. Huff, huff, we're almost there, said AI. I'll take the lead. Get on. AI jumps and lands on Cirrus's arms, being carried like a princess as Cirrus equips his armor and runs faster. Drink the high stamina potion. Who knows what lay for us at the bottom of the 59th floor? Got it. 58th floor walking down to the 59th. It's not cold at all, in fact, it's muggy. Said Riveria. From here on out, no one, not even the gods, has witnessed what we are about to encounter, the unknown. Said Finn. As their party reached the bottom, they see a lush jungle with canopies everywhere. Ace look, said Luffy Ya. They look up to see several villas growing. It's just like the 24th floor, said Ace. There is something up ahead, everyone forward and keep your guard up, said Finn. The party goes on forward to see a mutated Titan Alm. Several of the villas and the new species were offering up their magic stone to it. Shit! It's an enhanced species, shouted Finn. Everyone quickly got into formation, but the monster uttered. Ah! They didn't even have time to be shocked as it screamed out. Ah! This did not even flinch Ace as she was transfixed on the monster. It slowly began to shift and mold, terror began to fill Ace's heart as she sees it slowly and ultimately gain a more humanoid form like that of a Lamia. No, way. There's no way, it can't possibly be. Ace had zoned out, ignoring all words as the creature turned with a beautiful, happy face before a cruel, sadistic smile grew across it, staining its once but fleeting innocence. Arya, Arya. Nox. Cersei. Arya. Arya. This, couldn't really be. A spirit. Room of prayer. Sirius. You need to move quickly, shouted Fells. We're just reaching the 50th floor. What the hell is going on down there? One of the spirits that we sent down to Orario before we gods descended onto the world like that of Nox and Cersei, what the Loki familia is facing those sprites that were consumed by monsters in dungeon, they maintained their ego and became an amalgamation of our children and a monster. A corrupted spirit. Are you actually serious? Are they on Nox's or Cersei's level? I do not know, but you must hurry. 50th floor. Huff, huff. Cersei. Nox. I may need to summon you. Is something going on, said Nox. What happened, said Cersei. Trouble. Seems there are more spirits out there. What? Impossible. With my magic, I would have found them. Said Nox. They're in the dungeon. Aurano said they were eaten by monsters before the gods descended onto the world, they're corrupt spirits. And no, bullshit. Cirrus summon me when you're down there. Me as well, Cirrus. Seeing it with our own eyes is the only way we will believe it. Alright. Rushing through the 50th floor, Cirrus and AI spot some of the Loki familia fighting monsters. Hold the line. Aki shouted. Cirrus go on ahead, I'll handle this. AI split off as Cirrus changed his armor into his Stymphalion and flew ahead. She quickly jumped up on the trees and dashed across them. Damn it. This horde, said Eupheme. Come on, put your back into it. Look out below. Some adventurers looked to see a girl falling from the sky. She grabbed her sword and as she grew closer to the monster, they turned into chunks. The girl then landed back on the ground upon a pile of monster chunks. AI, said Eupheme. AI turns to see her old friend. Oh, Eupheme. It's you. It's been so long. Behind her, more monsters came. Behind you. As soon as she placed her hands on her sword and turned swiftly, as if second nature, the monsters turned into chunks. Damn, it's a bit hard to go back to killing monsters, oh well. She swung her sword to get rid of the blood and sheathed her sword. Are you not all high-class adventurers? She shouted. The appearance of a beautiful white-haired Renard in mixed attire of east and west stood out amongst them all. Fight with everything you have. And keep fighting. She turned around again and charged into the monsters, cutting them down. With each monster she kills, the more she gets used to cutting their magic stones, and soon the area was filled with ash and blood. 52-58th floor. Whoosh. 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 Fell status. They took heavy damage, but they are pushing forward. It seems they can take it before you. They killed it. Seems I came down here all for nothing, I guess. Wait. I see something coming to them in the distance. Fells's tone quickly changed. Quickly get there. It's another one. She used magic to summon some type of water magic. Hurry. Sword of Damocles, sing your vespers. Diadicasti_S, Logia. Having just barely experimented with his magic on his way to Orario, Cirrus was still surprised by this boost. Cray-a-a-a-ok. The sound of thunder boomed through the dungeon floors. 59th floor. Run. Quickly, shouted Finn. We need to move. Now. Ace. Can you slow it down a bit? I'll try my best, said Ace, weakened. Finn, she can't. We're all exhausted, shouted Riveria. I know, but that thing in the far-off distance is making my thumb throb harder than before. But. Cray-a-a-a-ok. What's that sound? Said Wu at the entrance to the 60th floor as she held out her hand with her purple and black magic circle spewing a black water. Is this the end? Shouted Raoul. Quiet. Just keep moving, said Gareth. I don't want to find out what that black water is. As the Loki familia all run, the smell of a clean, crisp smell like that of early spring rain filled the room along with a boom. A streak of lightning appeared before them, all facing the wave of approaching black water. A clean slash part the water in two, and there his figure stood tall. Volume 3 Quest 206 Wu, Unique Spirit of Poison. As his armor fades away, he turned to them. Yo! It's been a while hey, he said with a big grin. He had grown significantly since the last they saw him, he was no longer a boy. He stood tall and mighty with a blend of Eastern and Western clothing, a blue and silver spear sat on his broad shoulders. His hair parted to the side and slicked back, his features were more masculine now with a light stubble. Hanging from his left ear was a blue clam with a pearl in it. See Cirrus, said Ace. What up? Sorry I got her a bit late after so long I got a bit out of shape, to be honest, but well, seems I made it enough on time. Why are you here? I can tell you that later. For now, you need to get out of here. But... remember what I said to follow what your elf of a mom says and move. He said in a stern voice as he turned to face the person at the far end of the floor. Come on, shouted Finn. He is covering for us. Let's move. They all followed their captain's orders, but their eyes lingered on Cirrus's back. What luck we have, said Gareth. Yes, to think he would show up at the right time, said Riveria. Thank goodness we're saved, said Raoul. Who is that guy who just popped up? Shouted Diona. Ace, you said his name, said Dione. Do you know who he is? His name is Cirrus Zephyr, she said with her head turned to his back. And he's Orario's strongest adventure, the one who left the throne to Otter, the uncrowned emperor, said Finn. When they reached the stairs, some of them stopped and looked at Cirrus. Him, the envy of all smiths, said Tsubaki. They stopped out of sheer curiosity. Most of them never saw him in action, and even Finn was curious. Hey! While he fights whatever that is, let's heal up and go back in, said Beta. I'm not just gonna let some. A thick layer of thunder and lightning danced around Cirrus as he walked forward. The water was evaporating into a purple vapor with each step, along with slight ripples from the swinging of his spear cutting into the air. With a single strong wide swing, Cirrus discharged the lightning, evaporating a massive chunk of the water. They could hear the person at the end of the floor laughing. Phew phew phew. It was a feminine voice, a young one. With each step, she took the smaller she looked until they could finally get a good look at her. A young girl no older than 12 with purple hair and multicolored hair on the inside and scales covering most of her body. Phew phew, I never seen a human as strong as you before. It's unfortunate you inhaled so much of my poison. Poison, hey? No wonder I felt so much better. With a swing of the spear, Cirrus slashes her, sending her flying back. Thud. She lands on her back, and it shocked everyone he so easily cut her down. Come on, get the fuck back up. You think I don't know when my attacks don't land? They said, surprised. Foo. Nya phew 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 phew, she gets back up with just her legs with a sadistic smile. Ah. Here I thought this would be an easy job. Where, oh where, did they hide you away? And why do I smell spirits off of you? She clenched her hands and her eyes sharpened at Cirrus. Make a barrier, Circe, and it's show time, Nox. His magic circle appeared, and 2 birds flew out. The pink hawk flew towards Ace and the others while the white owl lands on Cirrus. Her eyes widen to as far as they could as she looks at them. Circe. Circe glows and flaps her wings, and a barrier covers them. This magic, it's hers. Nox. Is that truly you? Why are you with this human? Tell her I don't want tell her jack shit. What she is doing is against our essence. She says because I was the one who freed her from her tomb and has to forge a contract with me. Oh. Do you want her to get angry, Cirrus? Yes. She can slip out more information. So you never died. I assume it's the same for Circe. Correct. Now mind telling me your name? It would be easier to refer to you. My name was once Shutendiji. Spirit of the god Orakai. I discarded my name for a new one. I am Wu. The unique sprite of poison. Now, what is your name, contractor? My name is Cirrus Zephyr, child of the goddess of justice. Contractor to the spirit of the white knight and witchcraft. Now come. He says, getting into a stance. I'll be sure to eat you alive. Ray. Her body pulsated and she grew to Cirrus' height and a bit more, with purple marks covering her in place of her previous wear. From her back, 8 serpents appeared, moving about and eyeing Cirrus. Nox, wanna try something I just got? Oh. I'm all ears. I still haven't tried it, so hopefully this works. The serpents shot out with such force they broke the sound barrier. Cirrus quickly dodged it and began his assault, swinging his spears into the snake, all the while getting closer to Wu. You quick bastard! Ray. From her hands, she made whips come out of her palms and attacked Cirrus, causing him to be pushed back from the assault. Strength, I say 7 or 8, speed is 6, actually fighting ability 3. Oh well, I wanted to let loose a bit more. You dare mock me? Hate, the sin within you. By my law, I shall draw for your punishment. Bathe in the jar of poison of an exuberant banquet. Go and melt to the marrow of your bones. Hissen Godoku. Black water spewed from the snake's mouths, quickly filling the barrier. Better now than ever. Exosia, adorn. His magic circle appeared. He could feel his veins fire up like all of his cells were being rejuvenated, a feeling he felt once before. This feeling. Cirrus, she shouts in jubilation as she was feeling the same way as Cirrus. Sin of Sano, Nox. As the barrier was filled with poison under the light, one could see several colors from its reflections. A bright light cracked through the barrier. Circe, remove the barrier. Got it. As the barrier disappears, the poison bursts onto the ground with Wu still standing but Cirrus. Cirrus was standing with new armor and appearance with salt covering him. Tap. Tap. He brushes the salt off himself. His armor could only be described as the apotheosis of elegance, wearing a tricorn hat with a single white feather, an attire reminiscent of a Victorian-era aristocrat with a cravat with a crescent moon symbol on it with a feathered cape on his left side that reached to his legs and just an inch from the ground. It was as if Cirrus was bleached white. He took a step, and the ground turned to white dust. It truly was like the ground would rather die than to stain this being. Ah. Interesting. He said, looking up. This is a very exhilarating experience. Nox said. Ah, I am literally covering you. How does it feel? It's the best feeling in the world. Like my existence is truly being fulfilled. How wonderful. I feel. Pure. He looked to his spear and held out his hand. Damocles, dot. His spear comes back to him, and a faint light covers it in white. Tell me, Wu. He looked down to see her and his eyes shined a pure glistening silver. Which generation are you? Upon looking at him, her body immediately developed a phobia of him. She could feel death choking her throat and tears began to trickle down her childlike face. This is why. This was why they chased after her. This is a monster. Nox. The white extinction. Even her master. Cirrus Zephyr. What a terrible turn of fate they met. She clenched her fists to regain some feeling other than terror. Arbuda. Revis. Thetis, she shouted out running away. Calling for help. Cirrus swings his spear, and the air grows tenser. Call them. I'll be sure to cut them down. His words were as empty as his appearance. He really was devoid of color. With each step he takes, he could feel his body burning. He dropped the spear to the ground. He looked to see his body was actually slowly burning. I can feel my cells burning. Ugh. Fuck. Nox's attributes are burning. No, it's purifying me down to the cellular level. Seems you have lucked out. Thank you for telling me the names of your other friends. Damn it. I can't let you. Even with tears on her face, she would not let this opportunity slip by. Foolish, sing your vespers, swords of Damocles, Diadicasti_s, Logia. From his hand, his magic circle appeared but pure white and from it, 3 swords of thunder appear. Die. He fires one off, electrocuting the serpents in an instant in a white flash. He could feel his body burning even more. His very molecules being burned clean. Damn. Damn, she quickly ran away back down to the 60th floor covering the way in poison. She's gone. Disengage. The armor fades into black ash, and Nox reforms herself from it and lands on Cirrus's shoulder. I'm exhausted. So, am I? Shit. Cirrus reaches into his bag and pulls out several potions and drinks them all. Nox slowly gets into his bag and sleeps. Circe comes over and puts a healing barrier on him. Are you all right? What was that? New, magic, sorry body is, more hurt than I realized, Exosia, adorn. His armor covers him, and his wounds start to heal far slower than he would have thought. Circe looks at it and carefully and at the rest of his burns, which were all on the skin. Cirrus, are you doing better now? Slightly. I still feel terrible. My skin is stinging like a lemon on an open wound but more potent. Then could I take some of your skin that was burned? Sure. You're going to examine it. He disengages the armor, as he was good enough to walk. What kind of question is that? Of course I am. Cirrus holds out his hand and Circe flaps over and with her talons cut a piece of his skin that was burned and tosses it into his shadow. With great pain, Cirrus bends down and picks up his spear, and walks back to see them all watching him. He reached into his shadow and poured a potion on where Circe took his skin. What? I fucking told you I was rusty. Bunch of entitled fucks, goddamn. While walking back to the 50th floor, Ace and Riveria asked him about that armor. It was new. I discovered just recently and well, I still need to work out all the pros and cons of it, he said, using his spear as a walking stick. Seems it fucked you up. Beta said. Sure did, well that's on me. I really should have kept in shape. He looked at Cirrus with keen eyes. He didn't think he would be this humble. You is that hawk you familiar? Asked Leffy Ya. Yeah, as well as this one here. He taps his bag where Nox is sleeping. Oh, seems you gave her the staff, Riveria. I did. She said with a smile. She takes very good care of it. I would hope so. The thing is worth at least 40 million. So expensive. Did you make it see Cirrus, sir? She said timidly. I did, as well as that sword you have, Ace. They both have my signature on it, the staff on the bottom of the shaft and the sword on the top of the hilt. They checked to find they had a cloud symbol on them. Cirrus, said Finn. Can we ask why you came here? That's a question best asked at. He swings his spear to his right, cutting the deformous spider's web and throws his spear. Damocles, dot. The spear then impales several of the other monsters with the spider leaving only dust and silk behind. Oh. Silk. Cirrus manipulates his spear to pick up the silk and toss over the sliced magic stones. So hard to come by this in Yamato. He said as he pockets it. Many were shocked this was the level 8 adventure given the name Uncrowned Emperor. He was, more than what they expected, a bit foul-mouthed, considerate enough and humble enough to admit his own shortcomings and powerful, far more powerful than they expected. Volume 3 Quest 207 Meeting. Coming up to the 50th floor, Cirrus could hear a familiar running sound. What's that sound? Said Diona. It sounds like running, said Raoul. Someone is running towards us, said Bet. Let me go in front, Cirrus said going up first. When they reached the 50th floor, they could see a white figure quickly weaving between the trees. Another enemy, said Raoul. Cirrus walked up and placed his spear in the ground. He extends his arms, gets into a steady stance with his hands out and tensed his body. This is gonna hurt. What is? Said Dione. This. The figure reaches them and yells out. Cirrus. Biam. Ga. She headbutts into him. The whole party could hear the sound of meat being hit. She wraps her arms around him in a hug. So how did it go? AI asks, looking up at him. Tail wagging. Good, but you really need to stop with this habit of yours, AI. He said, lowering his stance and grabbing his spear. She lets go and looks at the party. Hello, Riveria. Finn. And Gareth. She happily waved at them. Oh, even Ace. You grew up so big, she said, walking over to them. Raoul. You've grown up as well. AI you came as well, said Riveria, happy to see a familiar face after so long. I figured you would be nearby if he came. Of course. She nods. But a bunch of monsters were attacking the camp when we came by, so I stayed to help. Running up to them were Aki and Line, exhausted with sweat beating down. Huff. Huff. Wait. Why you're so huff? Huff. Fast, said Line. Huff. Are you all right, Captain? Aki said. More or less. Are the others getting the potions ready? Finn responded. They are, but I don't think we have enough for them, she said, looking at Cirrus and AI. Oh, don't worry, we got ourselves covered, said AI as she pulls out a deep blue potion. Why is it so blue? Asked Ace. Because it's specially made magic potion, said Cirrus getting it from AI. We didn't come up with a name for it, but I called it Full Mind. He drinks it down whole. Ah. It's so fucking bitter. Exosia, adorn, dot. The gleaming armor dons itself onto Cirrus, and the wounds began to heal a bit quicker. Still taking a while to heal. Is that the price for the ability aside from the massive drain on my mana? I wanted to see if they would come and attack if they saw me looking weak, but I guess they don't have eyes in the dungeon. But we can't not rule it out just yet. Ooh, they said, looking at the armor's radiance before it fades away. Better. Cirrus moves his body with even more vigor. See, we can take care of ourselves. Returning to the camp, they could see several mounds of ash and monster drops. The familia came and tended to their wounds. Cirrus reunites with Eupheme. Cirrus. Eupheme came up to Cirrus and hugged him. Eupheme. It has been a long time. Cirrus hugged her back, happy to see a old friend. My. She took a few steps to study an adult Cirrus. You certainly have grown since I last saw you, she then patted him to check on his build. Very good, seems you have been more or less keeping up with smithing hui. Sometimes, I have been busy with other stuff, we have so much to tell you. Her, Cirrus, and AI caught up with one another. Nighttime in the meeting's tent. So now that we're all healed and rested, said Finn. Why did you return and come down to save us? Finn was thankful for Cirrus' help, but his timing was suspiciously too good. I returned simply to fulfill a promise to Ace of a duel when she reached level 6, and when I got here, I learned of various things that happened in the city, like there being fragments of evil us. His words carried with them utter animosity and hatred, they could feel a chill run down their spine. For Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, they fully sympathize with his feelings on them. And why did you come to save us? Asked Riveria. Saving you was a positive bonus, I came here on orders high on up. High on up? You mean? Nope. Cirrus interrupted Riveria's guess. Higher. Auranos, Finn said, he is the only one who would have some understanding of what has been happening. Yup, he was simply going to watch, but given how odd the dungeon has been, he felt the need to send me, and it wasn't an easy order. I mean, you try running down 50 floors in 2 days. Must have been hard, given that you said you were out of shape. Said Gareth. Yes, but I would say I'm still the fastest in the city. He said with a smirk. Well, no one could argue with you about that. Said Finn. So, what are your thoughts on that thing on the 59th floor? Lord Aranos has said it was a corrupted spirit, but, the thing I thought was, I would say, a more dangerous threat. Yes. Said Cersei, having stayed quite by Cirrus' side for the right moment to enter the conversation. That thing was an abomination against its very own existence, but, it was far purer than I would have imagined, and its strength, it's still far from complete, a demi-spirit if you will. So we have corrupted spirits and now demi-spirits now, hey, said Gareth, letting out a deep sigh. Ha! Seems it's lucky you are here now. He was relieved that Cirrus has returned, him being in the city already relieved some worry off him. Maybe, so when are you going to head back up? Cirrus said. 2 days. We wish to recover a bit longer before we head back, Riveria said. That gives me plenty of time. Cirrus said, standing up. For what? Said Finn. Getting back in shape. Cersei. Circe turns into a bird and lands on his shoulder as he leaves. While walking back to the tent, he sees AI talking with the other girls. She noticed Cirrus and came up to him. Are you done with the meeting, Cirrus? They'll be going back in 2 days. Then we can spend 2 days here. Yup. Hey, should we set up our tent where we had our first time? She said quietly with a soft blush on her face. If you want. Cirrus looked around. But I think it's already taken more or less. The area has changed somewhat from battle. Coming up to them a bit nervously was Ace. Can I still have that duel? She said as confidently as she could. Well, Sue. Sure I will. AI said, interjecting. I would love to duel you. They both said, surprised. I wanted to see how strong you gotten, Ace, she said with her usual upbeat smile that made this night brighter. Plus, if you can't beat me, her eyes, under the light of the stones above, glinted off her indigo eyes like a blade. You can't beat Cirrus. The others could feel her pressure. It was almost as intimidating as Cirrus, but far more honed in. Fine, Ace said with a steeled resolve. I'll fight you. Great. We'll do it tomorrow bright and early. See ya, she said, dragging Cirrus away with her arms linked in between his. Come on, let's set up our tent. See ya. Cirrus waved goodbye being as he was getting dragged away. Ace slowly waved as they left. Who does that Renard thinks she is, said Lefia in a haughty manner coming up to Ace's side. Ace, I'm sure you will beat her tomorrow. I'm not so sure, Ace said. You sure, Ace, said Diona. You are a level 6. But she's also a level 6. Said Riveria coming up to them. What, she's also a first-class adventurer, said Lefia. Yes, a very powerful one at that, even with the same levels I'm sure her stats are far stronger than you, but of course, even with equal stats, it would still not be easy. I'm sure you still remember her from 7 years ago, the silence. Ace gripped her sword tightly. Yes, she was the one who cut her. Volume 3 Quest 208 The Flashing Saint vs. The Sword Princess. The next morning. Out a bit in the clearing on the 50th floor stood AI and Ace. Around them were the Loki Familia and Cirrus, along with Nox and Cersei, who were watching with him. I wonder how strong she gotten. Said Nox. She is fairly strong, I have been giving her check UPS, so I know she is tough as they come. Said Cersei. Well, you have never seen AI fight Cirrus. Cirrus, what do you think? I think we should watch. From the sides. So how do you think this will play out, Finn? Asked Gareth. I know both are strong swordswomen, but it has been 7 years since we last saw the young lass. Gareth, don't you have faith in Ace? Said Leffy Ya. Yeah, I don't know who this fox thinks she is, but Ace will crush her. Said Bet. Yeah, said the rest of the familia. You think so too, right, Riveria? Leffy Ya asked her. I don't know, and, as I said yesterday, you shouldn't underestimate her. So just sit and watch. This is a good opportunity to see a fight between two level 6s, said Finn. MMMM. Are you done warming up? Said AI. I am. I'm ready when you are. She said with her hand hovering over her sword. Then let's start with our introductions. I'll start first. With a bright smile she got into a stance in a single motion. My name is AI Zephyr. The flashing saint of the Susanoo familia. And the second wife of the uncrowned emperor. Draw your blade, sword princess. As she places her hand on her sword, a threatening cutting feeling filled the area, and her tone of voice changes to Magit. So you tied the knot, hey, said Gareth. Yup, coming up 4 years now on November 1st, just 54 days after her birthday. So, who's the first wife? Asked Riveria. No comments. As Ace bears through, the tension got into her fighting stance. My name is Ace Wallenstein. The sword princess of the Loki familia. Here I come. She draws her sword and charges at AI. Good form. She said. HAAA. Ace came in for a swing and... ting. In a blink of an eye, her sword was parried off and AI had resheathed her sword already. Such speed. Too easy. Thud. Gaya. Ace was sent flying back in pain. Ace, they all shouted in surprise. What happened? Leffy Ya shouted. 2. Said Bet with eyes wide and open. Hey. 2 swings. Said Dione. AI swung her sword twice in that moment. Ace would have been cut down if she didn't use the flat of her blade. As Ace gets up, she could feel an intense throbbing just below her chest. She touched it to find her shirt was ripped in the form of her blade, leaving only a red mark starting to turn into a purple bruise. Even power. She looked at AI, and her eyes were still trained on her. She felt like an animal being targeted. Is this what the sword princess could do? I expected more from the one Cirrus is supposed to duel. I will show you. She got back into her fighting stance and, with a deep breath, she charged in. She came in for another swing and, to AI's surprise, she put up more of a fight. Clang. Swish. Clang. Clang. Swish. Clang. Clang. Swish. Ace has been giving AI a flurry of swings each other, getting faster and more precise. Good. Very good. Keep going. HAAA. Ace continued to speed up her attacks and some of them began to scratch her, but no direct hits. Ace has grown stronger, her swordsmanship has improved, Cirrus said, watching closely. AI as well. Said Finn. She's using such minimal movement. Ace is practically wasting energy trying to land a solid hit. It's terrifying how much she polished her swordsmanship. Said Gareth. She must have used you to polish them, didn't she? Said Riveria, glancing at Cirrus. A slight smile grew on his face. Yup. Then she isn't even getting serious, Finn said with even keener eyes. Not at all. Huff. Huff. Ace stopped the attack and started to catch her breath. Is this how strong you are without your magic? I say you last 1 minute if he lets you have your fun. 1 minute. Huff. Huff. Then I should use my magic then. Go ahead, but you won't get the chance to. Ace takes a deep breath as if she was going to activate her magic. Told you. AI quickly covered the distance. You won't get the chance. Thwood. Strong strike to the stomach. Gaia. Her breath was knocked as fast as she took it in. Huff. 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 She falls to her knees, gasping for air. Can you still keep going? She is strong. Stronger than Revis. No, she hasn't even needed to breathe or even sweat. I can get stronger. Ace used her sword to slowly get back up with a look of determination. Strong will. AI jumped back a bit. Are you going to use your magic? Seeing how this is turning into bullying, I think using magic will make this fairer. Promise I won't stop you again. Huff. Huff. No, she readied her blade with eyes trained on AI. I will, win with my own skill. She made a grin. Then let's see how much you can handle. Ace's eyes caught her glimpse. She was coming. She jumped back and managed to block her strike, but... Clang! 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 AI was now the one on the offensive. Her strikes shook Ace to the bone, and the strength in her arms and legs began to quickly waver. Come on! Come on! I can't! Her arms gave out. She could see the sword coming at her and then stop, as it was nearly at her neck. It's my win! AI sheathed her sword. You did well, she said, returning to her usual tone of voice. Hum. I'm sure you can still improve. Huff. Huff. Thanks, she falters a bit and AI catches her. Come on, get some sleep. You earned it. Ace closed her eyes, falling asleep again. As the familiar rushed to Ace to tend to her, AI walked up to Cirrus, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth. So, shall we get back in shape? Sure thing, Cirrus said, getting up with his spear. We'll be back a bit after lunch. Circe will stay here in case anything pops up. Be careful, said Finn. And if you find something of interest, you'll learn of it, eventually. See ya. Vol.3 Quest 209 60th floor. 59th floor. So this is where you fought that demi-spirit, hey, said AI. She's lucky you let her get away, Cirrus, said Nox in her human form. Are you back up and ready to fight? Cirrus asked. You were out for a while. I am. I just didn't think we would deepen our connection like that, she said with a smile. I know you and Circe explained it, but it still bothers me. Well, we aren't going to use it. It proves far too taxing on our bodies. I still have the burns. Just like when you were young, Cirrus. Remember when you used to bust up your arms with your armor bashing guys in? Good ol' times. Here I thought I outgrew that, well, turn out I didn't. Nox. They stood before the entrance to the 60th floor. Right. Nox turned into a bird and got into his bag. I feel no cold breeze, seems more of the dungeon has been changed. AI said. Auranos, Fels you read. Yes, we can see clearly, do be careful. Said Fels. Say, Fels, Lord Auranos, do you know what Cirrus and Nox did? Asked AI. I know I asked yesterday but... It is fine. Said Auranos. I have thought long on this and found no such cases of this, so you may call it whatever you want. Hey, I get to name a new concept, hey. Oh. How about the Nox effect? AI suggested. I like that name. Go with that one. Nox really liked that name. I was thinking more like Spirit Drive or Spirit Install. That's pretty cool. Nox and AI said at the same time. Lord Auranos, which one would you prefer? Asked Cirrus. Spirit Install is more adept at what had happened. 60th floor. It was a humid jungle with several canopies, much like what the Loki Familia found. Seems those are Viola's hay. Cirrus said, looking at the vines with an almost snake-like appearance. It's so, slimly looking. I think I'll stay here if that thing moves, kill it. Nox said. As they continue to walk, they could see a noticeable trail of death left behind by Wu with her poison. Guess we'll follow the poison. They follow the poison for a while until it eventually comes to an end. By that point, it leads them to the middle of the jungle. I don't like this place, Cirrus, there is no noise. They must have killed all the monsters and ate their magic stones to recover or simply to get stronger. Either way, I don't like it. Then shall we finish the mapping of this floor and return? We aren't going to go any further. I would like to, but from her words, she mentioned 3 other people. 3 other spirits, then we need to be even more careful. Take Nox with you. Cirrus hands over his bag to AI. It'll be faster if we split up to cover this floor. AI puts the bag on with Nox inside and nods. Then let's get going. Right. Running through the floor and its boundary, he found it to be about half the size of the Amazon rainforest, but it did not have the life of it, with no other plants besides trees and small vein-like rivers. The only living beings on the floor were AI, Nox, himself, and the Violas up top. When they were done, they met back at the entrance to the 59th floor. Was it circular for you as well? Yup, we even found the way to the 61st floor in the north. We found some poison as well. Then that will be enough for now, but to test something. Swords of Damocles, ... Cirrus walks forwards towards the jungle and with a strong slash, he cuts down several trees with electricity flickering off his blade. And for you a lot as well. Cirrus aims at the ceiling and cuts all the Violas from their nursery. You're going to take the wood, aren't you? I am Nox. For one, it'll give us some idea how this was all made. Changing a floor through battle is one thing, but terraforming the fucking floor? That's something else entirely. he said as he walked over a fallen tree and absorbed it into his shadow. Whether it's the new monsters that did it, the violas, or the spirits, hell, even the dungeon itself changing to fit the new monsters' preferences, we must examine anything to find the truth. As Cirrus takes all the cut down trees, he remembers what AI said. This floor truly is unnerving, with no sound or signs of life. What the hell is actually going on? Down in the dungeon's depths. You certainly have an appetite, Wu, said Thetis as she watches Wu mercilessly devour more and more monsters. I'll kill him. That damn monster. Crunch. 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 Nox's contractor. I'll eat him whole along with Nox. I'll show him. I'll show him sparing me will be the worst mistake he ever made. While watching her eat, Thetis looks out at the entrance to the lower floors. Are you eating like her? Arbuda. 10 floors below. A floor of chilling coldness proliferates through the cooler, with monsters frozen in place. Fu Shi let out a long cold breath that manages to freeze the already frigid air. Not enough, it's still not cold enough. Arbuda was now a frostbite white with a blue tinge to her white hair. She walks up to the frozen monsters and Frost of Samsara, turn the earth back into laminating white Nararbuda, Naraka dot. A lance of ice slowly formed in her hand and with a single thrust, she went through the ice, taking the monster's magic stone with it. The monster turned to ash in the ice, yet its cold casing remained. More. I need to be cooled more. Vol 3 Quest 210 back up the dungeon. Back on the 50th floor. And that's all we found, a jungle of silence, not even a monster or insect to be heard. That is, disturbing, said Finn. At least you dealt with the violas, said Gareth. And even the entrance to the 61st floor, said Riveria. Still, this has piqued my curiosity, even more, to change the floor so much. Unfortunately, I came down here too quickly using up most of the supplies we brought. Ha ha ha. Maybe next time you'll come with us on our next expedition, Gareth said. I'll probably take you up on that offer. If Evilus is connected, then they need to be crushed before a him. Sorry, but you get the idea. Thank you, Finn said. Leaving the tent, Cirrus caught a familiar scent. AI's cooking. Fuck, I'm hungry. Walking to the cooking station, he finds AI and several others around her waiting for the food, more particularly Tioni. Now be patient and cut them carefully, AI said to Tioni, chopping the vegetables. I'm losing. If you break another board, I'm going to make you make 1,000 boards. Grr. Looking at her help brings a smile to his face. He finds a spot and sits down. Hey. Hey, an Amazoness comes up to him with a small bust when compared to the other. My name is Diona, and are you really a level 8? I am, do I not look it? No, you look pretty young. Really? You know I'm 22 right? You're only 5 years older than me, she shouted. You have a lot of energy, hey. Yup. Say, can I not spar with you? The camp went silent, but AI was still helping Dioni with her cooking. Did you really want to work up a sweat? I want to see how strong a level 8 is. Sure, but no weapons, just to make things more fun. Oi! If you're gonna have a spar with her, I want in, said Bet. Sure thing. Who else wishes to make this more even? No one else voiced their opinions and, seeing as no weapons will be used, Ace would be drastically handicapped and decided to simply watch. They went to the area where AI fought Ace. Several people came to see them. Are you sure you don't want to stretch I never did catch your name. Cirrus said to Bet as he started to remove his top. It's Bet Loga, a level 5. He said, throwing his fur coat aside. Hurry up and get ready. Sure, I'm simply taking my time so I can do this. In a single movement, he grabs his right shoulder and without ripping or tearing his clothing, Cirrus takes off his top like in Yakuza, showing his scar-riddled body and the tattoo on his right shoulder. Both Tiona and Bet were shocked to see so many scars as did many of the watchers. Gareth, the tank of the Familia, didn't have a scar on his body even after the fight with potions. No scars were left. What? Do these scars intimidate you a bit? Or was it the tattoo? How the hell did you get scars? Didn't you use potions, said Bet. Sometimes, but I think it helps give me more character. To my foes they see this body and they know instantly I have faced several battles to survive to this point. Now, Cirrus held up both of his arms out. Let's see how good you two are. Hey, that tattoo. Did you get it from Lady Kelly? Tiona asked as she was staring at it. I did. Gives me a free pass to tell Skyra. Real useful when making trad deals with them. Even if they are. Enough prattling. Bet shouted ready to fight. Show me what you got, coward. Bet rushed in and went in for the right kick. Hey Bet, do you know why I didn't retaliated before? Cirrus took a step back when the kick was going to connect and quickly moved in, grabbing his face. It's because it would be like fighting a toddler. Cirrus then tightened his grip and tossed him aside like a pebble. Got you, said Diona, coming from below with an uppercut. Cirrus jumped up and flowed with the attack, letting him to flip back with no damage. Nice use of taking the advantage of his recklessness. Maybe I'll actually work up a sweat. You bastard. Both Bet and Diona continued to spar with Cirrus, but it was more like Cirrus playing with them as he dodged and redirected all of their attacks, making them sweat more than him. Huff, 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 they both were exhausted. Cirrus. I made your portion. AI shouted. Welp, guess that's enough for today. You two are pretty good. He said while getting his shirt and walking past them. I'm sure you two can still improve. He patted their shoulders and left. Huff, huff, he barely broke a sweat. Diona said, flopping to the ground sweaty. Huff, huff, huff. I'll be sure to hit him. Bet said slowly, returning to his tent. That night, as everyone slept, and few were on guard duty, they could hear a melodious tune swiftly calming their nerves and falling asleep. Not even monsters bothered to attack as they too fell victim to this melody and went to sleep. Volume 3 Quest 2 10.5 Teach Me. While Cirrus was reporting to Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, AI was with the other Loki Familia members. So are you really married to him? Asked Dione to AI. I am. She stops and removes her glove to show the purple and green ring on her left hand. They could see the ring matched her and his eyes. Wah! Did you have a wedding? Dione began to want more information and that spread to the other girls. We did. I can still remember how he looked when he saw us walking down the aisle, his eyes were wide open and hands slightly shaking, she said with closed eyes and a warm smile. You said you were his second wife, said Diona. Who's the first? All the girls and even some guys who were eavesdropping were curious. I am curious as well. When I was a kid, you two were always more or less together. Did he fall in love with another? Said Ace. I can't really say who it is, and that matter is a bit complicated to explain, so let's just say Cirrus did something and it resulted in him having to take her as his first wife, but I fought to be his second. I'm not going to be some damn mistress. My future children will have a claim to be the next family head of the Qiajiao family, she said with fire in her eyes. Ooh. Dione said, being inspired by AI. Can you teach me to win the captain's heart? I can do my best, she said, giving her a thumbs up. Qiajiao family? But isn't his last name Zephyr, said Lefi Ya. Oh, that yeah, the head god, Amaterasu, gave him a new name. So in my homeland of Yamato, he is called Qiajiao Hakukumo, the first head of the Qiajiao family of the north. But right now Lord Susanoo is running the province with help from some other gods who now serve under him. That was a rather sad battle. What happened? Lefi Ya asked nervously. Oh well, some other family wanted to be part of the royal court, so they challenged Cirrus to a fight not knowing he was a level 8 and so Cirrus sent out a letter to everyone if they wished to battle him for his title and position. He just swung his spear and every god surrendered. Wait, so does that mean Cirrus converted? Asked Aki. No, he still remains with Lady Astrea, and his position in the royal court is more of a way for Amaterasu to benefit from him and vice versa. She gets taxes and the like while Cirrus has a project to work on. It's very boring out in the boonies, so he found building a city fun. Until the paperwork began. He sure has been busy, Ace said as the others were trying to process it. Now Dione was it. Come. What do you want to learn first? Cooking, she said with stars in her eyes. Then let's get started. Volume 3 Quest 2 10.6 Black Robe. While going up the dungeon, Ace got Cirrus when he was alone. Cirrus, she said a bit timidly. Ace, what is it? I wanted to ask you something. That is. Well. I met your adopted parent. The one in the mysterious black robe. Cirrus's eyes widened a bit. Oh. What about it? Well. I wanted to ask if maybe, you worked for. Ace, come closer. Cirrus waved for her to come closer. Oh okay. She got close, and he whispered while Hecton placed some sound eaters. Yes, I work for the guild, or more specifically, Aranos. Really? I am telling you this because I don't want you to have odd thoughts about who I work for. I understand. It explains why your records are locked. I'm also going to tell you this, my records are pretty much fabricated. What? Yeah. If my records are unlocked, it's all false information written to be accurate. Oh. There is still Bell. I can spend time with him and possibly learn something. Now, is that all you wanted to ask? Yes. So about your parent, do they have a name? They are named Fells. I suggest you keep it to yourself, I am very protective of them. The sole reason I indulged you with this much information is that Fels told you my and their relationship. I understand. I won't bring anything to harm your parent. I know how special they are. Thank you. Volume 3 Quest 211 Little Rookie. 6 days later on the 18th floor. Fuck, the place was destroyed, Cirrus said, looking at his hideout destroyed. I told you to keep your stuff in your shadow. Nox said. Sorry I didn't have time to work on it, said Eupheme. Been busy, you know. Well, guess we should get to work like old times, Hayuf, Nox. Yosh. Just like old times. Let's get to it. I wanna sleep on something nice. While Cirrus, Eupheme, and Nox worked on the hideout, AI was helping the Loki Familia with stuff. By nighttime, they had finished the hideout and were sleeping comfortably until the Goliaths roared. Guess someone came down to the 18th floor. Eupheme said. Well, hope they're okay. The next morning. Sitting out on a cliffside overlooking the Loki camp, Cirrus, Nox, and Eupheme look out over the camp. To think I would meet you two together, what luck that my apprentice would party with her, said Cirrus. I'm amazed to think that kid would be in the city party up with our little Lily, are you gonna say hello, said Nox. No, I think we should wait to see if he finds me, but I guess staying here any longer would eventually expose us far too early. That kid must be important for you to avoid him, Cirrus, said Eupheme, coming to sit next to him. A bit. I met him when he was a boy and I promised him something should he ever find me again and, well, I rather not make it so damn easy for him. Shall I go down and check him out since you can't go down and AI doesn't know? Sure thing. I'll get back to work. Nighttime, Eupheme returned as the Loki Familia was sitting around a campfire. Well, he's a kind kid plus aside from your apprentice he even partied up with the unpolished gem of the Hephaestus Familia, Welf Krazo, Eupheme said. Krazo, as in those Krazo. The very same magic swordsmiths of fame, but unlucky for Bell that he hates magic swords but ironically loves your bioweapons. Does he now? So I have a fan of my work, hey. You have many. Every smith even me tries to aspire to reach your level, but most of them don't realize it wasn't just smithing that let you reach such heights. Have you expanded your knowledge? I have, going to the library to read up on a wide range of crafting arts such as alchemy and the like, but it is slow going. One step at a time, and before you know it, you'll get there. The Goliaths roar again. It needs to get killed soon. Well, I'm going to go to bed. Don't stay up too late. A bit later, in the main tent of the Loki Familia. Whoa! Imagine my surprise to find the Loki Familia to be the ones to have saved Bell, of all people, said Hermes. I've heard of gods issuing quests to save their followers but, said Dione. Never seen them come into the dungeon to do it themselves before, said Gareth. Pardon me, Lord Hermes, while I try to wrap my head around this. You're saying you came all the way down here to the 18th floor, to save Bell Cranel and his party, said Finn. That's exactly it, my dear Braver. As part of a request from Hestia. I have the official quest form here. Asfi noticed Ace's gaze and nodded to her, and she nodded in response. With permission, we'd like to stay in your camp. We would also like to join you on your return to the surface, if at all possible. For your safety. Glad we're both on the same page. We were in such a rush we didn't bring any camping provisions. We could always stay in the rogue town, Rivera I suppose. Argonaut, and they would hate it there. Said Diona. Be quiet, Dione said. Food-wise, we'll figure something out for ourselves. Should our presence here cause you to incur any expenses, my familia will foot the bill upon arrival on the surface. If you wish, I can also provide some remuneration. A rather generous offer for a man who's merely here to carry out a quest, Gareth said. Ha ha ha, well. His eyes grew dull and deeper. I had Hephaestus ask me personally to look after Welf as well, you know. Everyone in the room went silent, as they knew he had just played them into getting what he wanted. I know you must all be tired after your long expedition, but I hope you'll consider. Lord Hermes, we were willing to agree to your terms with the start. There's no need to haggle. Finn said. Oh, you're too kind. You have my utmost thanks. Oh yes. A bit late on my part, but congratulations on a successful expedition. At least I assume it was one. Fortunately, we didn't suffer any casualties. Most impressive. We expected no less from the Loki Familia. Suddenly his expression and tone completely shift, those once dull deep eyes now had an uncanny sharpness to them. So discover anything on the 59th floor. His words silenced all of them. As Loki's followers, we are not required to disclose familia matters to gods with questionable intentions. Hermes glanced at Finn with a face that said he won't say anything. Right you are. I do apologize. You're simply the first familia since Zeus to step a foot there, and curiosity got the best of me. Did I forget to mention I've entered an alliance with Loki and Dionysus, you see? We're all victims of the same crimes here. Those vibrantly colored monsters, remnants of evil us, you know. I'm afraid we'll have to confirm this with our goddess before taking you at your word. Lord Hermes. But of course. In that case, feel free to ignore what I'm about to tell you right now. Braver, Findium, you may have already noticed, but there is another entrance to the dungeon besides the one we know beneath Babel. Therefore, we were hoping for you to perform a systematic search throughout Orario upon returning to the surface. Oh, by the way, we will inform Cirrus of this. After all, should you get to the group first, well, it's best if you inform him and let him do the work. He works well alone. He said with an even sharper glare. We'll keep that in mind, Lord Hermes. Well, that's all. Come Asfi. I'm sure we can get AI to show us to him. Hermes and Asfi leave the tents. The Loki familia took a breath of relief. Hey Captain, what does he mean by Cirrus works well alone? Asked Dione. Isn't he always with his wife? That is not for me to answer, but given his wits, I'm sure he already knows of his familia's death. His words proved that much. So he's coming along when we find the enemy's base, said Dione. Yes, said Riveria. And hopefully we don't see his younger years. Back at Cirrus's hideout. So this is where you were, A good place to hide out. A good view that blends into the floor. Hermes said, admiring the hideout. Are you here to give me an update on something, Hermes? Cirrus said, working more on his hideout. Why yes, I am. Hermes took a seat and explained to him the situation. There is another entrance to the dungeon than just Babel. That makes sense. It explains how Althea managed to slip through the barrier we made around Babel. Yup. So what do you plan on doing while the Loki familia looks for it? Probably just fight monsters for now to regain my edge. It's been so long since I had to kill a monster and not another person trying to do some shady businesses. It'll be fun, said AI. By the way, why are you here? Asfi could have easily delivered me this information. Well, I had other. It was for Belle, wasn't it? Quick as always. How did you know? You were always Zeus's go-to-god for anything needed to be done. I'm sure you're the sole reason Hera hasn't tracked him down, given how fucking terrifyingly talented she is. Why, thank you for the compliment, but I can't deny nor confirm that, after all, you are her grandson. He said with slightly sharp eyes. You know she left long ago with Aphrodite. I have all of her stuff at my house in Yamato when Poseidon came over for a visit. And then stay. Ah, but still. I will not say anything on that matter. So what is Zeus having you do for Belle? Simply watching over him, but it was a bit cruel to fake his death. I see. Well, I would say try not to meddle with him, but knowing you, it fell on deaf ears. He simply made a smile. So. I have something to inform you regarding the dungeon. Volume 3 Quest 212 Visitation. The next day. It seems our battle remains. Cirrus is kneeling before his familia's grave. This time. I'll be sure to follow the 15th law of power and crush them till not even their ashes remain. Oh, and here are some more drinks. Cirrus opens a bottle, and as he was going to pour it on their graves, he heard some noises coming his way. He quickly jumped into the nearby woods and donned his Hippolyta armor and waited to see who come. He could see who was coming to the grave. Honestly, it's almost like fate is trying to bring us together. Coming up were Ryu and Belle. Belle currently seems to be fearful. Even if you had not gone missing in the dungeon, I still plan to come to this place, Ryu said, carrying some flowers. Ryu. What is this? The graves of my allies. I occasionally receive time off from Mamma Mia to bring my fallen sisters in arms flowers. Once someone knows who I am, it is only a matter of time before they learn the truth. I would regret not telling you myself. Cranel, it is selfish of me, but can you hear my story? I don't need to continue to listen. Cirrus left to be out of earshot range and simply waited till either Belle left or they left together to come out. Cirrus could see Ryuu's face as she was telling her story. The sheer anger painted on her was almost palpable, and then, a solemnness fell on her face. Belle said something and he could see her face, slightly surprised. They talk a bit more to see removed her hood is. She made a small smile. Belle blushed from the small smile on Ryu. Hey, Ryu has softened up a bit. Cirrus waited a bit longer, and Belle left with some directions back to the camp. Ryu remained at the grave. Didn't think I would see you here so soon, Ryu. She turned her head to see Cirrus. Cirrus, when did you get here? What? The floor or here at the grave? The floor. A while back, I was just working on some stuff and decided to pay my respects again. He said, pulling out a bottle of alcohol and knelt before the grave. You know this was Lyra's favorite drink, silver whiskey. after Orario got better when this came back, she quickly bought it and hoarded it. Yet, that seems like something she would do if you couldn't taste your favorite drink. Cirrus takes a swig. You want to taste? Sure. Ryuhu took the bottle and looked at the mouth of the bottle where Cirrus put his lips on. Ryuhu felt her heart beat a bit faster, but it wasn't something a little calming couldn't handle. She closes her eyes and takes a swig. I can see why she liked it so much. She hands it back to Cirrus. Yet, he then puts the bottle upside down into the grave. I hope she enjoys this taste. Sadly she has to share it with the others. The two remained in silence for a while, simply watching as the bottle slowly drains. I found Astria. How is she? Ryuhu said, looking at the bottle. Good. You know she has a new child, a young kid by the name of Cecil, only 7 years old with a bright smile. She and Astria seem comfortable. The village they live in is rather peaceful. That's good. She said with a slight, warm smile and eyes. Did you give her the presents you had brought? I did. I'm sure it was surprising to see another familia member only for them to leave them presents from a foreign land. Phew, that's good. I wish I could see her face. Another silence falls between them. Cirrus, are you going to convert? Ryuho looked at him. I am. I wanted to talk to Astria before I do anything. Then, you two are leaving. Ryuho, do you know who I was with before I converted to the Astria familia? Or why I converted? Was it not because Hermes needed to remain neutral to get information and because you brought too many eyes to his familia? Partially, but ultimately it was because Astria was a goddess. My god found the utmost trust in keeping a secret. You see, my god, who I still see as a second father to me, is Auranos. Her eyes widened in surprise. Auranos had long not given his fauna to anyone. The closest thing he had was his guild employee, but even then he only ever interacted with the guild head. To learn of a child who had his blessing is in of itself something special. Oh, Auranos was your god. When I was 7, he gave me his fauna for the purpose of being his sword. Well, it wasn't until I had killed my first person and after that I actually started to be used as a sword. Eventually when I reach a certain level, Auranos couldn't keep being my god as he needed to keep the seal on the dungeon, so he asked Astria to be my god. It was awkward at first. I merely went to her to update my status only and go back on patrol by myself. But each time she updated my status, she talked to me a bit more each time, and soon enough we had conversations on topics she read into. Is that why she would always read various books? Partially, it was also so she can have a better understanding of how people are. Her views needed to expand further than simply white and black. Sadly, the only children who could see shades of grey now are her 2 children who went down the path of blood. Ryuhu's face scrunches up in regret. Do you think she dislikes us? No, how could a mother hate her own children? She knows we did our best, but, in the end, we are simply people, we make mistakes here and there and even gods as well. The best you can do is learn from them and improve yourself to never make them again. But, my mistake was caused by my overwhelming, suffocating anger towards evil us. I even went after the smallest of connections and ripped them from the roots. We all do things when put into a situation. Having learned of their deaths. Well, I couldn't blame you. I am sure everyone understood why you were doing it. Then the path I took, was it right? That's not something I can answer. Only you know what is right and wrong. Not me, not the gods, not even Astria. So long as you know. He looked Ryuhu in her eyes. But between you and me, I personally found your actions in line with justice. Even if I killed and tortured several people to give me information on Evilus and those connected to it. Ryuhu, really? You know what I did in Israfan, right? Yes. You mentioned you dealt with the Vritra familia and the whole dynamic of the desert countries shifted as a result. It was already shifted the moment the Vritra familia came under the Israfan royals. I simply put it back to how it was, several hundreds of bodies later. Did you see your actions just? At the time, yes. I believe what I was doing was necessary and needed to weaken them as much as possible and kill their level 6 captain. Going the honorable route would not have been enough to kill Go. Did you regret your actions? Ryuho could see a deep contemplation on Cirrus. The sides of his mouth dropped a bit. I do. I regret them deeply. But I kept moving forward, and I found people that loved me, and it made the world a bit more brighter. He looked at Ryuhu. Did you find someone who makes your world brighter? Ryuhu looked him in his eyes and reached out and held his hand. Yes. She made a warm smile that surprised Cirrus. You, Seer, and Astria. You 3 were the reasons I kept going. Do you want to stay here a bit longer? I have more drinks. Yes. She put her hands back. They are quiet drinkers. That they are. The two would sit and speak to the grave of their fallen familia. Sharing a drink or two before returning. Volume 3 Quest 213 Rats. Later that night, a magic beam shot up into the sky. A magic blast? It's rather close, said AI. I'm going. Okay, I'll stay back. Running through the trees, a familiar sight of people running through the forest in white robes. Ha! A black fire flared up. Cirrus quickly changed his destination and got in their way. Thud. He-8th, they screamed. Well, what do we have here? Cirrus's eyes were sharp and dark as one could be. A couple of fucking rats. Cirrus quickly rushed them and grabbed their chest, ripping off their self-immolation tools and throwing them into the air. Sing your vespers, dot. A bolt of weak lightning struck the bombs, and they exploded into bits. Arriving on the scene was Ryu. The two Evilus members turned to see the furious elf. Cirrus, and you, her eyes turned as sharp and dark as his. You two, were you the ones who released those monsters here? For what purpose? Gah. We will never. Cirrus grabbed one of them by the back of the neck, holding him up while he pushed the other onto the ground with his other open hand. Answer her or else I'm going to slowly crush your fucking neck. Do it, we are not. Ryu then sliced the other person's shin down to the bone. Gay. My leg. We only need one, right Cirrus? Ryu said as she rummages through her bag and pulls out a bottle. That's right, so which one of you is going to talk? I assure you the first one that does, I'll give them a quick and easy death, but the last one? Well, I'm going to pluck their skin like the feathers off a chicken until I get the answers that we want. Why you can't do that? Ryu then strikes the one on the ground in the face, knocking them to their stomachs. She then impales them with her short swords into his arms, pinning him to the ground. Gay. My arms. Still not talking? Fine, then I guess I'll have to defile those backs of yours and expose your true identities. She opened the bottle and the Evilus member instantly knew what it was. Status thief? No. Please don't. Ha. Ha, laughed the one in Cirrus's grip. What's so funny, dickhead? Cirrus tenses his free hand, ready to plunge his hand through him. I can tell from your voice and her eyes, that those are the sounds and looks of someone who has sworn revenge. He removes his hood to reveal himself, an elf. Just like me. Ryu's face was mortified. The elf's expression was just a few degrees more of insane from her and Cirrus's expression. Nameless kin of mine, human, do you not wish to see them again, those loved ones that death has taken from you? What bullshit are you spouting? Why you can meet them again? It's possible. Swear your allegiance to our master and he will. A shift in the air. Cirrus and Ryu were too focused on the Evilus member to have noticed that someone was casting magic. Cirrus, out of instinct, quickly tosses the elf back as he jumped in front of Ryu. Exosia, Adorn, Stimphalion. As he covered Ryu with his wings, they bombarded him with magic. Boom. 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 Stay here and get the information, I'll bang. A hit sent Cirrus back to his wings. The strike was strong enough to push them back a good couple of feet away. Honestly, these people can't do anything right, said a woman with red hair. Why you, said the elf who was tossed coming to her. Have come to crush. With no hesitation, she crushed his head and then smashed into his back. A magic attack hit the other guy who was crawling away, destroying his body whole. As Cirrus gets up and disengages his armor, he could see the person who fired the magic. You're the one who complained about, said Revis. Then you must be either Thetis, Arbuda, or Revis then. Cirrus looks at her with a great, disdainful glare. Possibly she quickly took off, but... Where do you think you're going? Cirrus said, grabbing her leg as she was jumping away. A level 8. They are this fast, she thought. Come down and play. Suddenly, from a distance, a stream of pressured water crashed down on Cirrus, along with a blast of magic bringing him and Revis to the ground. Grr. Cirrus grew angry at himself for being this rusty. Revis then, without hesitation, ripped her leg to escape Cirrus's grip. Spurt. You motherfucker. I'll rip. As he was going to chase her, Cirrus felt another, more massive surge of magic in the air. The air got cold enough to freeze the water on him. Frost of samsara, turn the earth back into laminating white Mahapadma, Naraka. Cirrus felt an unbearable amount of cold. The water on him flash froze, and the area's temperature quickly dropped. It reached near 0 levels of cold. For a level 8, he is sturdier than most, but nothing can defeat the cold, only survive it. He looks in the direction of the attacks and finds two people, one with sapphire blue hair and the other in a red and black mask. Both were helping Revis. Astria fucking dammit. Exosia, Adorn, Cerberus. As the armor wraps around Cirrus, he charges forward to go after them. As he was doing, so Revis threw a massive hill of a boulder at him. You fuckers! Come back! He leaped and punched it, causing it to shatter. When he destroyed the boulder, he found they had already left in heavily scented smoke that now was overtaken by a freak frostbite-inducing blizzard. Enough! He took out his spear and chanted. Sword of Damocles, sing your vespers. Dia Dicasti_S, Logia. With all of his strength he swung his spear with such might he blew the magic-induced blizzard away, sending a frigid wind through the whole floor. Ha! Ha! He was furious, but he kept as much of a level head as he could. He looked for any traces of them, but they left nothing behind. Motherfucker! I held back to make sure I don't accidentally kill them. Next time, I will rip their fucking legs off. He clenches his fists so tightly he dug into his own palms. Calm. Calm. Do not let your anger get the best of you. Phew, his armor faded away and he took a minute or two to center himself. He walked to the leg to find it had already turned to dust. Motherfucker. He had restrained himself considerably, one is simply because he didn't wish to possibly just lose himself in his own anger. A thought resurfaced after so many years in Yamato, bettering himself. Think. Ah, what Hermes said. A second entrance, where? He scanned the area but nothing looked out of place. TCH. I'll find your hole eventually. Walking over to Ryu, she seems to be holding something. I found this in the remains. She showed Cirrus an orb with a D on it. Cirrus looks at it and examines it. It's a magic tool, but for what? Whatever it is, I'm sure it's used for something. Hold on to it. Cirrus hands her the orb. Keep it safe for now. Should you find something let me know. I understand and if something comes up, you will inform me. Of course. Say you aren't hurt, are you? He said, checking her. I am fine Cirrus. My hands are a bit cold but... Cirrus quickly held her hands. They are freezing. Here, let me warm them up. Exosia, adorn, ... His magic armor came and wrapped around Ryu. He grabbed my hands. Quickly Ryu could feel her body get to a normal temperature and a bit more. Her sores and general well-being improve. This is his magic. It's so warm and comforting. Like I'm back in my mother's embrace as a child. Are you feeling better? He said, still holding her hand. Ryu looked to see him holding her. She didn't feel the need to swipe him away. That was, until she could feel a drop of sweat begin to form. I am alright Cirrus. She makes a small smile. You can let go of my hands now. They are warm. Ah good, good. His armor faded from her, and he let go of her hands. Sorry I touched you without warning. Well, I didn't want you to get hurt. I understand Cirrus. You don't want me to end up like Elise and the other, right? Yeah. So sorry if I get a bit protective of you. I know you can hold your own very well. Ryu felt glad he worried over her. This was a first for her. We should get back Cirrus. It is getting late. You are right. If you want, I can carry you back to camp if you want. I am fine walking. But if you wish to walk me back, I am fine with it if it would make you feel better. Yeah. I'll walk you back. Along the way back, they went over what happened. Given how they escaped you, they must at least be around level 8 in strength. Yeah. They also came prepared to escape. Those scented smoke bombs still irritate my nose. I was too focused on that red-haired woman to even notice there were others. TCH. Ryu could sympathize a bit. When she was on her crusade, she too was blinded by anger and got hit a few times by avoidable attacks. Don't beat yourself over it. I know how you feel. They came prepared to escape being tracked by scent. Still. They got away. His eyes sharpen in anger. Yes, but next time I am sure we will rip those fucking rats from their holes and crush them, Ryu said as her eyes sharpened to a razor's fine edge. They both had a dark look to their eyes. This night, the remains of evil us rekindled a dark fire. They won't escape us. Volume 3 Quest 214 Surface. The next day at the opening to the 17th floor. The floor, Boss Goliath, lurks in the halls above us. Normally this would be a great opportunity for everyone, not just the elites to get experience, but we are still hurting from the string of irregular encounters on our expedition. For this reason, I would like everyone in battle from the beginning. I'm sure everyone here is eager to see the sun again, right? Truthfully, even I'm itching for a good night's sleep in my bed. Said Finn. In the back. So wanna make it 3 out of 4, said AI. Sure, wanna start when the Goliath roars again. You're on. Oi. Finn, we'll take care of it. Hey. We're going to kill that fucker. Don't try to poach it out of us, said Bet. Well, you aren't on the Goliath's floor now are we, said Cirrus. He glanced at AI and they both quickly rushed past them and up to the 17th floor. Do they think this is a game? Shouted Tiona. Damn it. Bet quickly ran after them. As the Loki familiar ran, they heard the Goliath's roar. _____. Cut off. When they arrive at the floor, they could already see the Goliath's body turning to ash and flaps of AI's and Cirrus's clothing going up to the next floor. What the hell? They killed it already. Bet shouted. Look. Said Ace. At what? They could see two slices deeply cut into the dungeon, one was slightly melted while the other was cut cleanly enough that it could cut from a touch. With their strength, I'm sure anything in the upper floors and middle floors is a game for them. Said Finn. We'll follow the path they made and clean it out thoroughly. This event would later be known to Orario as a dungeon rush. A game first-class adventurers fight one another while rushing down or up the dungeon. A while later, up on the 5th floor. What the fuck was that rumbling? Cirrus said, stopping. Maybe it's the dungeon changing? Lord Arano said it's been acting weird. Well, we can ask him when we get back now. Cirrus cuts a line into the ground. On 3 all right, no pushing or punching, nor drawing of the sword. Fine. You two sure are competitive, said Cersei. It's a fun way to test each other. And helps spice things up in the bed. Hey quiet. Cirrus quickly shouted, interrupting Nox. She does not need to know that. Back on the 18th floor. Ha. Yes. I saw it. With my very own eyes. Zeus. Your parting gift. No talent? Doesn't have the ability? What a load of shit. Don't make me laugh, Zeus. Be proud. Your grandson's the real deal. The last hero your familia left behind. Hermes was throbbing in sheer ecstasy from above. It's coming, it's coming. Finally. A new era is coming. Something big is happening right here in Orario to usher in a new era. King, Otter. 9 Hell, Reverial chose Elf. Braver, Findium. Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein. Flashing Saint, AI Zephyr. Uncrowned Emperor Cirrus Zephyr. With so many of these heroes all in the same place and time, how could something not happen? Back onto the surface. Hum. AI was humming a pleasant tune on their way back home after reporting to Aranos. I think I'll have you dress up as a butler and serve me like a queen. Oh. You have to buy a cake too. Fucking cheater-ass sword-drawing tripper, Cirrus said, muttering to himself at having lost. She has known you for a long time. You know she even knows when you fall asleep. Like the moment you fall into sleep she knows it, said Nox. When we were coming up you two were in sync and fighting almost like you and Nox. Said Circe back in Lenoa's place, having flown back the moment they reached Babel. When they reached their home in the east next to Euphem's home, a familiar person came up. Cirrus. Said Alan. Alan, Cirrus said, turning around to see him. You grew up well, so what does your goddess want? She wants to see you and her. He said, looking at AI. I'll be leaving now. Alan leave as quickly as he appeared. Seems her gaze has improved. Cirrus looks at Babel, and he could see Freya looking at him with a glass of wine. Then shall we go tomorrow? Yeah. I'm tired for today. Oh wait, I have something I need to do. What is it? I need to pay Mia a visit to ask where Freya's room is in Babel. The next day in Babel. It's nice to see you again, Lady Freya. Said Cirrus, entering an elegant dining room. In the room were only Freya and Otter sitting down. Oh, AI said, looking at Orario's most beautiful goddess, but she noticed a familiar feeling. I'm losing myself, like Aphrodite. She quickly pulled herself back before she completely soaked in her charm. Ahem. I'm sorry for staring, Lady Freya. Phew, it's all right, I'm used to it. Come sit. I would like to hear of your time away from Orario, like say, she looked at the ring on her and Cirrus's finger. Your wedding. As they went to sit down, Cirrus went first. Sorry if we didn't invite you. I figured it would be a bit insulting to rub something like that to one who is searching for her Otter. Freya made a nice, small smile. How kind of you, but I actually wanted to talk to you about having another match with Otter like when you were a boy. Well, I'll do it. AI interjected. Remember when we were waiting for Althea and Zald to come? Yes. Otter remembering her words back then. I wish to see how formidable your swordplay is. Otter said, pleased with the idea. Then why not make it that? Cirrus said. I'm sure it'll be fun to watch, and besides, I would rather fight Otter when he reaches level 8. I think it would be more fun for the both of us, wouldn't you think? A grin appeared on Freya's perfect face. That would be more fun, Wouldn't it, Otter? Yes. Then shall the fight be at the Colosseum? I'm sure many would pay to see this happen again, like last time. Her grin was growing even more. That would be lovely. Knock. Knock. Lady Freya, lunch is prepared, said a familiar member, coming in with dishes of food for all four of them. You even prepared lunch. How thoughtful of you. Well, I wanted to know what you were up to and to confirm that the other ring belongs to a certain virgin goddess. Now Freya, Cirrus said with a smirk. You know it's not gentlemanly to kiss and tell, besides, he said, leaning back. When she comes, I'm sure she'll make an appearance. Ooh, this smells pretty good, said Ai, looking at the plate of food placed in front of her. It's as they say, opposites attract, said Freya as she took her fork and knife. So, shall we enjoy this nice meal? Of course. They got their utensils and began to eat. Outside Orario. Lady Artemis, are you sure you do not need rest, said Kalian with a magic item hiding his true form. I'm fine, Rithisa, Phi, Kale, Sikas, Lant. How are you all holding up? Sleepy, said Phi. We've been riding for 3 days. Our horses aren't bicorns, Lady Artemis, said Kale. If only we were higher leveled like you, Captain, said Sikas. Yeah, being a level 4 must be nice, said Lant. Lant, you are only a level below me, and if you really wish to have leveled up, you should have taken up Cirrus's offer. TCH. Fighting that monster? No, I would actually rather fight an actual monster than him, besides we're about 2 days off from Melon, and from there it's just a day's ways. Speaking of our horses, they need to rest, Lady Artemis. Very well Kalian, you rest as well. Down in the dungeon. Ein. Said Revis. Who was that adventure? Had Thetis not stepped in to help, I would have lost my life, she said while putting on an artificial leg from the dungeon. Wu said his name was Cirrus Zephyr. I only know of one by that name, and he was that one, the only level 8 in the world, the uncrowned emperor. He was certainly strong, but it was rather easy to get away. No, said Thetis. He has been away for a long time, I would assume his edge has dulled, but make no mistake. The next time you see him, he would have regained his edge. Then we should get our Buddha more magic stones than what she is currently hunting, said Revis. We will need more muscle to deal with him. Then I will see you in the Gnosis then, Ein said, leaving. You still have your key, right? I do. Revis then holds up an orb with a D on it. Volume 3 Quest 2 14.5 Spirit Drive. Down in the room of prayer. And that is all from my observation, Cirrus says, finishing his report. This has become far more than we realized, said Fells. Spirits, and now a second way into the dungeon. I have gotten word from Lord Hermes that you already know of the Xeno and that you have one under your care, correct? Yes, a bicorn Xeno by the name, Kalian. We have been feeding him magic stones so his strength would be around a level 5 or 6. That's good. For now keep him with you until we deal with the issues of the Xeno being hunted. He is safer on the surface. Now that's discussed. Are we going to talk about that spirit drive thing Nox was on about, said Ai. Lord Aranos has been pondering on it since he saw it happen, so, Fels said. This is new as such, my knowledge on it is nil, but based on what I and Fels saw in your words it would seem Nox, and you had become one entity when you did that. I could feel a being almost divine but very, very different, Aranos said. Then, what me and Nox did? I essentially stepped into godhood, Cirrus said. That is the more apt way of describing it. Since Nox is from the first generation, her closeness to the gods is unmatched besides her own kind. Aranos said, looking at Cirrus and Nox. Nox, how would you describe it as the one who fused with him? I would say we truly became one being. I felt closer to him than my entire time I have been with him. Our souls were so close to each other they could almost touch. Nox said with her eyes closed, remembering it. But then I could feel his body begin to burn. My existence was too much for him. That explains why I was getting bleached like burns on me and why I felt so calm. It's safe to say that doing it again is out of the question, said Cersei. Even with Cirrus's armor, the burns took far longer to heal, and it left both of us exhausted after. I agree, Nox said. Until Cirrus gets stronger, I don't want to put his life in danger. Cersei, could you also not fuse with Cirrus, said Ai. I mean, if Nox could, couldn't you do it as well? That's she looked a bit blushed. We have to wait and see. Besides, he's still recovering from it. Nervous, hey, said Nox, putting her arms around her. Don't worry. It's scary at first, but then you feel fantastic. I don't like how you said that, said Ai. For now, make a note of any changes, said Fells. This is a new phenomenon, so any information is valuable. Understood. Cirrus, AI, Nox, and Circe said. Volume 3 Quest 214.6 A Love Goddess's Friend. After returning from the dungeon, Ryuo went back to Mia's pub. I'm back, she said, entering from the back. Oh, welcome back Ryuo. Seer said. Hello Seer. Is Mama Mia angry? She said, tensing up a bit. Nope. Lunoir said Cirrus came by and gave her a lot of money. What? What do you mean gave her a ton of money? Ryuo said, a bit surprised and flustered. Well, Lunoir said it was to make up for the work she missed out. Mama Mia didn't complain. So you're off the hook. Phew, Ryuo took a breath of relief. I told him I can take care of myself, but I am thankful he helped me with this. Is that so? She said, noticing some changes with Ryuo. Did something happen in the dungeon, Ryuo? Hey? Nothing happened Seer. Really? Seer could tell. Her attention to detail was impeccable. A quick flicker of silver in her eyes and a bright smile, she pursued this a bit more. Nothing with Belle. No. He is a kind and respectable boy. Nothing with him, good. Now, what about the only other man in your life? And nothing with say. Cirrus. What are you saying, Seer? Ryuo said a bit red. And nothing happened between him and me. Ryuo, I know you are lying. Seer quickly grabbed her hands. So. Tell me. What happened? Another flicker of silver. Ryuo was getting more red. He held my hand. Seeing Ryuo like this brought up an image for Seer. Artemis. She has a similar expression as her. Phew. Do not worry Ryuo, as your friend I will make sure to help you along as best as I can. The first thing I need to do is see how to go about this. He is already taken, so I need to see if there is an angle for her to take. Isn't that wonderful, is it not? It is, but I think I'll go take a shower and head to bed, Seer. It's been a long day. She nods and walks past her. I should look into if Cirrus is interested in another wife. As her best friend, I can't leave her out in the cold. Oh. Maybe we could have a double wedding. Seer smiles ear to ear. Phew. That would be very nice. Volume 3 Quest 215 Arrangements. After eating lunch with Freya and Otter, Cirrus and AI make their way to Ganesha's home. Excuse me, but could we see Lord Ganesha or Miss Shakti? Cirrus said with a hood covering his face, along with AI. Hey? I'm sorry, but they are busy right now. I see, then could you give this to either of them? Cirrus said, handing him a letter with the Freya Familia emblem on it. The member of the Ganesha Familia eyes widen looking at the emblem. Were you sent by the Freya Familia? The member said, surprised. Yes, well, just give it to them. I'm sure they know what to do next. Cirrus and AI then take their leave. The guard quickly rushed to the meeting room where Ganesha and Shakti, along with their vice-captain, were discussing some stuff. Lord Ganesha. Captain. A letter arrived for you, he said, holding out the letter. It is from the Freya Familia. Freya. Ganesha looked at his child. What does she want? He walked over and getting the letter. He opens it and reads it. Shakti. Come with me, he said quickly rushing out the room. What's going on, she said, running after him. My dream. It's finally coming true. Ganesha shouted. What dream? 2 days later at Melon. Bam. 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 Sounds of destruction could be heard all throughout Melon. What's that sound? Said Phi. The sounds of people screaming can be heard. Everyone go and help the people. Kalian go forth, commanded Artemis. Nay, said Kalian, making his best horse impression. Quickly riding through the streets with Kalian, Artemis spots 2 Amazonas fighting with one another. As Artemis was about to fire an arrow, a couple of adventurers came. Tioni, said Tiona. The one fighting simply looked down at the one she beat down. And what was that? You protected what? You really have changed, stronger, but also weaker. You are no longer a warrior. Don't tell me you still regret killing Seldas. Artemis could see anger in the beaten Amazoness's eyes. She was going to fight back again. Enough, shouted Artemis, riding in. That is enough fighting the both of you. I do not know what caused this, but I know you two are responsible. She quickly scanned the area to find no one has gotten hurt. Like Artemis said. Said Loki, walking in. If somebody had gotten hurt, it wouldn't have been 55° F. The 2 Amazons looked at the 2 gods with sweat dripping down. Argana, that's enough. They looked up to see a young-looking goddess with hair as red as blood and a mask. Kali. Said Artemis. Oh? Do you know of me? Poseidon. Ah, him. The god who came and took some of our grandkids, hey? I was wondering where he went. Know that the place Poseidon lives is under Cirrus's protection. Tisk. Fine. Callie said displeased. Then you must be the famed Artemis I see. I am. Artemis said confidently. And mine's is Loki. Loki said, injecting herself in the conversation. And that kid you're messing with is mine, so don't forget it. I know both of you very well, your name has reached me in Telskyra and you Artemis, she looked at her with keen eyes. Word is you're no longer one of the 3 virgin goddesses of heaven anymore. She made a slight grin. Make sure your child is more behaved or else I will tell Poseidon to stop trying to forge a business deal with your country. The same goes for you as well, Loki. No trouble. Got it. She said sternly. What? But they. Loki. Artemis looked at her with eyes sharp enough to kill. You are one of Orario's strongest gods. I expect you to act like one of your statues and you as well, Callie. Both of you should be ashamed to have caused damage to this town. True, are gonna come. I don't want to get lectured anymore along with that male god. I'm a goddess. A mighty fine and pretty goddess. Goodbye Tiona, Callie said, ignoring Loki. It was nice to see my daughter's face again. Callie, shouted Tiona. Callie, what are you doing here, said Tiona. What? I'm just sightseeing. But worry not, we'll be staying here for the time being, so goodbye for now, my lovely daughters of mine. Callie left with Argana in tow. So what brings you here, Artemis? Loki asked. And where did you get that horse? It's so big and muscular. I came to meet up with someone in Orario. This is merely a pit stop. She said, getting off of Kalian. And you? Did you sneak out of Orario? No. We're simply visiting Melon for a little vacation is all. Besides, Orario still has Finn and the others. Artemis looks at her children and then back at her. You mean only the males? I only see your daughters. Sharp as always, say. Her eyes begin to sharpen. Can you help us out with? Get on with it Loki, your words are the same as Hermes, always dancing around the subject till you have an angle, so out with it, why are you here? Sharp and impatience are what they thought, she undoubtedly has been around people like Loki trying to get something. Her gaze was as wide and sharp as a hawk. Fine. Are you with your familia? Why wouldn't I be? I thought something attacked the town, so I sent my children to help the people, but now that's settled. Artemis rummaged through her bag and took out an orange gun and pointed it at the sky. She fired it, sending up a blue flare. Almost immediately, all of her children rushed to her. Lady Artemis, is everything settled? Said Rethusa. Yes, it was just some Amazonas fighting. Now, what was it that you wanted to ask? Loki had noticed her familia had grown significantly. It was more of a war party than anything. She could see each one was a huntress with light armor, bows and quivers, along with a short sword, and each one had a beauty to them. Ahem. Could we talk a bit in private? A bit later at dinner. I see, said Artemis. So new monsters have appeared and evil us, what luck this all happened. So, will you help us? Hold on a second. She got up and left for a second. Loki could see her moving her hand to her ear and talking for a bit before returning. So, everything is good. Yes, I shall help you till this investigation is over. Thank you, Artemis. We could use a goddess with your attention to detail. No use in flattery Loki, honestly I was hoping to get back soon but, we'll resume tomorrow. She said, getting up. As she left, Loki noticed a green and white clam earring on her left ear. Soon enough, Riveria came and sat. So, did Lady Artemis agree to help? Yeah, did you find out any rumors about her? What Callie said piqued my interest. Nope, this town knows nothing. In fact, it's really off how tight-lipped they are about her. I see, well, on to other business, Artemis is not our target. Volume 3 Quest 216 Melon Investigation. The next day in Melon. The Artemis Familia is helping the Loki Familia in their investigation. Alright, so with the help of the Artemis Familia we will be looking into the Njord Familia along with the Guild and Murdoch Estate, starting today. Loki said speaking to the Familias. Njord will know something, so Artemis and I will look into him. So the rest of you will look into the Guild and Governor. Ignore the Callie Familia for now. There's a chance they might try to pick a fight, so make sure you all stick together. My Familia will provide you with eyes on the people and building in question. Artemis said with a commanding tone. Delta and Sigma will be the formations understood. Her Familia nodded in agreement. And for my girls, Tiona and Tioni, I'll be splitting you two up. Tiona with Ace and Tioni'll stick with Riveria. You'll be fine in pairs even if they do try to start something and I'm vetoing any objections. Loki and Artemis could see the anger on Diony's face. Alright then. Dismissed. They all left, leaving Artemis with Loki. That child is really like a bottle of anger. I could see the cracks forming already, said Artemis. These are her former familia members and I'm sure you know the culture of Telskyra. We should have one of our children keep an eye on her. I can see she will do something. Lant makes sure you only observe and nothing more. Coming down from the rafters, Lant appeared kneeling before her goddess. Yes, Lady Artemis. She then quickly disappeared. Ooh. I didn't know one of your children was that skilled. They learned a lot over the years. Well, let's get going. Walking to the area of the Murdoch estate. Hurry up Leffy Ya. Coming. Leffy Ya quickly tried to catch up when. Excuse me, miss. She turned to see a small child with long black hair and red eyes. Tan skin. An Amazon or. She looked at her closely to find she didn't have the aura of one with a fauna or the divinity of a god. Are you an adventurer from Orario? She asked. Why yes I am. Is something wrong? You see, I keep hearing these scary screams at my favorite place to play and I think it's the same cry as the long monster that showed up in the lake. The grown UPS told me not to tell anyone, but I'm scared. She moved her hands as though trembling with tears welling up. Which way? Leffy Ya asked with a determined face. At the end of this road. Leffy Ya looked at it, and that determined expression turned into suspicion. Hold on a second. She went and discussed it with her fellow familia members. Do you really think she heard a monster? It doesn't seem to me like she's lying. We don't have any leads, so let's look into. Oi! What's taking so damn long, said Phi as the rest of her group comes with her. Oh, are you with Lady Artemis's familia? Sorry we were discussing whether or not to follow this girl's advice, said Elfie, a human girl with a small ponytail to the side. Phi looks at her and at the others. Oi girl, what did you tell them? The cry of that long monster. I heard it down this road. She said, pointing at it. What's your name? Shandy. And your parents' name? John and Mary. John and Mary, and your name is Shandy. Phi could see the drop of sweat come down her face. Thank you for the tip, but we need to get going. But we don't have any leads, said Leffy Ya. And that doesn't mean we should take the first one that falls so conveniently on our plates. They all quickly look at Shandy as she made a smile. Artemis has trained you well. Back. Jumping down, Back landed along with several others of the familia. Group up, shouted Phi. They all quickly huddled together. That's Back a level 6, said Rakta, a Hume bunny. Level 6, fuck. I'm a very impressed child, but you should have let them walk down the road. She removed her hair, and her divinity began to come out a blood red. Why you can hide your divinity, shouted Leffy Ya. Of course I can. There are many amongst the gods who can surpass their divinity, like Zeus or Odin. Even Artemis can, so why couldn't I? Back, take the elf and leave the rest. Yes, Lady Kelly. Get ready, shouted Phi. A while later. Hey, said Loki. Phi. Seekers. Everyone. Artemis quickly went to them. Sorry Lady Artemis, we fought, as best we can, but, we weren't a match. For a level 6. They even took. Leffy Ya. Said Rakta. Artemis quickly turned to Loki. Quickly. Get those Amazon sisters here right now. They quickly went to look for them, but they were gone. A bit more later. Lady Artemis I have returned. Said Lant. Did you keep eyes on Dione? She asked. Currently they are asleep in an abandoned home. They plan on confronting the Kali familia. Then we need to. No, Artemis interrupted Loki. We lost track of the Kali familia's location, so the sister will have to lead us. Aki, Alicia, you said they left their inn, and their ship is gone, correct? Yes. That's correct. Then they must have moved it either up or down the coastline. Check to see if they did, and if so, return back when you have confirmation. Loki, Lady Artemis, we found this in the Murdoch estate. Said Ace. This is. Artemis opened the bag, and a powerful, nasty scent filled the room. I see monster repellent, it's. Loki, do you see what I see? She hands the bag to Loki, and she nods her head. Yeah. Aki, I need you to do me a little errand. Rithusa, go with her and use Kalian to get there faster. Got it. Aki left with Rithusa. Now, while our children get confirmation, we will move accordingly. Why you a lot better at strategy than I thought, Artemis, said Loki. I had practice. Looking at the map, Artemis remembers the war plans she made during her time in Yamato and how fun it was to, in Sirius's own words, play the most dangerous game. In hunting another person. She remembered how much fun she had in it. Hunting animals was simple and calming for her. She had done it so much that it was second nature to hunt, track, kill, and skin an animal in an hour, but people? Especially skilled ones were far more fun to hunt. Kali, the goddess of destruction and time, it's obvious from what I was told that you would pit the pair of Amazonas sisters against one another for your amusement, ha. I kind of wanna hunt Cirrus again, that was pretty fun. Volume 3 Quest 217 A night full of events. When night came, their plan began. Lady Artemis. Tione has gone on a boat offshore while Tiona went to the coastline. There are also several of Amazonas hiding. Lance said. Loki, go and deal with the person responsible. Everyone else here will make their way to Tione and Tiona, now go. Yes, they said, even Loki's familia. As they all go out, Artemis steps up to the rooftop and watches the city from above. Why do I feel like there is a predator nearby? The familia quickly moved through the city streets to port and the coastline when... Boom! Several plant monsters appeared. Kale. Get everyone to deal with those monsters first. Let the Sword Princess and Nine Hell get their familia members. Yes. Artemis began to fire off precise arrow after arrow at the monsters, with Kale by her side. They moved from rooftop to rooftop, firing their arrows until one of the plant monsters got near them. Lady Artemis. Kale got in front of her and drew her blade when... Sweesh! The monster's head was sliced and a white-haired maiden lands in front of them. Sorry I'm late, Art, said AI. My sword was getting a maintenance check, plus I was carrying someone with me. AI, said Kale, taking a breath of air. Thank goodness you arrived. We can save that for later. AI, can you get rid of these plant monsters that are attacking the people? Artemis said. Sure. Oh, and I have a good surprise for you back at home. Now, if you excuse me. AI turned to the monsters and kicked off. She quickly ran towards the clothes villas and cut them down. Boy, there sure are a lot of Amazonas here. I wonder if Back is here. Back in Orario. So Cirrus, where did AI go to so quickly? Asked Shakti. Melon seems some trouble occurred there, and since she wasn't really doing anything she went in my stead, that and the trouble was Amazonas from Telskyra and, well, I'm sure you know how Amazonas are. Ah, well, I shall let you resume your work in reinforcing the Colosseum. Worry not. I brought some smiths from the Goibnio familia to help with the construction. Ganesha said. Wait, is that the uncrowned? Said one of them. The bastard loved by the forging gods, said another. I thought he left. Was he in hiding? All right, that's enough. Shakti said. We hired you, craftsman, to help in reinforcing the Colosseum for a special event. What event? Lord Ganesha said nothing of the matter. Well, my jealous smiths, Cirrus said, walking next to Shakti. The event will be a sort of fight like when I fought against Otter on the 18th floor. Their eyes widened brightly. Are you going to fight Otter? One of them shouted. Well, not exactly, but I assure you I will step into the ring. So in exchange for keeping my presence in the city quiet, you lot get to come in for free, friends and family too. What do you think? Sure thing. Anything to see that special again. Yeah. I wanna see you get smacked around. Gahahaha. I can't wait. Alright, boys. Let's get to work. Hoo-hoo. They all shouted full of energy and began work, even at night. Shakti whispered over. They really don't like you. Yeah, they're still jealous. I impressed their god and I'm not even a master smith, plus I'm better at smithing than them. Back in Melon. Is that? AI spots a familiar looking person. While slicing down plant monsters, the Loki familia had arrived and started to handle the situation. Ah, good, they're finally here. AI lands in front of a couple of Amazonas running away. Aisha, is that you? AI, Aisha said, surprised. What are you doing? Are you part of this? I'm sorry, but I can't give you an answer. Aisha. AI looks at her with sharp eyes. As friends, you can tell me. Meet me where we used to hang out. Fine, now go, before anyone else sees you. She said it begrudgingly. Thank you. As she and her Amazonas friends leave, AI turns to see a Renard on her shoulders in white attire. Her eyes were as green as Cirrus, but with golden hair. A kind heart, as always. AI returned to Artemis back, following her distinct scent. Yo. AI, you're back. She said. Yup. How are the rest of the familia? Good, with Loki's familia coming in, it helped a lot. And it seems, AI looks out to the port to see the ship docking. Everything is settled for today. Then let us go back to our inn. AI, I think there is a room left if you... Sorry, but I think I'll stay in here as old home. She gave it to us. That place. I would have stayed there, but there wasn't enough room for everyone. Do you want to stay the night? It has been a while since we were together. Artemis could see her tail begin to wag a bit. Volume 3 Quest 218 Conversion to the Moon Goddess. After sleeping in the house, Hera left to them, Ai and the Artemis familia returned to Orario. Since they couldn't stay with Astria, Cirrus had bought an empty home inconspicuously with cash near where he lives, but it hasn't been refurbished or renovated as of now. Yeah, sorry. We didn't have enough time to furnish the place, said Ai. It's fine, everyone. Let's clean this place up, and then from there we will plan what we are going to do next, said Artemis. Knock. Knock. Excuse me, said an elf in a black uniform and red cloak covering the bottom half of his face. You are Lady Artemis, correct? I am, and who are you, child, to enter my familia's home? My name is Lissos, a commander of the Apollo familia. I apologize. I have come to give you an invitation to Lord Apollo's banquet. He hands out a letter with Apollo's emblem. Lord Apollo said to walk in and give it to you, my lady. He said, bowing his head. I see. I will consider it. Now go and tell Apollo if he does this again, I'll shoot an arrow into his face. My apologizes, Lady Artemis. Lissos quickly takes his leave. A banquet, hey, said Artemis. Ai, you're fine if I take Cirrus, right? Of course. But I won't give you the surprise. I'll take the banquet. I always wanted to. Wait, didn't he say he wanted to be inconspicuous for a bit? Well, I'm sure he wouldn't mind going to some banquet. Besides, there is only one person he liked to avoid. Ah, you told me before last night a boy named Belcranal who's Hestia's child. Yup. So I'll go get him over so the conversion can be done and over with. That's right, you are now my child, it's a bit odd now. Any odder than the goddess of chastity getting married, said Rethusa. Yeah, that sounds pretty weird, said Kale. Yup, especially when you already had your honeymoon, said Phi. I'll let this slide. I expect this house to be shiny and clean with furniture when I come back. Yes, ma'am. Leaving home, Ai took Artemis to the Colosseum. When they arrived, she could see Cirrus collaborating with the other smiths on improving the Colosseum. Oi! Cirrus! Art is here! Ai shouted. He turned to see them. Ai was waving enthusiastically while Artemis waved normally. Sorry, I'll be back. Coming down, Cirrus greets his two wives. Sorry, I'm so sweaty. I've been working for a while now. It's fine, Artemis said, fixing him up a bit. But, could you come with me to a banquet? A banquet? Whose? Apollo's. Ah. Apollo, her brother in Greek myth, a rather passionate god, if I remember correctly. So many lovers yet no one returned that love back, except one person who was then slain. Wait, didn't Apollo also kill Orion in some myths trying to protect Artemis's chastity? You know I don't want the city to know I'm here, Art. I know, but can you do it for me? It will be the only time I ask you for something. If not, well, I had to exert my will as your goddess and wife to make you come with me. Fuck. Fine then. Alright, but I will want something in return. That's fine. So long as I can shove you in Apollo's smug, pretentious face. He never saw Artemis make a face like that before. Alright, so when's the banquet, he said with a smile. Tomorrow. Hey. I'll be taking today and tomorrow off. My goddess asked me to do something. Cirrus yelled at the smiths. Got it. Now, do you want to use the clothes from? Of course. You still have it in your shadow, correct? Yeah, never took it out. And mine, Cirrus. Still in there, Ai. Oh, before we go, Cirrus, Artemis said in a calm and firm voice. Are you still up to be converted? I am, I have discussed it with Astria, and, she is fine with it. Then shall we do it somewhere private? Oh, we can go back home. Ai said. Nox is currently out eating at her favorite cake shop. A chill ran down Cirrus's back. Is that so? Tell me, Ai, how long have you and Cirrus been together since I left? I would say over 77. Oh. Ai realized what she had asked. Well, I'll be sure to have my fill tonight, Cirrus. Ai, you can join us after I had my missed time with him. Sorry, Cirrus, Ai said dejectedly. Let's go, Cirrus. Daylight is burning. Guess I'll ask that favor. I'm sure it'll help me last 77 rounds, hopefully. Back at home a while later at night. Honestly, to think you have these tastes, Artemis said, wearing a bunny girl outfit, leggings and all, with the cherry on top being the red lipstick. You should ask that to Ai as well. Her tastes certainly changed over the years. And you not have any right to critique my tastes when we have similar tastes. Let's not forget boar play. Ahem. Artemis cleared her throat. You are right, let's just move along shall we? Fine by me. So tell me, did you enjoy each other in Melon? A little, now are you ready? I am. She pricks her finger and drops her blood onto Sirius's back. He could feel a warm sensation on his back, and just as quickly as he felt it, it was already gone and done. There. Now to update your status, and Artemis begins to update his status. As she started to read it, her eyes began to widen more and more. You're seeing my skills, aren't you? Sorry. I just didn't think you will have this amount of an overwhelming advantage over other adventures. If this were to get out, every god would really do whatever it takes to have you. Then it is a good thing it is my lovely wife who knows it, and also Astria and Auranos, and Fels. I'll be sure to keep it a secret. Oh, paper. Sirius takes out a sheet of paper from his shadow and hands it to her. In here. All finished. She hands him his new status. Sirius Zephyr. LV8. Strength, G204. 222 Endurance, D533. 556. Dexterity, G289. F309 Agility, E474. D500. Magic, E435. 450 Mage, A. Immunity, B. Martial Arts, E. Crush, E. Blacksmith, F. Chain Attack, H. Luck, G. Diacrisomelos, X of _Genis Minos. Super Short Chant. Enchant Type. Kalos Perdita, Sin of Sano. No Chant. Summoning Magic. Transformation Magic. Diadicasti _S, Logia. Short Chant. Enchant Type. Amaryllis Leo Antheanemeias, Pride. Increase speed of growth. Recovers the user's stamina drastically. Passive. Pain tolerance is increased. Strength of effect is dependent on the user's endurance stat. Grants the user the development abilities Strong Body, Strong Defense. Strength of effect is proportional to the user's level. Only activated when using Diacrisomelos, Veltio _. When on the border of life and death, user's basic parameters are multiplied by the user's level. When in nature, all skills and magics are increased. Lefki Nictarini Magisa Simvasi _, Logia. A pact forged with the spirit of the White Knight and spirit of witchcraft. The spirits and user have been bounded through mind, body, blood, and soul. They can now truly share one being. Grants shadow storage. Grants new creations. Grants user development ability Spirit Healing and Magic Resistance. Strength of effect is proportional to the user's level. Orgizamenos Anemos Samael. When in the sand, wind, poison, cursed, all physical stats are increased. Effect stackable. Increased resistance to heat, strong winds, poisons, and curses. Effect strengths depend on endurance stat. Orpheus Megaliologia Psyche _. When playing or singing, all will feel your soul. Skies Rin Yago Korovoy _ Thia. Able to summon the versatility of the Hecatonkires. When engaged in battle, user thoughts will be accelerated. Grants user development ability Metalworking, Mixing, and Mystery. Strength is proportional to the user's level. Its essence empowers you. My first skill, it's gotten more. Unbelievable. That skill alone warrants you to be highly coveted. Phew. I can see why Astria and Auranos placed so much faith in you all those years ago. Now can we get back to our time lost, she said, sitting on the bed with a smile. Finding and explain to Chang'e took far longer than what I would have liked. So now I like to be spoiled a bit. 77, just 77. It's just a number, a mindset. Come on. She said affectionately as she gave him a kiss on the neck. I want to use up the red lipstick on my lips for the blue, then the green, and the rest of the rainbow. She kept kissing more of his body while taking his clothes. Oh Lord have mercy. He was a weak man towards his wives, they know how to break him. I would find her husband littered with smears of lipstick kisses of a variety of color, with the bed also stained from the sweat and other bodily fluids. Volume 3 Quest 218.5 Life under Ishtar. Pleasure District, late at night. Whoosh. Whoosh. The air blows through the pleasure district and into Aisha's hair as she watches the nightlife of the district up on the top of a building. Aisha. Her voice was the same, no, she was more mature and refined since the last she saw her. Aisha got up and turned to see Ai. It's good to see you again. It's nice to see you too. There is an awkward silence between the two. Alright, look. Aisha sat back down. You know, that my goddess was sent to heaven long ago and Lady Ishtar took me in, right? I remember. It was when she finally claimed this district as her own. Yes, back then I was still more strong-willed and happy, not to say I'm unhappy now, but now I don't have the freedom to do what I really want. Have you ever been charmed by a love goddess? Once, but she was far kinder than Ishtar. Don't tell me you're That's how she broke me, a feeling of intoxicating euphoria that was mind-melting. Had she been a little bit more aggressive, I'm sure I would be licking the very ground she walks on. A painful expression grows on Ai's face. Aisha. I can't disobey, both can't and won't. The girls here rely on me and I'm more than willing to take the hit for them, than for them to not be broken, like Haruheim. That Renard you carried with you. Yes, she came from your homeland, apparently disowned by her father, and she eventually found herself sold to Ishtar. That's horrible. What's worse is that she is not suitable for this job. She has been here for 5 years, and she is still a virgin. Can you believe that? The moment she even sees the collarbone of a man, she turns bright red and passes out. Ha ha ha. So many customers couldn't find it in them to take advantage of such an innocent girl. I feel conflicted about how to feel about that. Sad she works in a brothel and impressed the customers, she got to have the common decency to not, take advantage of her in that state. That seems about right. Whoosh. Whoosh. Another heavily scented wind blows past them. Aisha, do you? No. I'm asking you as a friend, please let this matter go for now. I will be all right. Fine. Ai turns around. But you can always come to me for help, right? I know. Goodbye. Ai took her to leave, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Fuck. Aisha walks back through the door of the rooftop and goes back to work under the warm and soft lights of the scented streets, where only the ones allowed to leave are those who don't know the life under these sadistic colored lights. Volume 3 Quest 218.6 Fake Dreams. Apollo Familia Home. Lord Apollo, shouted Cassandra, a level 2 with long, dark hair and light-colored eyes. Please do not start a war games with the Hestia Familia. She was on her hands and knees, begging him. Cassandra, how many times must you intervene? Is this about your lucid dreams? Apollo said, dismissing her attempts. The only thing good from it is the nice poems. So what is it this time, he said, swirling a glass of white wine. The white rabbit shall jump and devour the sun's flower. A wind from the east shall lift it up. The sun shall leave the sky and the moon will take its place. It could be better. Daphne. Creak. The door opened and walking was Daphne, a level 3 with medium-length dark hair. I am sorry, Lord Apollo. Cassandra, how many times do I have to tell you those dreams aren't real? But. Let's go, Cassandra. We still have to give Belle Cranel the invitation. No, she said, being dragged away. Humph. Such a talented child. If only that useless skill could be read. Apollo said, taking out Belle's level-up announcement. Soon. You will be mine. My little rabbit. Creak. Apollo turned to see Lissos. Lord Apollo, I delivered the invitation to Lady Artemis. How wonderful. And from the look in your eyes, she scared you a bit, didn't she? She said she would shoot you in your face if another one of our familia walks into her home. Phew. How very her. Is she coming? She said she is considering it. Excellent. This is turning out to be a very fun party. Volume 3 Quest 219 A Sun God's Banquet. Day of the banquet. Riding in a carriage, it stops in front of a mansion. There is only a guard at the gate. The guard waits in bated breath as just a while ago Freya had walked in. First to come out was a man, his hair was combed to the side, his eyes like polished emeralds, and his clothing was a fine tailor-made suit and tie, paired with a golden watch and 2 rings on both of his ring fingers. With his handsome looks, he could have easily passed for a high-class noble or even a god, but his aura was like that of otter, yet more relaxed. As he gets out, he extends his arm in smooth, long white gloves with the ring finger exposed. On it was an emerald and light blue ring on the finger to match the man. She slowly got out with a white and blue dress with a crisscrossed styled dress, her long blue hair flowed like water that framed her brilliant emerald eyes to rival the man who holds her hand. Yet despite her appearance the eyes are drawn in on her lips, nice and plump lips dyed in a lovely shade of pink. Her beauty wasn't on the levels of Freya, but it certainly was enough to mistaken her for a goddess of beauty. The goddess wrapped her hand around the man, and they walked up to the guard. Ahem. Invitation, sir? Madam. The man reaches into his jacket and pulls out the invitation. Right this way, sir. As soon as both of their feet entered the building, many were drawn to them. They slowly walk up the stairs and enter the banquet room. So many gods, Phew, but none as handsome as you, Cirrus. And none as charming as you, Art. I love what you did with your hair. Phew. Thank you. Maybe I should keep it this way. But then I'll miss your cute blunt bangs, besides I don't want others to stare at my wife. And why is that? She said in a cheeky manner. I get jealous, and then slightly angry. The married couple put on their finest clothing for this night. As they walked into the building, they went to the main hall where they were quickly spotted Freya and Otter talking with. Shit! He spotted Belle and Ace, and their eyes meet. He could see the light in their eyes brighten. Artemis, said a petite yet well-endowed goddess with black hair and the kindest blue eyes Cirrus had ever seen. Oh, Hestia. Artemis walked over to her. Fuck Hestia. Cirrus' mind raced on what this goddess would do or react. She is Hestia, goddess of the hearth. The other famed virgin goddess. Wait, I should be fine no? I mean, if all of Olympus would go to war with each other than Hestia, who would be the last left standing not for power or the like she's just so well loved, they would rather kill themselves than to even hurt her. But Belle, does he still remember? Fuck. As Cirrus walked over with Artemis walking a bit ahead of him, he could see Hermes smiling. Lanky-ass motherfucker, if he set this up, I'm going to wring his fucking head. He was in a bad mood, but with one quick look at his wife's happy face from meeting an old friend it lightened his heart. God, my wife is so beautiful and cute. He thought to himself, happy to be by her side. Artemis. Hestia beamed with a smile like the sun. It is you. I heard from Hephaestus that you were outside of Orario. She came up to her old friend. When did you get back? Oh, just a few days ago, I have been taking care of some business. She nods. Oh, this is my child. She turned and gestures to her husband and first love. Cirrus. He could feel Freya, Hephaestus, and Hermes' gaze on him, as well as their children's. They were intense as if they seek to find something to securitize him for. What? Hestia said, surprised. What do you mean? The pieces in her mind weren't clicking. I thought you only had females as your children. He's a bit special. She said slightly, putting her right hand to her heart and showing off the ring. Very special in a way no other could match. All the gods and their children quickly picked up on it. The male gods felt envy and brotherly respect for this human who had conquered what many gods couldn't. Had they been with their male peers they would have given Cirrus high praises, drinks, high fives, everything to praise and congratulate him. For the women, they felt a bit envious and pissed that a virgin goddess got hitched before them. They wished to ask, to request, to demand how, the Artemis, goddess of the hunt, the wilderness, virginity. So many questions that a day would not be enough to satisfy their curiosity. It's been a long time, Cirrus, Freya said, walking up to him. You look handsome and polished. It has been a while, Lady Freya, and to you as well, Otter. Cirrus extends his hand, and Otter shakes it. Thank you for the kind words, Lady Freya. Otter, you look as good as ever, that suit really fits your trained body. He gives a grunt. You look healthy and strong. You have lost her face with age. The two let go of one another's hands. I bet that makes you slightly happy to no longer have nightmares, hey? He rose an eyebrow. Had. He gave a light chuckle. Many people were surprised by the lack of tension between the two. And how could I forget? Cirrus took Freya's hand and kissed it. I should show respect to a goddess who gave financial support to the orphanage Astrea took care of. He let go of her hand and stood straight up. Truly, thank you. Phew, a slight smile appeared. It's no problem at all, she waved it off. For what her familia did and what happened, it was the least I can do. Many were shocked Cirrus could have a conversation with Freya with such ease. Most would easily just cater to her. It could also be because of Artemis herself next to him. I'm sorry, but I'll take my leave. She turned her body. Until next time, I'll be sure to wear the gift you gave me. And the sword you gifted me, said Otter. The two left as Freya gently waved goodbye. So you're the one who snagged yourself a virgin goddess, hey, said Loki with a mischievous smile. Almost immediately, the gods smiled as they see Hestia start to process this information. What? She shouted. Aw fuck me, I think I will crush the Loki familia after this banquet. As Hestia was processing it, Loki was prodding her. Cirrus took a few steps back. You Cirrus turns to see Belle trying to speak. Do you remember me? Of course I do. How can I forget the boy I met while on my travels? How is your grandfather? He made a happy expression but slowly turned sad. I know Zeus faked his death, but I have to fake it for now. He, passed away. It was a monster attack. Ah. I see, well, at least he raised a fine young man. Cirrus said, patting his shoulders. Say, have you met with Orario's sword princess? Yet. Instantly, Loki and Hestia stared at Cirrus. First you stole Artemis's chastity, now you want to get Belle to humph. I won't let you humph. Artemis quickly grabbed their mouths. Now, it's no use in struggling. After all, I use a 40-pound bow, so if I want. She tightened her grip. I can easily zip you two up. Gaia, said Loki and Hestia. As I was saying, have you two met? If not, this is the perfect place to get to know one another. Cirrus said with a smile. He could see the two blushing. Say Cirrus, would you mind telling us how you managed to get Ga? Cirrus grabbed his jaw. Hermes, we have been over this, and I told you it's this habit of yours that you keep getting punished for. Sao why? Sao why? Cirrus removed his hand. I'm sorry for Lord Hermes, Cirrus. Said Asfi. It's fine. If he didn't do or say something sketchy, I would have assumed he was a fake, or at the very least, you managed to break him in. Why you would give me too much credit? She said, blushing. That attire are you from Yamato? Cirrus said, looking at Takemi Kazuchi. I am. My name is Takemi Kazuchi, and this is my child Mikoto, he said proudly. Takemi Kazuchi, the god who lives with Tsukuyomi up in the mountains, I heard of you from Lord Susanoo. It was a shame you didn't come to my providence. Why your providence? Mikoto said. Yes, the one I made in Yamato, you know Fuyakuza? It's run by my family, or well, technically right now Susanoo runs it. So you are, said Mikoto, scared. I am. Say Cirrus, can we find Apollo? I really want to see his condescending face turn sour when I show you off, said Artemis. Fine, let's go. It was nice to talk to you all. Cirrus gave a bow. Artemis let go of Hestia and Loki as she went with Cirrus's locking arms. You Ace, do you know who he is? Belle. I thought you knew him. I just knew his name. Where I'm from we don't get many visitors, so information takes a while to reach it. How important is he? Important is an understatement, Belle. Said Hermes, leaning on his shoulder. You see, he is Orario's strongest adventurer, the level 8 adventure Cirrus Zephyr, the uncrowned emperor. Beloved by many and hated by many as well, more particularly from a certain desert country. The smiths of the city also hold him a high and low regard as his works outshine their own several folds, and he isn't a blacksmith primarily. Said Hephaestus. It's a shame Welf didn't stick around. I'm sure he would have been ecstatic to have met him. Hephaestus, did you know he took Artemis? Shouted Hestia. Maybe, but that was her and his businesses. What a lucky man. Every god in Olympus would kill to have even a peek on her divine body. Said Hermes. And many a god were shot down by her. Said Hestia. Even Zeus didn't dare to take a peek at her. Which makes him even more impressive. Walking around, they finally found Apollo. Artemis. I heard you arrived in Orario, so I sent an invitation. Apollo said with a generous smile. And it's a pleasure to meet you, Cirrus. He said with a glare that sent shivers down his back. Yes, it's nice to meet you as well, Lord Apollo. I am Lady Artemis's. He is mine Apollo, so I like it if you stop with the creepy eyes. Is that so? He looked at Cirrus up and down. Well, it's a shame I couldn't get my hands on this beautiful child of yours, or should I say husband now, ha 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 ha. Truly you are like a gift that keeps on giving. I concede this show and tell Artemis. Thank you very much. Cirrus, now that's done. Let's get. Hold on a moment Artemis. What is it? I was hoping for you to stay a while till the end. It isn't always one would see you, the famed Artemis, at a social event like this. Fine Cirrus, let's go and find a place to rest. These shoes are so brutal on the feet. All right. It was nice to meet you Lord Apollo. Cirrus said quickly looking away from the sun god. Bye-bye. Enjoy the banquet. He said waving them off. As the two went to the side of the room out on the balconies and Artemis sat on a stone bench. Why are heels so damn painful to wear? You are not used to them yet, but I doubt you would want to come to another one of these banquets, right? Of course, I only wanted to show you off. And the faces they made were a new experience. But I rather much prefer the faces of my loved ones in the wilderness. I would assume so, but there are quests outside the city so you can still enjoy the wilderness. True. Can you heal my feet? They're really aching. I think I spoil you too much. When we first met, you would have walked it off. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be spoiled by the ones you love. Besides, you spoil AI far more. I'm pretty sure I spoiled you more than her last night. But I love you so much. She said, gently caressing his cheeks. Can you spoil me a bit more? Sure. If you spoil me. Phew. Of course. She went in and kissed him. I love you, Zep Zep. I thought we talked about that pet name, Art. It's a very cute name. Volume 3 Quest 220A War Games Proclamation. The music began to play after Cirrus had healed her foot with his armor and flirted with her. Seeing so many people starting to dance, Cirrus wanted to make this night a little more special. Oh, they're dancing, said Artemis. Do you wish to dance? I don't know how. Have we never danced together? I'm sure we had. The closest we had was when we hunted together. Ah, well, shall we make another memory, then? Cirrus said, bowing elegantly with his arm out. Yes. I would very much like that. Artemis grabs his hand, helps her from her seat, and walks hand in hand to the dance floor. Now just follow my lead, all right? Cirrus places his right arm on her left hip. Artemis placed her hand on his shoulder. He took her left hand and led the way. They looked into each other's eyes, and to Artemis, it really was as simple as following his lead. They moved while gazing into one another's eyes. They avoided colliding into anyone from their sharpened instincts. That was rather fun, Cirrus. Artemis said with a smile. Oh? How does it compare to hunting? I still say hunting is fun because of the challenge, but this is simply fun, as I can spend time with you. Her smile was infectious. It was as bright as AI's. Then maybe we should dance more often, but AI would also want in. That's fine. I'm sure we can dance together. It'll. A pair of screaming filled the banquet. Ah! My sweet ace! Screamed Loki. Way-ay-ay-ay-ot! My precious Belle! Screamed Hestia. Hold them back! Asphi! Shouted Hermes. I will not take any responsibility for the consequences. She said as she grabbed Loki and Hestia. Cirrus and Artemis looked to see if Belle and Ace were ready to dance, and after a bit, they took their first steps and danced along with everyone else. To Cirrus, it was a sweet sight, as did Artemis. Seeing such young love bloom warmed his heart. Of course when mortals are having fun a god always has to come and inject trouble. Walking down the stairs, Apollo holds out his hands. Are you all enjoying the party? Everyone remained silent and still. He walked down the stairs, as people murmured. The lights darkened, and only the spotlight was on Belle and Ace. Apollo then stood in front of him and made a disgusting face. That face. Apollo, was this what you wanted? Artemis said with a stern and angry face. I hope that face isn't for either of them. No, it's for Belle. He's going to do something to get him. I've seen that face plenty of times before. Quickly, Hestia jumped in front of Belle. Belle. Hello, Hestia. I'm told by my children that they had some trouble with your familia the other day. Oh, sorry about that. She said as earnestly as she could. My children were badly hurt by yours, I want sufficient compensation. His face switched between normal and creepy. What do you mean? Belle also got hurt when he came home as well. It wasn't just our fault. Can you really say that after this? He extends his hand and palm is wrapped up in bandages and casks. It was practically a parody of someone getting seriously hurt. It hurts. It hurts so much. What fucking ham acting? Is he really using this to get some fucking compensation? Cirrus said looking at this stupidity. He plans this, and Hestia is going to eat it up, Artemis said as her fists curled up. Belle, did you really? I did not. I did not. Lady Hestia, you know me better than this. I'm told you threw the first punch. I have witnesses. You won't be able to talk your way out of this. Behind the palm, more of his children appeared. This is ridiculous. Hestia shouted. I don't have the time or money for this damn farce. Belle, we are leaving. So you refuse to admit your guilt, Hestia? Hestia glared at him, but his expression simply grew even more creepy. You damn dash. Fine, then. He shouted out loud. The Apollo Familia challenges you to a war game. This was it, this was what he wanted. Cirrus could see the anger in Artemis's eyes. Apollo, you dirty little foo. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The people in the room cheered in glee. Another war game was upon them. Yet. A war game. Apollo is brutal. Let's go. I want to see this. Now. Now. The crowd simmered down at Apollo's words. If we win. He raises his finger and points at Belle. I'm taking your child, Belle Cranel. What? Apollo. You dirty little fucking red-haired pervert. Artemis shouted out, overpowering the room as she stomped forward. Artemis. Said Hestia, surprised by her language. Many of the gods felt a shiver run down their back seeing such an expression on her face. Ah. Bad memories are coming back. Hermes said as he is touching his ribs. Even old wounds are aching. Seeing such an expression, Apollo did not show signs of fear like the other gods. What? It's perfectly reasonable. He said with a creepy and snarky expression, and my, what foul language. He then glanced at Cirrus. Reasonable. She said, standing in front of him. Hestia, how many children do you have? Just Belle. She said sheepishly. One. Just one. How is that perfectly reasonable? You outnumber her several times over. Then maybe her child shouldn't have started a fight they couldn't possibly win. And I'm adding in the clause that her friends can't help either, so you or your handsome dear over there can't help. His gaze disgusts Cirrus almost as much as the knuckle-lavi. How the fuck can anyone love a guy who makes a face like that? His musical and poetic abilities must be absurdly highly to be as well sought after in myth. Cirrus thought while keeping a poker face. Lady Hestia, you do not need to agree to this, Cirrus said. The war games can only happen if both parties accept and come to terms. If both sides have not agreed, then the war games cannot move forward. She nodded. Then we are leaving. Belle, let's go before he starts more trouble. You'll regret it. Hestia. Apollo said, glaring at the two, but more particularly Belle. No, we won't. Belle, come. Why yes. Hestia and Belle leave as quickly as they can. TCH. We're leaving as well. I don't want to keep looking at this perverted god. As they are walking away, Artemis pulls him in and whispers into his ear. Can you do that? I am happy to do that. Cirrus said, smiling. As they are about to leave the ballroom, they stop by the entrance. Oh, Apollo, by the way. Artemis shouted. What is it, you tomboy goddess? Apollo shouted back. Next time you shouldn't have rented such a cheap and old building. Cirrus placed his hand on the door frame and with a single thrust of force. Thrust. Crack. From the door frame and striking across the large wall, several cracks spread across the wall like lightning in a storm. They spread so far as to even crack the flooring. Everyone gulped, seeing it as it spread out. Goodbye, you pretentious poet. Why you? Artemis. Apollo shouted. Fuck off. Artemis shouted back, giving him the finger. Now let's go, Cirrus. Artemis then leaves, linking her arm with Cirrus, and they both leave the event. Do you want me to make you your favorite food? If you will. I was having a nice time and it all just went up into flames. I know my drop of honey. I'll be sure to make extra. Ah. Thank you, Zep Zep. Now it's back to a normal serving. Come on, it's a cute pet name. Volume 3, Quest 221, The War Games Acceptance. After arriving back at Cirrus's and AI's place, Cirrus and AI made her favorite dish, which was venison with honey drizzled on it with river water. So what happened? You ate 3 steaks so far. AI said as she watches Artemis devour the food before her. You remember Belle, right? Said Cirrus. What about him? Did he go to the banquet? Said Nox, looking on from the side, watching Artemis eat. Yes, and well, it seems the Apollo Familia wanted a war games just so Apollo could get his hands on Belle, and he had an very perverted look, like the I wanna eat you up kind of look. A war game? They can't be serious. Belle is just a level 2. And he's the only one of his familia. AI shouted. That is why Hestia denied the war games, but... That damn Apollo! Said Artemis, licking the honey off her lips. He's going to do something. I've known him for a long time, and when he gets that face, he will do anything to get what he wants. Then do you think he's going to do something rash? Said AI. Possibly, but it will be soon. He is, as one would call him, a very passionate god. Artemis said, making air quotes. HAAA. Maybe we should have asked for their home so we can check up on them. Said Cirrus, leaning back. Only time will tell. Thank you for the meal. I will be staying with the other for now. You have that construction job in the morning tomorrow, right? I do. Then I will keep an eye on Apollo tomorrow. Good night, Cirrus, AI. She took her bow and arrows with her as she left. So he saw you, hi, said Nox. Yeah, to think they would invite him. It's a shame, seems you have to hold up your end of the bargain, hi. What's this bargain? AI asked. You said you had a reason you didn't want to meet with him, right? Was it that you made a deal? Yup. He made a deal that he should find him in the future, and when he does, he would tell him stories of the stuff he did. That doesn't sound so bad. You should have talked to him back on the 18th floor. Well, that's not the issue, AI, Cirrus said. The issue lies in that, well, you see. I met him after I left you with Hera to go finish Althea's last request. And didn't you finish it? No. Cirrus reached into his pockets and put down a green brock. AI quickly noticed where and to who it belonged to. This is Althea's, what did she want you to do? Cirrus holds it in his hand and sees the light bounce off it. Is Belle's aunt. I guess you could say we are familia cousins, except he comes from both Zeus and Hera, but he was raised by Zeus. I see, so that's why you don't want a connection with him so soon. You rather he becomes stronger like you so you can talk with him more easily. Is this right? Pretty much, yeah, he said, putting the Brock back into his shadow. This is troubling, it's a shame you just converted. Yeah, well, nothing we can do now but wait. Yup, she said, getting up. Say. On another note, what would you do if say a friend is in some trouble? Cirrus and Nox could tell she was hiding something. Her ears and tail sold her out. I would look into how I would help them, like their situation, the problem, and all the angles. I could approach it, leaving nothing up to chance, and also most importantly. Yes. If they wish for help, there is no point in saving someone who doesn't wish to be saved, like if you're saving someone from drowning, but they are actually making it hard for you to save them. No point in both of you drowning, unless you know you wish to be a hero. I'm going to sleep. Alright. She left the kitchen and walked upstairs. Alone with Nox in the kitchen, she went into the fridge and handed him a drink. So has Circe updated you on those plant monsters? Not yet, but I can ask now. Circe, how goes the monster examination? Well, it's a plant. I tested it for everything, and nothing came up. It's basically just a mutated plant. I can just remove the magic stone and poof. All gone. Oh, but judging from its biology, I would put this monster between level 2 and 3 on base. 2 and 3, hey? Pretty tough and ugly bastards. Nox said. Are we going to go down again later? We are, but from what Hermes had said, there is another entrance to the dungeon, so we need to find that first more than anything. Fuck, in this city, it'll be a pain in the ass. Wish I can help, but I can assure you the area where me and Leno live there are no secret passages besides the ones you use, Cirrus. Well, that's 1 out of 8 searched, fuck. Cirrus, I'll be going to sleep too. There is much to do tomorrow. Yeah, a lot. The next day, the whole city knew of Cirrus's return, but luckily not AI's. So is our deal still up, said a smith from the Goibneu Familia. Yeah, I made the deal, so I'll honor it. They got back to work, but as they did, they heard some boom, boom, boom. Explosion far off in the distance. Say, I've been out of the city for a while, but I'm sure the city doesn't have any events this time of year. No, but it sounds like trouble, said one craftsman. How often does this occur? Well, a bit regularly. Not to the extent of when you left, but you know, fights between familia still happen, said another craftsman. Up from the Tower of Babel. Whoosh. Whoosh. Looking down upon the city, Artemis sees her prey. Apollo, to think you would destroy the city just to get what you want. Artemis notches her bow. I can see why you chose this spot 7 years ago during the operation, Cirrus. I can see everything. She lets go of the arrow and a single arrow flies through the air, not even making a single sound. From on top of the tower, Artemis could see Belle and Hestia running and Apollo's captain fighting Belle when thunk. Her arrow had found its mark in Apollo's captain's hand, causing him to drop his sword, then 3 arrows fired off, causing him to dodge and get into cover. Oh, and who could that? Ah, the child Myaik brought with him, interesting. She could see Belle and Hestia running and resting when more of them came, and this time it was the elf that came to her home. And there goes another hand. She fires another, and the arrow flies and strikes him in his hand, causing him to miss. He sends his men to go after Belle, but more children came, all wearing Far Eastern clothing. Even in Gakai, you still managed to make friends with just about everyone. Very good. You alone aren't quite capable, but those around you sure are. She watched as more and more of her friends come and help her. Myaik came and healed Belle as well as 2 others, a red-haired human and a Pelham. They moved through the streets to find more rough-looking people. Ah, they are not your children, far too unrefined. They seem to be holding their own, for now, so Artemis returned her gaze to Hestia. You hid yourself, but you. Apollo's child. Her gaze lands on Hyacinthos. Now lead me to them. She spots in the corner of her eye a red dot, fire magic. Found you. Another arrow flies and finds itself in the person's hand again. Hestia and Belle run out of the channel when he stops and heads southwest. Southwest. She looks over in that direction to see the Apollo Familia's emblem on a mansion. You're going to accept it. From here on out I can't help you anymore, Hestia, the path you pick is yours to walk. Apollo will make sure I can't help you. She lowers her bow and puts the arrow back into her quiver. But, maybe Cirrus could. She puts on an invisibility cloak and quickly goes down Babel. Volume 3 Quest 222 War Games Negotiations. When Artemis reached the ground, news of the war game happening quickly filled the city. Artemis weaved through and from the people and arrived at the Colosseum. Cirrus. She said. You want me to help Belle, right? He said while still working on the reinforcement. Word got around really fast, another war games, hey, oi. He looked to the other builders. I'm going to bring someone in to see how well the reinforcement are. Alright. We're going to lunch, they responded as they stopped what they were doing to go to lunch. Thank you, Cirrus. No need to thank me. You're doing it for your friend, and I have reasons as well. Nox, can you find Bell? I'm already looking the moment I got word of them accepting the war game. After a while, Nox found him. He's on the northwestern walls and he's training with Ace and Tiona. Training with 2-level SIXS, hey? Lucky for him. I'll be there shortly. Training on the wall. Huff, huff, ha. Clang. Thud. You're overextending yourself, Ace said. And you aren't keeping track of me, Argonaut. Said Tiona. Sorry, let's go again. Flap. Flap. A white owl lands on the wall and stares at the three of them. Hey, isn't that? It's Nox, Ace said, walking over. If you're here, then that means. Nox nods her head and sure enough, Cirrus lands on the wall. You know being on the city walls is illegal, right? See Cirrus, said Bell. Yo. It seems it's your lucky day, Bell. Artemis asked me to help you with the war games. Of course, you two are more than welcome to join. Really? Tiona said. Do you have a place we can train Argonaut? I do, but time is wasting, so one of you holds on to him. What do you? Exosia, adorn, Stymphalion, dot. The armor adorns Cirrus, leaving Bell as awestruck as well as Tiona. Quickly, now time is burning. Let's go, Bell, Ace said, grabbing him and grabbing Cirrus's foot. Wait, what are? Yosh. Tiona said as she grabs his foot as well. Now let's be off now. With a flap of his wings, we quickly flew high into the air and went southwest. Whoa, This is so cool. Isn't it, Argonaut? Why, yes. But are you sure we won't fall? Positive, so hold on. Cirrus dives down toward the center of the Colosseum and lands them safely. Cirrus, are we allowed here? Said Ace. We are. Besides, I'm using you guys as a sort of testing of sorts for the Colosseum's endurance. This place seems a bit more different now, Tiona said. The Colosseum looked far more sturdy and clean. Enough chit-chat for now. Cirrus said, shall we begin the training? 3 days later in a room in Babel. Slam. Where and what is Hestia doing? Apollo shouted. Is she skipping out today again? She's sick, you know. Chasing her around the city gave her a terrible fever. Said Mike. She's faking it, of course, said Loki. I wonder if the shrimp's preparing to run away. Every god began to laugh, but 6 gods did. She just doesn't know when to give up. I'll have to tell the guild she forfeited. Apollo said frustrated. The door to the room opened, and Hestia entered. Sorry, kept you waiting, hey. She went and sat down at a long table across from one another. Now the negotiations can begin. First things first, if my familia wins we're taking Bell Cranal, I want that to be as clear as crystal from the start. And what do we get if we win? Said Hestia. Anything you want. Recorder, make sure you got that down. So how will you fight? Said Loki with a grin on her face. It's not gonna be any fun if you screw this up. Yeah. It won't be fun, said many of the gods. We only have Bell, so why not have each side choose one representative to fight, proposed Hestia. Ha! You only have one child because you're lazy. You can't use that as a reason. TCH. How about we hear from everyone else, What do you think? We can even pull from a list of proposals by lottery. Yeah! The gods cheered. It's decided then. Bring them a slip and ink. All the gods scribbled onto the paper, and someone came around and collected them. Hermes, you will be the one to pull. Said Apollo. The drawing is important, so why me? He asked. You are neutral and trustworthy. Neutral, debatable. Trustworthy? Only to Zeus. Thought Artemis as she watched on. We're counting on you, Hermes. Hestia said. Oh, dear, seems I have some pressure now. He reached in and pulled one out. He opened it and read what it said. His eyes widen. Sorry, Hestia, but, he showed the paper. It's a siege. Ha! Hestia slammed her fists on the table. Which one of you wrote that? Was it you, Loki? Ha 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 ha. This is great. Hestia, this is a fair drawing. We all saw. Out of everything she got siege, the only time where numbers actually matter, let's hope Bell manages to learn enough from Cirrus. But seriously, what bad luck. Artemis truly felt bad for her friend. Since you only have one child, I'll let you be the attackers to make it fairer for you. Apollo said with a smug look. said Hermes, raising his hand. Excuse me, can I say something? The room fell quiet. I'm not saying this because I drew the lots or anything, but this seems just a bit too unfair. Could we let Hestia's side get some help? No, Apollo said firmly and loudly. This is between me and her familia. If. Are you scared, Apollo? They turned to see Freya, who spoke. She had her usual soft smile that gave off an air of smugness and pride. Freya. The idea of helpers terrified you, hey? Her lips pulled up into a slight smirk along with the rise of an eyebrow. Why wouldn't it have? Apollo's knew what would happen if she gets help from another familia. If she gets help, my familia will have to face. Apollo turned to Artemis. The damn red tower of Orario. It was Artemis. Now that her familia has returned with the uncrowned emperor in tow, his allegiance alone can swing the balance of any conflict to whatever side he is on. I know he was the one to fire at my children, Artemis. He has shown this feat before 7 years ago. Firing arrows from the top of Babel. If not for his status as a level 8, Apollo would have challenged his old friend and archery buddy, Artemis, to a war game. If you had kept up with your archery, Apollo, you would have known that it was me who shot those arrows, Artemis said with keen eyes. Now on with it. We know Cirrus would easily crush your familia into the ground like Alecto. Then what if they get help from a familia outside Orario, said Freya speaking up. Wouldn't that be fair? Yeah, said many of the gods in agreement. That's fine by me, but only one person. Apollo specified. Petty. Said and thought many of the gods. Coming down from Babel. What bad luck you got, Siege, Hestia. Said Artemis. It's fine, it's not like we haven't been at a disadvantage before, but given how much stress Belle is under, one person is great, but, outside Orario, said Hestia. The only good adventures were from the Susanoo familia in Yamato. They left Orario 7 years ago and their captain is a level 5. Said Takemi Kazuchi. If we had time, I'm sure I could have asked Susanoo to let us borrow her. There is one, Hestia said. Hermes handled the negotiations. The elevator reaches the bottom and opens. But it will have to wait until we save our supporters. Artemis, could you help me with that? I will, but, Takemi Kazuchi, I suspect you will help her as well. She's a friend, after all. Volume 3 Quest 222.5 AI's Investigation. Entrainment District. The greatest weapon a person can have is knowledge. Cirrus has taught me this. With simply knowing the territory of the battle, you can take advantage of it, knowing the general will make planning around him far easier, and knowing supply lines and cutting them from water sources can cripple any great territory. This was how Cirrus gained his fame and respect from the nobles of Yamato and their fear. Watching the entertainment district during the day is such a foreign sight to AI as the busy streets were now empty during the day. First, know the territory. AI began to explore the entertainment district with her invisibility cloak, mapping it out for all of its nooks and crannies. I wonder if Aisha knows these streets like the back of her hand. No matter, I will find everything I can and then develop a plan to save you. As my friend. I need to. From early in the morning to late at night, AI would investigate the entertainment district, asking the few vendors in the district but with nothing to go on. Wish I can interrogate someone, or maybe isolate and get one of the Ishtar familia drunk, but they always go in packs. Well, intelligence gathering is never easy, but mapping is. As she was going over her maps, she found something odd about them. Why is it that these maps are wonky? There are far more dead ends than I had thought. I will keep a note of their locations in case they are like the secret passages Cirrus and Fels use. She puts her maps away and looks out to the nightlife of the entertainment district. If only that damn toad wasn't in the familia home, it would be so much easier. Oh well, I'm sure the Loki familia will step in eventually. Finn is sharper than me. Aw damn it, I stayed too late. Cirrus, Nox and Art are going to eat before me. No wait, Cirrus should be at the Colosseum training and Artemis is helping Hestia. I think he'll go to the Colosseum. I'm sure they don't have any food. Volume 3 Quest 222.6 Training with the Deer. 1 day of training. Huff, huff. Alright, that's enough for now, rest and we'll resume in 10. Said Cirrus, looking at an exhausted Ace, Diona and Belle. This is so much fun, said Diona. Hey, can you show me some tricks with Urga? She held out her weapon, a double-bladed sword. Well. Cirrus grabs it and swings it around. To be honest, I had thought to use this, but I found it to not fit my style at the time. Really, how so? When I was a kid, I didn't have this magic. Damocles. The sword started to float. And when I did, I had already invested in spearmanship, swordsmanship, shield work, and the whip, but if I had this magic, well. The sword begins to spin and spin. Eventually it looked like a single solid sheet of metal, going so fast it cooled everyone off in a steady and strong breeze of wind. He then tosses it into the air, and he catches it all the while flowing with the direction of the sword spinning and swinging the blade like he would a spear until he stops and holds the sword still in front of Tiona just a few inches away from her. Whoa! I would suggest learning the spear. I'm sure it'll help with using this double-bladed sword better. He then hands it back. Sure thing. Oh, before we resume, Belle, what do you have? Hey, what do you mean? I mean, what tools do you have? You have your black and red knife along with your legs, but what else? Do you have magic? I do. But why do you need to know? Because if you know what you have, then you know what you can and can't do. For example, which one of you two has the better endurance? That's me, shouted Tiona. Well, sorry in advance, but just to make sure you are safe. Exosia, adorn, Stymphalion, dot. The armor adorns Tiona from the magic circle. Whoa! This is so cool. The armor gives the wearer magic resistance, so brace yourself alright. Yosh, she said, using the wings to block. Alright, now watch. Sing your vespers, dot. A rope of lightning strikes Tiona, pushing her back a bit. I'm good, she shouted. Now try this. Cirrus quickly covered the distance and placed his hand on the wings. Sing your vespers, dot. Bam. Tiona was blown away, but she managed to get her feet on the ground and slow down. Ah. My arms are all numb now. Whoa, Ace and Belle said. If you know your tools, you know what you can do, and can't do. All it is at first is testing it out. The armor fades away from Tiona and Cirrus puts another of his armors on her, one that gleams in both radiance and beauty, but just as it appeared, it quickly faded away. Now, shall we resume your training? Why yes. Volume 3 Quest 223 War Game. Babel Tower on the day of the war game. So AI's busy with stuff on her own art, apparently she's looking into the entertainment district for the second entrance to the dungeon. Said Cirrus as he and Artemis are going up an elevator along with Rethusa. I wish we could help but well we're not accustomed to that area, Rethusa said. It's fine. AI served as Aphrodite's bodyguard while she ran the red light district. I'm sure she has a handle on the place. Artemis said. Speaking of handling, how was Belle's training? Good, the kid has the spirit, that's for sure. He has the potential to really grow. Oh, so Hestia has a promising child, hey. Will he be as strong as you, Cirrus? Asked Rethusa. Who knows, maybe in time he will, but I can assure you he won't pass me. Ding! The elevator opens to the room the gods used to negotiate war games. In it, he could see several gods with their children. Artemis's arrival drew some eyes. They could see her captain Rethusa and Cirrus by her side. Hestia, how are you doing? She said, walking over to her. Just a bit nervous is all. You should be. Apollo said with a smug. When I win this war game, he will be mine. Then I'm going to have you leave Orario no. Gakai. Quiet Apollo, Artemis said. Your voice grates our ears. She said, taking a seat. It should be time for the war games to begin, isn't it? Asked Rethusa. Lord Hermes, said Asphi. On it. Hermes turns. Auranos. Give me permission to use my power. His voice boomed in the room. Permission granted. Hermes snapped his fingers, and a divine window opened up, showing a castle. So this is what it looks like, Cirrus said. As the war games began, a silence filled the castle. The guards on the wall have a relaxed attitude as the war game will last 3 days, with the third being the last and when they will be at their weakest. But one guard, he looks out to see a cloaked figure on the cliffside. The guards are wide-eyed as they see the cloaked figure fall to the ground. The wind from the fall blows away their cloak to reveal their light green hair and a green mask covering the lower part of their face. Ryu, so they brought you along, hey? I feel a bit sorry for them, thought Cirrus grinning. He could see her armed to the teeth with Kagai's short swords and the staff Cirrus made for her, as well as 2 magic swords in her arms. She lends and the guards ready their bows, but Ryuho quickly swings the magic sword in her left arm, causing a torrent of wind and thunder to crash into the castle walls. Such power! Hephaestus! Cirrus said, leaning back and looking at Hephaestus. Are those his swords? Ryuho quickly runs ahead, and a volley of arrows comes raining down on her. She swings the red magic sword to her right, turning the volley of arrows to ash before they could even hit. The swing was strong enough to have hit the wall and take out a few archers. Yup, those are his magic swords. Hephaestus smiling. Do you feel threatened? She said glancing back at Cirrus. That remains to be seen how durable those swords are. Cirrus looked back to the divine window. Ryu ran along the walls, blasting them all with her magic swords. She then made one large hole in their wall. The movement of the Apollo Familia was far too quick. Many noticed they were moving far too fast as well, almost as if they have insider knowledge. Whatever that may be, many of the Apollo familia went out through the hole and Ryuhu blasted them with her magic swords until her fire sword ran out and shattered. 10 swings, Cirrus said. Ryuhu dropped the broken sword and swung the other, knocking out several more familia members. Then that magic sword also shattered. 5 swings. So much power for swords that can barely be a swing in the double digits. He will have to work a lot harder to impress me. I feel the same way, Hephaestus said. As the smoke of the battle dies down, they see it was an elven woman. Ryuhu then draws Alf's lumina, and the sight of the weapon quickly made everyone hesitant. What are you all? A bunch of cowards hiding behind a petty elf. Ryuhu antagonized them. You are one to talk. How dare you use a magic sword? Lissos shouted. The weapons that cold are kin. Easy I swing them. Lissos's eyes grew bloodshot in anger. Attack. As they attack Ryuhu, from behind Mikoto snuck in through the commotion. An intruder, shouted Luinapalam. They're heading for the captain. Stop her. Mikoto sliced down the raining arrows and kept moving. As she was, Cirrus noticed she was mumbling something. Concurrent chanting. She evaded attack after attack until, finally, they had her surrounded. Futsunamadama. A purple sword drops and forms a magic circle. A light falls down, causing everyone to fall to their knees. Gravity magic, how impressive, but she needs more strength and endurance to hold out. As the battle goes on, Luin opens the gate, letting Belle and Welf in. Ha 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 ha. Cirrus laughed out loud. He knew from Artemis who they rescued, and she was putting in work. What a twist. This is. Belle and Welf run through the fairly empty castle, and they reached the bridge. There they had archers and mages. Welf held out his hand. Burnout, illegal work, will-o-wisp. An odd air comes out of his hand into the mage's staves, then an explosion. Ignis fatuus, he can cause that, thought AI as she watches from the entertainment district. Belle rushes past one commander of the familia, leaving Welf to fight her. As Belle fought his way through, he reached the bottom of the throne room of the castle. There he stood still and breathed. His right hand glowed in white particles, and he holds his hand up. Firebolt. Boom. An overwhelming pillar of fire shot from his hand and blew up the throne room. HOH, said Cirrus looking at the power he had. Interesting. Belle then jumped from the dust and came at Hyacinthos with a flurry of quick attacks, of which struck. Hyacinthos evaded and blocked some of his attacks, but Belle didn't relent. He kept moving and attacking. Gah! How are you this fast? Hyacinthos shouted. When one's pride has been crushed, the only way to regain it is to build it yourself from the ground up again. Better and stronger than the last. Hey. They both exchanged strikes with one another, but Belle quickly got back into his inner space, making it harder for Hyacinthos to use his sword until... Stoob! A girl with long dark hair had jumped in, grabbing Belle. What? Let go please. No, she said, grabbing tightly as Hyacinthos gained some distance and started to chant. Belle aims his hand at Hyacinthos. Firebolt. The attack had hit his right shoulder enough to sway his arm and enough for Belle to pry the girl from him when... Get away from Lord Belle, shouted Lily as she tackled the girl away from him and Belle immediately covered the distance. Hey. Belle clenched his fists and, with all of his body weight, leaned into an uppercut and struck Hyacinthos on his chin. Gah! It's not over. Belle opened his fist and forcibly placed his palm on Hyacinthos between his chest and stomach. Firebolt. Boom. The blast knocked both Belle and Hyacinthos away from one another with Belle having a slightly burnt hand and Hyacinthos a slightly burnt torso with the air knocked out of him. And that's game, shouted the announcer. They have thoroughly taken Hyacinthos down. The city erupted in cheer and groaning as many lost their bets. That move, did he copy you Cirrus, said AI in the entertainment district. It is a little incompatible with you since it's a fireball but, still a good attack, regardless of the damage you take in return. And no. That can't be. Apollo said with sweat dripping off him. Apollo. Hestia said with the biggest grin on her face. Are you ready for what comes next, right? Wait. I didn't really. Recorder, what did he say, said Artemis. He said, I will take Belle Cranel, and I'm going to send you back to heaven. So, you promised to give me anything if I won, right? Well, I won so. Hestia pointed at him. I'm taking all of your property and wealth. Your familia is disbanded, and you are banished from Orario for eternity. Apollo's face turned pale, it was a sight to see a sun god lose its color. No. The day after the war games. So what do you think, Hermes, said Freya. You're still in need of funds, correct? I am, but why is Ganesha here, he asked as Ganesha poses. He's part of the plan. I think I'm a bit out of the loop here. We're holding a tournament, Hermes. Ganesha said excitedly. Currently Cirrus and many of the Goibniu familia are working on reinforcing the Colosseum. Are you going to do what happened 12 years ago? Is Otter going to join? Hermes said grinning at it. He is, but it's more of an exhibition match, Freya said, taking a seat. So we need an announcer, and Apollo is out. So. She glanced at the god of messengers whose face could barely contain his excitement. Of course, I'll do it. Who else is taking part? Cirrus is obviously going to join, right? He will in the last match, if anyone wishes to partake in it as well as his wife who will face Otter. Hermes's face is grinning from ear to ear. When will it be? Originally in a week, but things have come up, so we had to postpone it for now. So you want me to do the logistics to get it done? Yes, you are clever in taking opportunities, aren't you, Hermes? Freya gave him a slight smile. Why yes. I will see what I can do. One day later in the afternoon, the guild put out an announcement. It read. Orario's first tournament. Level 2 is required. Sign up today or tomorrow at the Colosseum. The first match will be an exhibition between the king, Otter, and a special guest. The higher you go, the more prize money you get. Volume 3 Quest 224 Tournament, Part 1 Intro. With the announcement put up, it quickly spread throughout Orario. Many quickly joined just for the prize money alone and just as many dropped out when they knew many of the big familia were going to send their children. Day of the tournament. Hello. Thank you all for coming. Hermes said, with a mic on the balcony overlooking the arena. This is Orario's first tournament. So if things are a bit bad, we apologize. And we will do better next time if this goes well. Hooray! The crowd roared in cheers. The city was still full of energy after the war game and with Hermes's work, he managed to divert that energy into this. Wonderful. Now before we start we placed all of our contestants' names in a lottery to make it as fair as we can in the matching. And do forgive people if they decide to back out. We do have people like the Sword Princess and Vanna Freya in the tournament. Many nodded their heads in agreement and in murmurs. Now, to pick the lottery, we have the man himself. The final match of the day should anyone wish to fight, I bring you Cirrus Zephyr. The uncrowned emperor. Coming up from the corridor was Cirrus draped in his gear, fashioned from his time in Yamato that resembled AI's a bit, but with a more western look to it. Woo. The Colosseum erupted even more in cheers. Hermes hands him the mic. Hello. Hello. My wonderful people. We are excited about this or what? That's what I want to hear. Now before I draw the lottery there will be an exhibition match, so let's enjoy that and then I will draw. Hermes took the mic back and shouted. Without further ado, here comes the king of Orario, Otter. More roaring filled the stadium as they could hear his heavy footsteps as he approaches. When he leaves the shadows his muscles gleam a polished bronze in the sun like his great swords on his back. Otter himself didn't care for the roar of the crowd, his eyes were only focused on what is in front of him. And next up. Hermes looked to the other side, as did the crowd in silence. The person walked out with shoulder-length white hair and fox ears, her attire was similar in design to Cirrus but far more eastern. Her appearance quickly captivated everyone in the arena. I like to welcome everyone to the arena AI Zephyr. The flashing saint. Many cheered on, but then they thought of her name, Zephyr. They looked to see a ring on her left finger, but they couldn't see one on Cirrus as he was high up. In the area, Otter and AI have a small chat. It would seem many are thinking of your name, Saint. Said Otter. That's fine, so long as it doesn't affect our fight, she said proudly. Then shall we begin? He said, walking back a few steps. She did as well. Are both of you ready? Hermes shouted. They both nodded as they got into their stances. Then begin. AI quickly kicked off the ground with blinding speed and Otter widened his eyes as he defends against AI's assault. Clang. 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 With such speed and power, it was a blur to many who weren't adventurers, and even to those who were, her movements were terrifyingly fast and sharp. Loki's familia. Such strength, said Ace, watching. She was going easy on me. You're lucky she did with those movements and power. I don't want to be on the receiving end of that. Said Gareth. 87, 56, 86. Did you say something Loki, said Diona. Her sizes. To think she can move like that. Thud. Reveria punched her in the head. Don't be a creepy old man, Loki. Hestia familia. Whoa, so AI has improved so much. Said Lily. I forgot you knew her. Said Welf. But didn't you say she was with someone named Sora? That's what I call Cirrus. Back then, I tried to steal from him while he disguised himself as a musician and I ended up being his helper. He paid for my meals and place in Daedalus. Wah! You knew him from back then, said Belle, amazed. How was he? Asked Hestia. Was he scummy? Arrogant? A womanizer? Hestia sought something to try and get Artemis to leave Cirrus. Lady Goddess. Belle said. Please stop trying to find dirt on Cirrus. I must. Artemis has never been with a man so she may have up and married a scum. Lady Hestia. Lily cuts her off. I will not let you slander the one person who took me in and gave me shelter. Sora is a really nice and knowledgeable. Most of my intelligence gathering skills came from him as well as my knife handling. His teachings are the reason why we won the war games and how Belle survived some encounters in the dungeon. K. Hestia backed off a bit from Lily's overwhelming assurance. Fine. I'll leave it alone. So he was the one who taught you that nasty way of fighting, said Welf. It was during the dark era of Orario, and I was a kid, so I needed to protect myself from deprived people. Lily said. I have heard from Lord Takemikazuchi that when he talked with Lord Susanoo he mentioned how bloody that time was and that it wasn't uncommon to see murders and petty crime in broad daylight, said Mikoto. It was a very rough time for many. Lily looked down, remembering how rough it was back then. Freya familia. She's fast, she's a match for Otter's defense, it's a bit terrifying to see him not gain or even lose ground. Said Alan, observing carefully. Her attacks are as calm as her mind. Said Freya. So he can't read her movements that have been refined to an art that changes ever so slightly and drastically, it's rather impressive. So this is what she has built up in the last 7 years, strong, very, very strong. I need to get stronger. Far stronger. So I can stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Otter. Even to the depths of the dungeon. Alan thought watching the match. Back to the match. Slight cuts started to appear on Otter's body. Skilled, very skilled, it's amazing how strong you are. Cirrus, how the hell were you pushing him back when you were a kid? AI thought as she engaged Otter in a flurry of combos. Her arms were getting numb. His defense was far more refined while Cirrus preferred to dodge and strike one's weak point with ruthless aggression. Otter was the opposite. He would endure your blows until he learns your style and then waits to find the optimal time to attack. Clang. Clang. Swish. Clang. Clang. He swung his blades more and more. He had begun to understand her movements. Not yet. He needs to shit, he knows. He then began his counter. AI evaded and parried his core-shaking strikes that sent strong whines up to the audience. Now it has become an exchange of swords with one another. Volume 3 Quest 225 Tournament, Part 2 The Flashing Saint vs. The King. Swish. Clang. Swish. 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 Clang. 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 Swish. The match has lasted for 5 minutes, and sweat could be seen on both fighters. Huff, huff. It's time to use it. He already knows my fighting style. Huff. What is she going to do? Paying attention to her movements is taxing, as though I spent days fighting. I expected nothing less from one who sparred with Cirrus for 7 years. Her stamina is impressive. Swish. Swish. Clang. Clang. Swish. Clang. Swish. Clang. Click. That click. On sheer instinct, Otter reflexively jumped back as AI clicked her weapon and it turned into a spear. Swish. Cut. She had managed to cut the same place as Cirrus did. Again. Rah. Swish. Swish. Whoosh. Whoosh. Swish. Cut. Swish. Whoosh. Swish. Swish. My best chance is to bleed him out. Worst case I have to use my magic, but I want him to use his beastification first. Hey 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 hey. Clang. Clang. Swish. Cut. Swish. Swish. Clang. She's making deeper cuts to the skin. She wants this to become a war of attrition. Her movements are fast enough for me to leave a cut or two every once in a while, but she's far too used to fighting faster opponents and her reflexes are near my own. Beastification, that is the only thing left to take her down, then only our strength and the quality of our weapons will determine the victor. As a level 6 to have pushed Otter, this far was impressive. Many who have fought and known Otter can say she lasted far longer than a level 6 could do, now. Ray. With a powerful swing of both of his swords, he sent AI back to give him enough distance. His muscles bulging and contract, his eyes have started to liken that of a wild animal. This is it. Time for the end game. Rage. 80,000 men cannot quench my thirst. 2 arrows pierce my ribs and throat, 1 swing of the blade. Today I will live, tomorrow I will not lose my life. I shall save myself, lament. Tamamo no me, Yanbai Kogo. They bathed the arena in an animalistic killing aura as the two used their beastification. Circe barrier, Circe said, watching closely how the fight goes. On it. Circe, who was watching from on top of the Colosseum along with Nox, flew up and cast her barrier. This is getting serious. Otter and AI are going into their beastification. Is this place strong enough to endure it? Said Nox. Should be. I used Ace and Tiona as test subjects, so, who knows, the barrier is an extra layer of protection for the people and building. After all, these two are monsters in their own right. HAAA. Ha. AI was breathing in and out, calming herself. Pfoo. Otter let out a stream of steam and clenched his weapons. Their instincts told them to quickly finish this, the other was too dangerous. As the barrier was cast, the two kicked off towards one another and in a fierce exchange of blows made the air shake from the intensity. The city began to shake from their attacks. Clang. Rumble. 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 Just like with Zald. Said Asfi. Is AI going to use Otter too? I think she is. Said Hermes. By the end of this, we may have another level 7 in Orario. This is a fight between first-class adventures, said Dione. This feels a bit too surreal. Yeah, are we even on the same level as her? Asked Diona. Because I don't think we can do this. Hey Captain, doesn't this remind you of when Otter and Zald fought? Said Raoul. Yes, the power they exhibited as they drew blades on one another for dominance, the way the earth shook, she wants to win. If she was with Uncrowned for 7 years, then wouldn't she have sparred with him for that long? Said Luffy. Yeah. Then her stats would, she's going for a level up, said Loki. Artemis, you're going to have 2 of Orario's strongest adventures as your children. She looked for Artemis to find her enjoying the match with her children. AI is really going for it. The only time she used her magic was when fighting Circe seriously. Said Rethusa. She cleared so much land with her swings. Do you think the barrier Circe made can withstand her slash? Said Kale. If anything does go wrong, Circe would step in and stop it, said Artemis. His gaze hasn't left the match one bit. I would too if these two who have the power to destroy a good chunk of the city from their fighting. Said Phi. AI and Otter did not hold back. Each attack was enough to cut buildings in half. Clang. Swish. Spurt. Clang. Spurt. Swish. Clang. Even when they drew blood it did not impede their onslaught of swords. Swish. Spurt. Clang. Swish. Spurt. Clang. Spurt. They were gonna keep fighting until one of them isn't able to hold their sword any longer. Back in the stands with the Hestia Familia. They're finally cutting into each other. Said Welf. Will they be okay? Said Belle. Everything is fine. If Sora hasn't stopped them, then it should be good, Lily said. Even if the arena is getting bathed in blood, said Hestia. This is getting pretty bloody. Ah, Cranel. Said Ryuu. Miss Ryuu, did you just get here? Asked Belle. I barely got off work and came here to think she would get this strong. I can see why she was tasked with fending her off. She said, looking at the fight, and a slightly pained expression went across her face. Ryuu. I'm fine, she said. Just seeing her in this state, brought up some unfortunate memories. Back to the fight. Otter swings horizontally and AI crouches down. AI swings her blade and Otter simply kicks her away. Any injuries these two get are healed almost immediately, but even before this fight, their stamina has been draining them. AI sheaths her blade and Otter with what rationally he has prepared himself for an overhead slash. When the bell tolls 108 times, gather the 8 serpents. No offerings of sacrifice to the earth, wind, fire, water, thunder, poison, light, and darkness. I offer you steel and the clear sky. Murakumagari. Silver Moon's mercy, the golden wilderness. This body is destined for the wild boar of the war. Run through, carry the goddess will. Hildis Vini. A thick pillar of mist covered her sword and Otter's blades were as brilliant as silver shimmer under the sun. Hey 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 hey. Ray hey 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 hey. They charged at one another and with their swords, they unleashed them. The air seemingly cracked from the strength of these two fighters, and the barrier was starting to shake from the attack. Hey 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 hey. Ray hey 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 hey. The wind and silver would not let the other overtake them, but one had to give in. Grr, said AI. HRRRRRR, said Otter. Surprisingly, neither did. Hey 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 hey. Ray hey 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 hey. With everything they have, they clashed with their bodies didn't matter at this moment, their instincts simply told them one thing, win. Boom. An explosion of colliding magic filled the Colosseum with smoke and an ear-piercing sound. Cirrus, the barrier almost broke. It was about near to what you and Althea did. I can tell. I felt a massive amount of my magic get sucked out. Drop the barrier, it's over. Cirrus stands on top of the balcony with his spear in hand and with a single powerful swing, he blows the dust away, showing the results. Both stood straight up with several amounts of injuries on their bodies, with the trail showing that they stood up to the blast, leaving skid marks from their feet. The first to move was Otter, with him taking a step forward. Huff. 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 He had one massive slash right across his chest. Then AI took a step. Huff, huff, huff. Huff. Damn it, she lowers her head, letting go of the shattered sword from her broken hands to the ground along with her broken and battered body. We have a winner. King. Otter. Shouted Hermes. As the crowd roared in applause and cheering, Cirrus dropped down to check on them. You good? He asked Otter. Barley. He said lowly, a bit exhausted and barely even conscious. She did a number on you. It shows, skills. He is losing a lot of blood. Cirrus smiles before splashing him with an high elixir. Otter's wound quickly began to heal. My. Thanks. Otter slowly turned and walked away. He walks towards AI to see her passed out while standing. You did well AI. C.A. Cirrus leaned in closer. Carry, me, AI said softly. He leaned back in surprise. Sure thing, sweetie. Exosia, adorn, ... As the armor wraps around AI and carefully heals her, Cirrus picks her up and takes her inside. Volume 3 Quest 226 Tournament, Part 3 Wind and Lightning. Inside one of the Colosseum rooms. How is she? Asked Artemis. Fine, but she's spent out. She was just a few seconds short of a mind down, so she'll be out of it for a while. Circe said having fully healed AI. Artemis said beside her. You did very well. It impressed everyone. She leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. Sleep now and regain your strength. Knock. Knock. Hello, said Hermes. Cirrus, could I talk to you for a second? Go, I'll stay with her. Cirrus leaves with Hermes, leaving Artemis alone with AI. Date. She said weakly. Rest, I'll do it for you. Corridor of the Colosseum. So what's up? Well, most of the contestants gave up. What? Yeah, so they gave up because they want to fight you. Seems that fight really invigorated them, Hermes said with a smile. So all the contestants wish to fight me. Yup, each one or well, the more hungry adventures are. Like ace or bet. Exactly. So are you up for it? There are even the Gulliver brothers and Alan in there. I'm sure. Go announce that should they wish to fight me, they simply need to step into the ring. They can go one at a time or all at once. He could see the grin on his face grow. I look forward then, he walked away with a pep to his step. Time for a show. Hecton. From his shadows, his guitar popped up, along with his spear. Colosseum. Hello everyone. Now, something has come up with our contestants. They opted to bow out of the tournament so they could challenge the uncrowned emperor. So said the contestant in his own words, should you wish to battle him one at a time or all together, it matters not to him. So long as you step upon this arena, you are his challenger. The first person to jump into the ring was Bet, then by Ace, Diona and Dione. Seems the youngsters of the Loki Familia are taking up this challenge first. Hermes said as Asvi takes him up to the balcony. Remember Bet to work together. Said Diona. I know, if we want to have a chance of winning, we need to fight all at once. Oi, Ace, is there anything you can tell us? Asked Diona. When were we helping Argonaut? He didn't really show us much of his strength. He's strong, very, very strong. His movement from what Finn and the others said is very odd and inhuman when he fought Otter years ago. Ace said. Then I'll hold him down as best as I can. Said Bet. I'll take his magic and blast the fucker. A guitar came from the corridor, and the people in the Colosseum kept quiet as the sound got louder and more enchanting and then. A beautiful voice filled the people's ears. Even the gods closed their eyes to pay attention to this song. With each word, he says, the cleaner and more melodious it becomes. From the corridor came Cirrus, guitar in hand and spear on his back. It's been a long time since I heard you perform, Cirrus, said Ace. Like it? I made a few more songs, but you know, busy with other stuff, he said, tossing his up guitar to Asfi. Don't throw your stuff, Cirrus, she said angrily. Sorry. Can we get started, Bard? Said Bet. Sure, I'm ready when you are, he said, stretching. The four of them could tell from his lax expression this was another day to him. Then get ready, Bet shouted. Ace. Tempest. A fortress of wind covered her and some of it seemed off around Bet's legs. Interesting. Cirrus as he spins and swings his spear around. Let's see how strong you all are. The four of them quickly charged at him but found his spinning was stronger than they had expected. They could feel and hear the air getting cut and a nice breeze of air was coming off from the swings. Lil Rafaga. Ace charged into the spear swings, and she stopped the swing, but it blew away her wind. Gah. You are always stronger with two hands, Ace, remember that. He placed his other hand on the spear, and he forced Ace to buckle under his strength. The ground beneath her cracks and breaks as she falls to her knees from his spear. Haa. Both Tiona and Tioni came at him with their fists curled up. Cirrus pressed Ace harder and used her being pinned down to jump like a foothold and with his spear in hand relieving Ace of the pressure, but now he was faced with two Amazons. Hey, they kept shouting as they reeled back their fists for a powerful punch. To straight forward. Cirrus simply swung, using the flat of the spear to knock to the side and back to the earth. Up here. Bet shouted with Ace's wind still in his boots. How cunning using them as distractions, but sadly. Cirrus, with a grip on his spear, threw it into the ground and used its momentum of it for him to reach even higher. A double jump. Bet didn't think one could even do that. He had essentially done a double jump with his spear as a handhold for it, and now Cirrus was closer to him in the air than he would have liked. Get back down. Bet shouted. Bet came in with a wind-imbued rider kick but... Sorry Bet, but you're going to be a sword now. Cirrus grabbed his leg with an iron grip so firm it brings him pain trying to move. Now cover your head. Cirrus swings him back to the ground below like a sword with one arm. As he was about to swing, Cirrus holds Bet with only his finger and he swings down, he grips the leg and pushes down with his thumb to make a powerful overhead attack. Vroom! Cirrus swung him down into the earth with such force it shook the entire Colosseum, much like with Ai and Otter. Rumble! Gaia! That looks so bad, said Loki. I have never seen such a brutal knockout. I would be impressed if it wasn't my kid. Such power, he could lift an entire warship with no effort. Bet is going to be sore in the morning, said Gareth. And he isn't even using his magic. This is his pure strength and reflexes, said Riveria. I can't even fathom how much more of a monster he would be if he used his magic, said Finn. And this is the person Ai was sparring with for 7 years. I can see that, such strength is a bit hard to really consider, said Loki. Up on top of the Colosseum in Freya's section. His status is far stronger, Otter said, sitting down. His stats from his previous levels are really showing. Didn't you say his strength and speed were well above his level, said Alan. I did all of his stats on his previous level. Must have at least been in the S class, maybe higher. I say. He's a low to mid-level 10. Said Freya. His mother wasn't even as near this level of strength and speed. In the Colosseum bleachers. Gulp, they all swallowed their salvia. Bell, said Welf, sweating a bit. You trained with him? Yes, but from the looks of it, he was holding back. Bell looked at Cirrus with a more keen eye. From how he moved, it was reminded him of Ace and Lily, that is their practicality and pragmatism. Lily showed this the most when she would show him some ways of handling a knife. You should be thankful he did. He could solo the dungeon all the way to the 58th floor. Said Ryu. All for material to smith with. I heard from the vice-captain of the Hephaestus Familia that he soloed the Baylor on the 49th floor and even the Udius long before the Sword Princess at the age of 10. Said Welf, memorized by his form and strength. This is the man. The one who showed every smith that reaching the gods was possible. I heard when he did that Lady Hephaestus would have offered herself to him for one of his creations had he not agreed to her offer. Said Ryu. What? Said Hestia and Welf. Of course, that was simply rumors spread by her rivals, Ryu said, clarifying it. I know Hephaestus has a hobby for items that pique her interest, but I don't think she would go that far, said Hestia. Then again she said she would have gladly offered herself for one of his works when I asked about that enshrined hammer. Then it seemed those rumors had some truth to them, Ryu said. Back to the fight. As the smoke clears, they find Bet knocked out with his hands covering the back of his head. And no way, said Diona, a bit scared bet of all people, was taken out so easily. He's strong. Terrifyingly strong. I can understand why so many of the Amazonians from Telskyra wanted to find him. Thought Dione. Hey. Ace quickly grabbed his spear and, with all of her strength, pushed it deeper into the ground. Now your spear will be harder to remove. Cirrus finally lands back on the ground like a cat. They made no sound. Guess I'll have to resort to fisticuffs. Cirrus then got into a fighting stance. Let's see how strong you've gotten, Ace. Ace charged in again but was stopped by Diona and Dione, going in front of her. We'll handle him. Find a weak point, shouted Diona. Hand to hand is our specialty. Don't say what the plan is, shouted Dione. Cirrus said nothing and simply took a deep breath. Hey. Let's do this. First Dione came in with a right hook and Diona with a left kick. Cirrus met Dione's fist with his own, and he took Diona's kick and held it with his right arm. Crack. Thud. Before Dione could even grunt in pain, Cirrus had already slammed Dione with Diona sending them flying to a wall. Crash. Boom. Cirrus looked at his left fist and felt the right side of his ribs. Good strikes, another level, and they could have left a light bruise and a light numbness to my fist. He looked at Ace, who didn't even have time to move much. This is a level 8. He took them down like it was nothing. He hasn't even used his magic yet nor even sweated. Ace began to analyze how she was going about it. He was a genuine monster that she couldn't see herself winning. Come on, Ace, if you simply stand and do nothing in front of a strong foe, you might as well turn tail and run, but, he raised a brow. You aren't the type to run away so easily now, are you? He poked the part of Ace that wanted to grow, that wanted more and more power, his power. No. I'm not. I know I am no match, but I will at least make you use your magic. Awaken, Tempest. Whoosh. A powerful, impregnable fortress of wind surrounded Ace. The wind covered her blade, compressing it more and more. That attack, she's using it again. Said Luffy Ya. Watch Luffy Ya, you are going to see what a magic from a mage who reached level 8 can do. Said Riveria. Remember well, as he is the one who stands atop of all mages. Luffy Ya could see sternness in Riveria's face and voice as she watches keenly, as did everyone else in the Colosseum. Fine, then. Let's see what this human can do. I'm sure Ace's wind will be. Her expectations for her idol quickly crumbled away. Cirrus smiled slightly. Very well. His voice seemed to have cut through the sound of the raging wind. His magic circle appeared behind a beautiful and simple magic circle with a ram's head in the center. Exosia, Adorn, Cretan. A bulky snow-white armor reminiscent of a bull wrapped itself around him. It was as if he had skinned the hide of a divine animal as its elegant red horns scraped the sky, and black markings showed its mystery. Luffy Ya could feel the air change in the crowd and the arena as Ace condenses the wind to her blade and power converged around Cirrus. Damocles, dot. His spear shakes a bit before ripping itself from the earth and returning to its master's hand. His magic circle appeared once more above him. Sword of Damocles, sing near Vespers. Diadicasti_s, Logia dot. People could feel their hair standing as the area fills with electricity before a thunderous crack ripped through the stadium. Crack. A massive bolt of lightning struck Cirrus, but he was unharmed. The lightning seems to have a mind of its own as it seems to dance and flicker off him as though he had become the element of thunder itself. Crackle. 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 It was as dense as it was terrifying. Such mastery, and without a staff, Luffy Ya said as she looked on in awe. She can't win, that much. Keep watching, Loki said. This is who your rival as a mage is, Luffy Ya. This literal beast of thunder. As the lightning dances off him, Cirrus holds out his spear. Sword of Damocles, dot. The power then shifted to his spear now instead of being thunder, he was holding a lightning bolt as though he was a god. Reminds me of Zeus. Said Freya. How terrifying. A thought many of the gods shared. Ace could feel her regret coming up. She could feel the power radiating off him and his spear now. It reminded her of that day she saw a bright light that reached the moon. Many would not blame Ace if she ran right now, many were too petrified to even move or even breathe now. This was a level 8, and he had shown a fraction of his fangs. This showing made every adventurer on high alert. From the lowest levels to the highest, they all focused on what was coming. Bet, Diona and Dione all got up from the surrounding threat, a monster with bull horns clad in thick thunder with a lightning bolt as a weapon. It was as if myth had become a reality in the short time since they were knocked out. Get back! Ace shouted as confidently as she could. You have until 5 to leave the arena or get caught in the blast, Cirrus said with his gaze solely on Ace. They quickly did as he said and left through a corridor, and as they did, Cirrus's barrier covered the arena once more. Boy, you sure do like using a lot of your magic, huh Cirrus? Cirrus said, using a good chunk of Cirrus's magic to form the barrier even stronger. What better way to raise it than to use it, he said under his breath. As the two move their weapons and go in for an attack, the city shook in a deafening sound and light. Volume 3 Quest 227 One Step Closer. 2 days later. AI gets up from bed to feel her whole body sore. Cirrus. Art. Anyone here? I'm here. Sorry, I was helping with lunch, said Artemis, coming up. Did I win or? She said weakly. He won by a small margin, you should be very proud. You nearly toppled him. Did anyone challenge Cirrus? Well, just 4 of Loki's kids, but well, he crushed 3 of them with brute force, and for the Sword Princess, he used his magic and crushed her as well. After that, no one wanted to challenge him. Did you update my status? A large smile grew on Artemis's face. I did, and here, she hands AI a piece of paper. Shirakusa AI. LV6. Strength, C613-A802 Endurance, A899-SS1001. Dexterity, A879-SS1000 Agility, S900-S999. Magic, E401-C636 Hunter, G. Immunity, G Swordsman, E. Initiative, HG Chain Attack, IH. Mirakumagari. Enchant Magic. Yanbai Kogo. Enhance/Transformation Magic. Ishin. When focusing intensely, strength, dexterity, and agility will increase drastically. Yorimitsu. When fighting any monster, all stats are drastically increased. Nerea, A. Great cutting power will be released at the last second. Atalanta. Growth is increased in proportion to a loved one. Running and drawing speeds are improved. This skill. Is it? Yup, it's like Cirrus. Seems you really wish to stay by his side, Artemis said with a bright smile. Heek. Heek, tears began to fall from her face. I won't be left behind. And I will catch up to him, she said firmly. Well, you can right now if you want, since you can level up to 7. Do it, she said energetically as she wipes the tears from her eyes. Alright then. AI lay on her stomach as Artemis pricked her finger and updated her status. Did I get any new development abilities? Just strong body, a development ability that makes your body considerably stronger, as the name suggests. Then go with that one. And, done. Artemis gets a piece of paper and hands it to her. You will be surprised again, AI. AI gets the paper and reads it. Shirakusa AI. LV7. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0. Magic, I0 Hunter, G. Immunity, G Swordsman, ED. Initiative, G Chain Attack, H. Strong Body, I. Mirakumagari. Enchant Magic. Yanbai Kogo. Enhance/Transformation Magic. Ishin. When focusing intensely, strength, dexterity, and agility will increase drastically. Yorimitsu. When fighting any monster, all stats are drastically increased. Nerea, A. Great cutting power will be released at the last second. Atalanta. Growth is increased in proportion to a loved one. Running and drawing speeds are improved. Caledonian Kainiji. Grants development abilities Spirit Healing, healing power when using Yanbai Kogo. Strength is proportional to agility and endurance. Seems you are becoming a monster in your own right, like Cirrus. Where is Cirrus? She said, wanting to show off her new skills. He's with the guild head right now. Seems something came up. The guild, Royman's office. Is this true? Cirrus said, looking over a journal. Yes, sir. Said Royman. He has leveled up and his growth bared similarity to yours, so we forcibly got his level up model from his advisor, which she never submitted. It would seem my guess was right. He has the potential to reach my strength. Then that means. Tell his advisor to keep this to herself and no one else besides you. Any more updates go straight to you. His familia is far too weak. Should this get out, there will undoubtedly be another war games, and, in these times, we need to keep our wits up. And the Colosseum, he said, a bit nervously. Simply riding the wave of the war games, one needs to take advantage of opportunities. Then, should we send him quests? Yes, give him quests appropriate for the number of floors he and his familia have reached and their levels. He needs to build up experience. Very well, we shall give him and his familia appropriate quests. Is this all for now, Royman? Yes, there is currently nothing else needed to be brought up. I see, then later, Royman. Cirrus bids his farewell. Cirrus moves through the guild with his cloak of invisibility and thinks about the report he read on Bell. Level 3 in 2 months. He has a skill similar to mine, but is his goddess really that damn ignorant? Fuck. There is a reason why I had to hide my level for so damn long. These gods are like predators waiting for the next big fish, and Bell jumped right into the damn ocean. Ha. I need to ask Artemis if she could help cover for her. No, they already had a deadless a month back, fuck. He had walked into a dark alley and used the secret tunnels. Althea, your goddamn nephew picked a dull goddess. Oh well, what he does is on him. I can try to train him if he so chooses, but anything else is on him. Hey Cirrus said AI, contacting him through a magic tool in his ear. Are you coming back home? I am, why? Did something come up? Well, just come back quick. I have something I want to tell you. Oh, I meant to say the familia home. Alright, he said, suspicious at what she is planning. When Cirrus arrived at the familia home, and he found it smelling fantastic. What's the occasion? He said. Oh, you're back, said Artemis. Come help. Cirrus follows Artemis into the kitchen where the table is full of food from Yamato. So, what's going on? I will tell you, right now she's getting all ready. Oh, okay. As Cirrus helped cook, more of Artemis's familia came with decorations, and sure enough, the whole home was decorated. What the fuck is happening? Now, can you tell me what's going on? I would, but she will tell you. Walking down in a fine outfit was AI. You look beautiful. Thanks. Oh, can we all sit, and I can tell you the news. Everyone made a big smile as they all took their seats in the dining hall. Once everyone was set and seated, AI stood up. Now for the reason for this extravagance is for one thing. AI shouted as Artemis sat next to her with a smile. Cirrus could see the smile on all the familia's faces. And that is because their eyes began to nearly bulge out of their sockets. I am. They were on the edge of their seats. A level 7. Woo-ah! Everyone but Artemis were surprised. We thought Cirrus finally knocked you up, shouted Phi. Yeah, they all shouted. Now, said Artemis, calming everyone down. This is still a special occasion. Besides, one day they will have children. They all looked at Cirrus. We want a cute nephew soon, said Kale. That's my business, Kale, maybe you should work on finding a guy first before coming to me, he said, snapping back at her. With Lady Artemis standards. Ah. Kale, you think it's because of Artemis? You really need to. That is enough. Artemis cut Cirrus off to prevent more arguing. My children should have only the best. Now let's all feast, shall we? Ura. Cirrus watched as the whole familia of women ate. I need more male friends. Ibig. How I treasure those days as blacksmiths. Later, back at Cirrus's home. Cirrus gave AI her reward. So you have a skill like mine, hey, said Cirrus, with AI in his arms in bed. Yup, she said, resting her head on his chest. So I won't be falling short anytime soon. Then I won't be holding back for you. Oh? Where you she got on top of him. Then you can give me more of your love, right? She went and kissed him on the lips. Always. A warm smile grows on both of them as they kiss passionately. Volume 3 Quest 228 TMI. Some days later on Deadless Street. So that's the plan, said Loki. Split up and start combing Deadless Street. All of you have your flares, said Artemis. All of her familia nodded. Good. Each one of you will join one of Loki's groups. If you see anything odd, go find help. Yes. The Artemis familia said in unison. Now go. Loki commanded. I already have all the men to look down into the sewers. We'll meet back here at this town square, got it, she said, trying to be as respectable and commanding as Artemis. Her children nodded as they left. Why can't I be more commanding like you? Loki asked Artemis. I had practice. Walking down a street in Deadless. This place is always so damn hard to read, said AI, scratching her head. We aren't lost, are we? Lefia asked. No, I left a marker back there. With it, I can lead us back, but if not, we can always go by a rooftop. AI then looked up. Coming down was a black-haired elf. Lefia, it's good I found you so fast. Philvis. What are you doing here? Lord Dionysus had commanded me to help in your efforts. I know I may not compare to the flashing saint, but... Sure, come along, AI said so quickly. Let's get along. She said, extending her hand. Sorry, but I have no intention of befriending you. She said, bowing. The air seemed to have silent and as cold as ice. Fine then, AI said as she walked over to her. Then tell me something. Go on. Is there someone you like? AI said with a grin on her face. WWW what? That's not something you say to someone who you just... What better way to know one another? Isn't that right? Yeah, said Diona. Besides, you're blushing, so that means you are in love. Phylvis turned her head. Why you see, I know little about that kind of stuff. Sorry, all of our oldest friends have someone and now she's actually thinking about it for once. Said Dione. See, could it be your loved one is Lord Dionysus? Shouted Lefia. Oh a god, hey, said AI and Diona. What about all of you then? Hey. Phylvis pointed her finger at them all. I really don't have someone. But I have someone I admire though, said Lefia sheepishly. You know who my heart yearns for? Said Dione. You like Raoul right Aki, said Elfie. Not a chance. Said Aki. But what about you AI? Really, she said, lifting her left hand. They all realized out of all of them, AI was the most mature of the bunch. What about you? Phylvis looked at Lena, a human girl with long, braided, black hair and glasses. Hey, me. Lena's face blustered up. WL, I like, bet. All their faces were surprised and blushing. They all shouted. Bet, said Dione, shocked. Why you kidding right? Aki said with speculation. Talk about bad taste. Said Diona. I highly suggest you reconsider. Said Phylvis. Now, said AI. Don't judge her. Bet is a fine man. A bit prideful, but I'm sure she sees something in him you all don't. Isn't that right, Lena? AI looked at her with a warm smile. Why yes. He is so gallant and is really nice deep down. I understand it won't be easy, but, she made a sweet innocent smile. Even so, my goal is to one day become strong enough to save Bet in a pinch. They all made faces that all said understandable. Ah. It's like me. AI said proudly. It is. Lena said, surprised. Sure, how did you think I went up 4 levels in 4 years? Why they all said. So, how long have you known him? Asked Lefia. Since we were 7, I saw him once in the dungeon and we and several other rookie adventurers were resting, but I didn't get to really know him until he helped me get back home. So, your childhood friends, said Diona. More or less, but yet. How romantic. To marry your childhood friend. I wished I was the captain's childhood friend, said Dione. So when did you two become a couple? She said with a lot of enthusiasm coming up to AI. It's a bit hard to tell. I think it was when I kissed him when we were returning from Telskyra or when we went on a date for the goddesses' festival, but it was ruined by evil us. But I'm sure when we spent the night together on the 50th floor we would be together for a long time. You by spending the night, why you don't mean, said Lena. AI simply made a smug grin. She put her hands to her hips and puffed up her chest in superiority. Do you really want to know? I can tell you, but you would have to keep it between us, all right? All of them nod their heads in curiosity. I wish to know. Dione said, coming in close to her and soon enough all of them did. Well, after helping Cirrus reach the 49th floor so he could solo the Baylor, we went to the 50th floor to rest. We rested for a while and he took watch first. When I heard the crackle of the fire, I woke up. I went out to see Cirrus sleeping, and the fire was slowly dying out, so I dragged him into the tent for warmth. He woke up from being dragged, but soon went to sleep again. At first, it was just to keep warm and nothing else but AI got shy and red. I found it hard not to snuggle closer to him, to feel the warm breath on my face and the subtlety of his muscles underneath his clothes, the beat of his heart, and his crisp smell of early spring. They could see AI slowly drool, her tail began to wag and her ears perked up. You Ms. AI, said Lefia, blushing. By that point I couldn't help myself. I felt a fire burn inside me and I wanted to taste him. I kissed him and the taste of the soup we made filled me. The fire grew hotter, and it spread throughout me. The texture of his lips and stimulation of taking him in overwhelmed me and I lost grip on him then he pinned me down. All of their faces were red, and they were listening in on her every word. You Mrs. AI I think that's... AI didn't hear Lefia trying to stop her. AI was too engrossed in that memory that soaked into her flesh. A feeling of terror and hope filled me, but with each kiss, he gave to my body the less I felt them as he started off by kissing my neck, then slowly made his way down, removing my clothes and him. She moved her hands down her body then stopped at her abdomen. He then removed my panties and licked down there, and it baptized me in euphoria. Her eyes began to glaze from lost of thought. A pleasure, so foreign and addicting that my body was trembling from it but serious. She moved her hands and clasped together in prayer. He grabbed my hands and assured me it was fine, and I enjoyed it. But that wasn't enough. He looked up at me with his polished emerald eyes that had the same emotion I was feeling, an intense burning passion. She unclasped them and touched her chest. He was watching my breasts go up and down from my heavy breathing. He removed his last remaining piece of clothing and when I saw him, I instinctively opened my arms and legs and said his name, inviting him to feast on the renard, Shirakusa Ai. Ai remained quiet for a bit as she remembers that night. Even to this day Ai holds that moment dearly and made sure to guard it as she aged to always go back and remember the day she and Cirrus became lovers. Then what? Said Ace curiously, wanting to hear more. We became one. She put her right hand over her heart, smiling so warmly it radiated a love so infectious none could look away. The burning passion was burning ever so bright and hot that we indulged our emotions and satisfied ourselves. The feeling of each other's flesh upon each other only wanted us to keep going. I don't remember how long we went, but I felt whole, as if I had satiated a hunger I never knew I had until that day. A drug named Cirrus Zephyr, injected into my veins, filling it with such pleasure I grew drunk on it. She looked back at them to see their faces were red and streaming. Sorry, it seems it was a bit too much for you all. And not at all, shouted Dione, drinking every last word that left her lips. Why yes, said Aki, blushing as red as a strawberry. It was, very enlightening. The rest nodded, wishing they could hear more. I see. She reorganizes herself and wiping the drool from her mouth. Well, if a day like that happens to you all, I hope you'll use the birth control pills, so you won't get pregnant. Ai then wrote some things and handed the notes to them. You all probably won't need to use them, but you can't be too safe. Dione quickly took that paper. Thank you very much. Dione said, very grateful for her. So Philvis said, calming down. You and him must truly love one another. We very much do. After that night, we spent many more knowing one another. The sex was nice but there was something even better than that. What is it? Dione said, eager to know more as were the others. Getting to know him. The girl's eyes widened a bit. They understood what she meant, but not what it actually meant. Getting to know him. Ace said. Yes. Getting to know Cirrus. She closed her eyes, memories of her love become clear as day. We would spend days and nights bonding with one another. He opens her eyes again and holds out her hands. We would gently touch and hold one another's hands. She began to trace her hand. Remembering the textures of our palms, the length of our fingers, and how cold or warm they are, the temperatures of each other's skins. She moved her hand to gently touch her lips. The small expressions on his face, the softness of his lips and the force of his teeth, the shape of his ears. She closed her eyes once more, moving her hand to over her heart. Even when I am blind, I would recognize him from his scent, the way he breathes came, and how he struck the earth. She opens her eyes again, they shine with a beauty and fire that only love could foster. Even in death, I would know him as he knows me. This can be said for Artemis as well. The three of them have spent many years with one another, learning of each other far more intimately. Ooh! The girl's eyes widened even more. They all felt a burning, yearning for this kind of love. This closeness she shared with Cirrus was something that made them very envious of her. Oh, and if you do manage to go that far, make sure you say the ultimate word that would let you snag him. What is it? Dione said, wanting more information. You bring him in close, wrap your legs around his waist and say, get me pregnant. And then they are yours for the night. They all gulped. The deadly phrase to ensure the man they spend the night with will give them all of their love. How good does it work? Asked Ace. Very. Cirrus always satisfies me and Artemis. Down in the sewers. That's a big creepy ass door. Said Cirrus. It sure as hell wasn't here last time I came down here with Loki. Said Bet. Or maybe, it showed up to challenge us. Said Finn. Cirrus said, walking up and touching it. This is orichalcum. What? They all said. Bet, go get everyone else. Said Finn. Here. Cirrus tosses him his flare. Just shoot it into the sky. Got it. He quickly leaves to the surface. Say you think they are mad if I just steal this door from them, right? Cirrus said, looking at Finn and the others. Somewhere under Orario. They're at the front door. Said Barca. So soon, are they going to come in? Said Thanatos. They are waiting at the entrance, and I don't like the eyes uncrowned is making at my doors. He's probably thinking of yanking them off and making them into weapons, said Valletta. Oi, tell those sprites to be ready in case they enter, she said shouting at Revis. I will inform them battle is on the horizon. Revis said going to inform them. Try not to damage my dungeon too much, unless you wish to help in its construction, said Barca, looking at them with dead tired eyes. The Gnosis wasn't built over 1,000 years just so your friends can break it. Volume 3 Quest 229 The Man-Made Dungeon, Gnosis. The next day. Whoa, said Diona. Is this really made of orichalcum? Yup, this here has to be their secret base, said Loki. The location, said AI. Something strange about it, AI, asked Riveria. It's nothing, just that if it's under Deadless, there must be other entrances, right? A reasonable theory, but this entrance in particular, said Cirrus. It's too easy. It's basically screaming hey. Hey. Come in. It's definitely not a trap. Promise, dot. The door then slowly opened, and many could see a figure running away. That's the masked person we met on our way to the 59th floor, said Riveria. Look at that, said Cirrus. All of you, stand back for a moment. Everyone steps back as he places his hand on the door. And no way you're not going to do that, are you, said Loki. He is, said Gareth. Cirrus grips the door with both hands and breaks it off its hinges. And no way. That's made from the hardest material in the world, said Diona. Ba ha ha ha. As expected, Cirrus, said Gareth with a big cheerful smile. AI walks up and throws down 4 sound eaters on the ground and walls. Why did you throw daggers at the wall and floor, said Lefia. For this. They could see his magic circle appear above him as the door floated and thunder strikes it in a continuous surge of strikes. The door then slowly bends and turns white hot from being submerged in lighting. Cirrus moved his hand, and a blob of molten metal came out and formed to make a shield. Cirrus then tosses it into the sewer water where Rethissa and most of the skilled huntresses waited at it. All right, get your shield, they shouted as they started to hand them out. So fast, said a Loki Familia member. Whoa, so cool, said Diona coming up to get one. Everyone got one, even Loki. Once it was done, and everyone got a shield, Cirrus made extra weapons out of the remaining material. Cirrus then collects the daggers AI put down. You all can keep the shields and weapons. Think of them as emergency weapons you need in a pinch. Note they aren't special besides being made from orichalcum and some adamantite. Cirrus said. Why do I get a shield? Asked Loki. Because it would be pretty shitty if an arrow comes and hit you in the head, so I made it light enough to cover most of your body. I appreciate the thought. Say, can we sell these? If so, how much would they sell for? You can do whatever you want. They don't bear my signature, but if you were to sell them, they would at least be 100 to 400k per shield and weapon. This is more expensive than my armor, said a member. And my actual weapon, said another. Finn, we should cut off the dead weight. This place has a hell of stench coming off it, said Beta coming up to the man-made dungeon. Bet. We're all a familia, so quit talking like that, said Diona. How far do you think we'd get without supporters around to help, said Dione. I have to side with Beta on this one, said AI. I can smell those evil scum from here. The smell of Kaneseki lingers in the air. Shit, said Cirrus. Finn, if we bring the supporters, we can't risk those evil members getting close or, you know. They see a complex look on Finn's face. Captain, what does he mean? Asked Dione. He means they will blow themselves up, Finn said coldly. These fanatics won't hesitate to grab you and blow themselves up. The explosions are strong enough to completely blow away the body of a level 3, said AI. Artie, AI said gripping tightly her new sword. They all gulped. All level 3 and below stay back. Finn commanded. I want you all to help the Artemis Familia find more of these entrances. Why yes, Captain, many of them shouted. Captain. What if we run out of weapons or items, said Diona. Then that will be on you, Cirrus said. If you're going through weapons and items so much you need a supporter, then you are burning resources that could be used for other people. I didn't think of it like that, she said, sadly. You must be good at resource management then, Cirrus, said Riveria. More or less, soloing the dungeon makes one very resourceful and aware of their supplies and tools. You what if we wish to come, said Lefia behind Cirrus. He turns to look down at the small, young elf, his emerald eyes look at her with a coldness of winter in them. I suggest you don't unless you are ready to take a life. He could see several people freeze up from his words. Killing, Lefia said. Yes, are you ready to take a person's life to save your own, he said, with his eyes bearing down on her. Loki, she turned to Loki, trying to get her help. Sorry, Luffy ya, but he is right. These guys won't even hesitate to even kill a god like me. Her face scrunched up in frustration. I will go with her, said Philvis stepping up next to Luffy ya. And you are? Cirrus said gazing at the black-haired elf. I am Philvis Shalia, level 3 captain of the Dionysus Familia. Cirrus looks her in her eyes and sees the eyes he has seen a million times in the Dark Era, ones that have seen death and despair, and a fire to never experience it again. Dionysus, that's her god. Very well. You have the eyes of one who has taken a life before. Philvis flinches a bit. Luffy ya, I'll help you get ready, she said, walking back. Wait. Luffy ya followed her. Seems you hit a sore spot for her there, said Beta. If she has a sore spot about death, then she should have quit being an adventure. Is that not why you left? Beta observed Cirrus's expression. No, I left because I have been fighting these fuckers since I was 7 years old, and I wanted to wake up one morning and not hear people screaming for help or see another robbery. I couldn't stand it any longer. Fair enough. After a bit, everyone got ready, and a few people stayed back in case anything happens. Nox, Circe, come out, Cirrus said under his breath. The two came out from the magic circles and landed on his shoulders. Your familiars. Are they actually one of your magics? Asked Luffy ya. They are a rather special magic. Sun, you go with Ace's group, Moon with Finn's group. The two fly over and land on Ace's head and Luffy ya's head. Why did she land on my head? Shouted Luffy ya. They are smarter than you think, and they know a backline mage when they see one. Now shall we begin? The groups were, first group is Cirrus, Ace, Gareth, Diona, and Dione, Alicia, and Cruz, who will serve as the vanguard. The second group will be Finn, Riveria, Ai, Raoul, Aki, Beta, Narvi, Luffy ya, and Philvis as the rear guard. As the first group advances first, they could feel how similar it was to the dungeon. This place is really unnatural, said Cirrus. They even have creepy statues, said Diona. Gargoyles. What are those? Diona asked. They're statues people make to scare off evil. Ironic, don't you think? Ha ha ha. You're right. They walked further and reached another door. Blocked, hey, said Gareth. You don't mind, do ya? Not all. Nothing's better than breaking their shit. As Cirrus winds up his fists, he feels a gaze on him, a malicious one at that. What's wrong? Ace asked. We're being watched. Cirrus quickly scanned the area and found the source. He looked up to see the gargoyle's eyes shimmer a bit. There you are. Cirrus jumps up and punches the gargoyle apart before landing. Surveillance, how annoying. Cirrus, with a strong kick to the door, caused it to fall off its hinges and fall flat. Ace, go back and inform Finn of this, and then come right back. I doubt they will sit still now that this information is known. Got it. Ace went and returned to her own group. They traveled further in, and a cold breeze hit them. A breeze, said Ace. Be ready, said Cirrus. They moved towards the coldness and as they did, they could feel the air and area get colder and colder. When they finally reached a room, it was completely covered in frost. What is TT this, said Diona, shivering. Dione, stand back, Ace said, stepping in front of them. They could see a red-haired figure coming up to them. Arya, and the contractor. Revis said coldly. Welcome to the Gnosis, your tomb. She then plunged her hands into the ice and pulled out a natural weapon, a cruel-looking long blade of ice. Arbuda, it's time. From the ice, a figure started to rise. The ice cracked and broke as she stood up. She turned to show her appearance, a beautiful woman with long frosted blue-tipped hair with a skin that is actually comparable to Nox's if not a bit more of a unhealthy pale. Her eyes were a cold icy blue, she wore clothes made of thin ice and undine cloth. She blended into the frost so well. Not even a single emotion, said Cirrus. You were also the fuck who got in my way that night. His eyes lit up with anger. His hands cracking as well as they wished to be used now. So, these are the ones. Arbuda's cold glare sent shivers down their backs. Ace and I got her, Cirrus said as he grips his spear tightly. Gareth, take Diona and Dione with you, get Finn, and prepare to come and get us. Oh? You're leaving? Arbuda said. Sorry, but I prefer to make sure nothing stays alive. Sing your Vespers, Swords of Damocles, Diadicaste_S, Logia. Cirrus uttered his magic as quickly as his magic circle appeared and a blast of thunder struck them. Go. Now. He shouted. Let's her Bayam. From a wall another spirit came out interrupting Gareth, a corrupted one with the body of a bull. Arya, Circe, it shouted with mania in its voice. Damn! It's blocking our way! Gareth shouted. Here! Exosia, Adorn, Cretan. His magic armor dawns on Gareth, and he could feel his strength and warmth increase. I'll make sure to clear the way. Urae! He charged at the corrupted spirit. Arya Gaia! Urae! Gareth met her charge and pushed her back. No! No! A little help! Shouted Gareth. Right on, said Diona. Get out of our way, shouted Dione. Freeze, binding chains of winter, shouted Alicia as ice magic struck the spirit. Hey! Cruz said as he helped push it back. The five then pushed back the corrupted sprites into the room it came from to find it very, very spacious. Circe, go with them. They need you more than us. Cirrus said as he glares at Arabuta and Revis. Got it. And I already told Nox we made contact. As Circe flies towards Gareth and the sisters, the cloud of smoke from Cirrus's attack dies down. Ah! I felt warm. Arbuta and Revis fill the room with their bloodlust. Oh? And we feel pretty fucking cold. Cirrus readies his spear. Ace draws her sword, and their bloodlust seeps out, matching Revis and Arbuta. I won't show you mercy. Revis, shouted Ace. Arya. Volume 3 Quest 230 The Spider's Web. After Ace had delivered the information and returned to her group, Finn moved with even more caution. This much work couldn't have been done in a decade, Finn said. Based on the construction, it would have taken several lifetimes to do from gathering material and construction. Said Riveria. And very swish. Expensive. They look at the wall AI cut to show adamantite. Even these walls are made from the obsidian soldiers of the 37th floor, so magic has gotten weaker. So much money and time, it brings up more questions than answers, Finn said. They continue to reach a large room with doors closed by orichalcum and a single stairway locked behind a bar door. Hold on, I'll cut through the bars quickly and... As AI stepped forward, a voice familiar to her rang. Fi-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-n. A-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I. You fucking remember me shorty and you damn four-eared bitch. You fucking better. I have been waiting a long time for this. To tear out your entrails out. Slice your pretty fucking faces and gouge holes in your bodies so my boys can fuck you. And in the deepest parts of your shit bodies I will carve my name into them and in your souls so no matter if you are reborn you will remember me. Said Valletta. Hey, you two know her, said Beta. Looks and sounds deranged. Is she another crazy person who wants you, Finn? You should hold your tongue. Said AI. Comparing her to Tione is an insult worth death. Her name is Valletta Greed, a survivor of the dark era of Orario, a person who made a name for herself in the evils of their group. Said Finn. I thought you died from the 27th floor nightmare. Said AI, looking at her with cold eyes. How lucky for me the Gale missed you in her rampage as now I can cut that fucking shit tongue and bash your damn brain in. They were surprised AI could say such foul things, but they could feel her very reasonable anger coming off her. Still mad I killed your stupid fucking friend 7 years ago. Ha ha ha. What was her name? Ari? D? Ah yes, Artatard. You fucking pink hair cunt. I should have tracked you down and let Shakti and the Ganesha familia burn your rancid ass body. And even then, it still wouldn't be enough for the life you stole. Well, I feel the fucking same, after the 27th floor shit. We lost our gods. We had to fend for ourselves with no fucking fauna. Can you imagine the terror of being in the dungeon with no fucking fauna? So many fucking monsters sank their teeth into me. On that fucking day I swore I'd fucking kill you all and shit in your open skulls. Then come and try you rancid pussy ass harlot. AI quickly kicked off, but Valletta rose her hand. See you in hell, bitch. Have fun in the Gnosis. In her hand was an orb with a D on it and the whole room opened up. Following it were several Velas. You're not fucking escaping again. AI used her slash to propel herself to the Velas and began to cut them apart, using their bodies as footholds. When the bell tolls 108 times, gather the 8 serpents. The Velas began to target AI. They go after magical energy, shouted Lefia. Good. No offerings of sacrifice to the earth, wind, fire, water, thunder, poison, light, and darkness. AI darted around, cutting them apart with absurd speed and precision. This unfortunate surprise impressed and terrified Barca and Valletta. I offer you steel and the clear sky. The white mist covered her weapon in its sheath, and with one good jump, she reached the top, where she fell. You damn bitch! Die! Mirakumagari! Swish! Hoosh! A massive blow of wind went through the entire Gnosis. At that same time. A breeze! Thought Ace. Focus! Cirrus shouted. Clang! Gur! Revis said. Arabuta! HAAA. Arubuta came from behind Revis and thrust her spear at Cirrus. No, you don't. Ace shouted as she parries the attack away. Deep within the Gnosis. That damn saint, said Barca angrily. She cut up 4% of the Gnosis. The legacy of our ancestors. Good, said another man with black hair and goggles with a spear. This damn place has been a nuisance to me since I was born. Quiet dicks, said Thanatos. If they continue on, they will find everything, even eye clothes. TCH, fine. I guess I'll have some fun. He says as he spins his spear. Get Valletta, said Barca. Isn't she dead? No, she lost her left arm and leg. Valletta at that moment. Gay. Fuck. 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 I'll fucking chop her damn hands off. AI had sliced through the bars and managed to cut Valletta, but in the 7 years, Valletta has become a level 6 and evaded it, causing her to only lose her left arm and leg in the attack. Down below in the Gnosis. Is everyone all right? Riveria said. All good. Fine. Good. Everyone was all fine, but AI looked up as the trapdoor closed. AI, are you good? Said Finn. A bit. Seeing her face made me remember that day. New species, shouted Raoul. Viola's coming at us, said Aki. Beta, handle the new species. AI deals with the Violas. Got it. The two began to clear the way. They quickly followed in their wake, with Violas coming from behind. Lefia. They're all yours. Yes, sir. Filvis, she shouted. Got it. The two got together and Filvis got in front of her while Lefia chanted. Shield me, cleaning chalice. Unleashed pillar of light, limbs of the holy tree. Dio Grail, a golden barrier appeared and stopped the Violas. You are the master archer. Filvis now. She dropped the shield, and Lefia pointed her staff. Arc's ray. A blast of light incinerates the monsters. Pretty good, said AI. Very well done, Lefia, said Riveria. That was awesome, Lefia, said Raoul. Looks like you found a way to be useful, said Beta. Keep moving, shouted Finn. They all kept moving until Finn felt his thumb ache and throb. With each step they all took, it throbbed more and more until finally they reached an open room. In the open room, it was filled with several stone pillars and a single woman with sapphire hair in a white dress, sitting with her legs crossed on a pile of rubble. She turned to show her aqua blue eyes. Oh? I didn't expect to meet people here, is that you, Nox? I feel your presence. It's rather unique. Nox flew ahead of them and transformed back. Everyone but Finn, Riveria, and AI were shocked to see this transformation. Judging by your weak aura, you're not of the older generation. Nox said, glaring at her. Rude. I was a spirit to the great god of the sea, Nereus. And? It's clear you will not abide by your former purpose. I already fulfilled it the day I died. Did you know that should a spirit die in the dungeon their souls simply linger? Waiting for rebirth, along with a never-ending rotation of monsters coming in and out. So what, you're not the only one who suffered in a dark place for countless years. What I'm saying is... She jumped down and everyone readied their blades. Who or what brought us back? All of their eyes widened as it was laid out in front of them. Who or what could have brought them back if they had lingered inside the dungeon for so long? You won't tell us, will you? Nox said, clenching her fists in anger. No, on my old name of Peleus. And my new name is Thetis, you won't get shit from me. Old man of the sea, place your water onto me. Laconia sticks. May the veil of my paradox cut through the cosmos, heaven will darken, earth will brighten. White night. From Thetis, a tsunami burst from her magic circle, and from Nox, a blade of light sliced through the water as if it was air. AI. Finn. Riveria gets her alive if possible. If not, then kill her, shouted Nox. Got it. AI shouted as she dashed forward. Water onto me. Laconia sticks. Streams of pressured water cuts through the pillars and Nox turned back and landed on Riveria's shoulders as AI dashed ahead of her. HAAA. Splash. AI was blocking the attacks with her orichalcum shield. Get ready for combat, shouted Finn. They all got together as the water surrounded them with the pillars helping block their views. You ever going to tell us we were with a damn spirit, said Beta. Focus on the spirit trying to kill us, Beta, said Riveria. Thetis moved in between the pillars as she slides through the water. I suggest clearing out all these damn pillars, said Nox. Why, you can talk as an owl. Lefia said. No, I'm using a magic tool to convey my thoughts to you, so get to breaking. Why the hell can't you do it? You stopped the water, didn't you? Beta said as he was tracking Thetis's movements. I would, but using magic costs Cirrus his own and as much as he has, I'm not really cheap on the costs. Then do you know how to beat her? Said Finn as he examines Thetis' movements. She's a normal water spirit, she is nothing special like me, so a good chop to the neck or lunge to the heart would easily kill her unless you know she has the same anatomy as a monster, in which case a stab to the chest is the way to go. How isn't she special? Said Philvis. She's moving through the water like a kelpie. She's a damn water spirit. What the fuck do you expect? Are you going to be surprised if a wind spirit flies? No. I don't crouch down, Riveria. Riveria quickly ducked down, and a stream of water went over her. How about a little less arguing and more working together? Cover me. I'll smoke her out. Riveria said, standing back up, and her magic circle appeared under her. Everyone on Riveria, shouted Finn. Everyone closed in on Riveria, shielding her from all sides. The flame will soon be released. Creeping war, unavoidable destruction. Thetis quickly noticed the massive amount of magic from Riveria was building. She struck more and more, but... Splash! 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 They all were blocking her attacks. The horn of battle sounds aloud, the cruelty of conflict will envelop all. Come, crimson flames, the ruthless inferno. Damn it! I'll make sure to kill you first. One-eyed human, open it up. Suddenly the doors opened up and several Veelas rushed through as Thetis runs away as an orichalcum door slammed shut behind her. Riveria stopped chanting. Damn it! Change of plans, we need to get out of here and regroup. This place is unconquerable with a master behind it. Nox said. A master? Finn said. Yes, from what Thetis shouted, they should have one eye and can control this place. Like what that disgusting Valletta had on her before AI chopped her up. Very well, we're leaving. AI, can you track the marker we left? Yeah. Then lead. Suddenly the door opens and several Evilus members popped up. For our lord. Our lord. May salvation be upon us all. They all rushed them. Bombers, shouted AI. Stop them before they detonate, commanded Finn. Ha! AI quickly cut them down and throw their bodies at them, jumping back and throwing a red needle at their chest end. Boom! They were blown up. They quickly left the room and began their escape. What was that you threw? Asked Riveria. They're red needles. Since Cirrus learned of their survival, he made these so we wouldn't have to waste magic. You just throw them at a magic item, and should it pierce, it'll forcibly activate. Volume 3 Quest 231 next time. Back to where Ace and Cirrus were fighting. Clang! 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 Whoosh! Whoosh! Clang! Cirrus and Ace viciously clash with Revis and Arbuda. Ha! Ha! They're tougher than I expected. Said Cirrus as he faced Arbuda. They must have eaten more magic stones. Said Ace, facing Revis. He's dangerous, Revis. Said Arbuda with her spear in hand. We should prioritize killing him above all. Arya, we can take after. He is not so easy to kill. Remember what he did to Wu. He hasn't even donned his armor nor used his magic, said Revis. Oh, I see. A smile grew on her face. Could it be he can't summon more than one armor? Revis looked at her, and for the first time, a smile cracked on her cold, expressionless face. Why don't we find out? They both kick off, charging at Cirrus. Seems I'm the target now, remember, pay attention to your surroundings. Cirrus charged ahead, meeting their clash. Clang! Cirrus held Arbuda's spear and Revis' fists. Ace came in behind and thrust her sword at Revis, but she quickly jumped back. Arbuda then placed her hand on Cirrus's spear, and frost covered it. Cirrus then used more strength to push her off and used the ice on the spear to fling it at them. Frost of Samsara, turn the earth back into laminating white Narika. Arbuda made a magic circle and from it, a volley of iceless formed. Fend this off. Ace, get behind me. Damocles. Ace quickly got behind him as he spun his spear into what was like a blurry metal plate. Ting. 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 Cirrus, they dealt with the corrupted spirit. With great teamwork and strength. It was really amazing, said Circe. What of? Cirrus. We're leaving. Without a key, we would waste too much energy here. And a water spirit is roaming around, said Nox. Heard that, Circe, we are leaving. I'm going to disengage the armor. Tell Gareth to get ready. On it. Nox, does AI have the scent? She does. We're returning to where we first left. Good, Ace, we have to leave. For now, Gareth and the others dealt with that bull spirit. He could see her face scrunch up a bit. What of them? Remember that move we did to that dragon on the 18th floor? She nods her head. Got it. As the volley of icicles widens Sirius's sight, he moves back while retaining the rotation of his spear. Exosia, Adorn, Cerberus. Awaken, Tempest. The two spirits could feel the hand of death on their throats. Arbuda stopped her attack to see a spiral of chains and a blinding tempest surrounding it. Too late. Vespers of Damocles. Sing your Vespers, Swords of Damocles. Diadicasti_S, Logia. Crack. 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 The cracks of thunder were deafening in the room as the lighting was all condensed and rotating from the chains into a twisting nail of power with lines of electricity swirling around it like a star trail. The sheer power and heat melted the frost, and the wind only made the room into a sauna. Frost of Samsara, turn the earth back into laminating white Mahapadma. Narika. Revis quickly got up and close to Arbuda as her magic circle appeared under her and a massive frigid blue lotus appeared, encasing them. Hyperuranian. Rumble. 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 The whole of Orario and Knossos violently shook enough to knock everyone down to their knees, and cracks appeared in several buildings. Several windows also cracked from it. Outside the Knossos a while later. Huff, huff. Sirius was breathing heavily, having quickly picked up several beaten and exhausted people. Is everyone all right? Shouted Finn. Ugh. I felt better, said Gareth, sitting down with broken bones and fractures everywhere. Dione, how are you lasses holding up? Bad. I wanted to be carried by the captain, said Dione, laying down with several broken bones and fractures as well. I wanna sleep for a month, said Diona. Cruz and Alicia nodded. Lucky he gave you his armor, Gareth sir, said Alicia. Thanks for it lad, but it has a hefty price to use. I've never been so exhausted and battered in my life. Ha ha ha. You're lucky when I used it as a level 1. It shattered my entire arm, Sirius said, leaning against a wall. That explains your absurd endurance, said Cruz. But, this could have gone far worse. From the sound of things, it seems you found more trouble than us, said Riveria. As it should, said Gareth. We are the vanguard. We should have come back. Uninjured we would feel shame worse than death. Shall we meet back at your office Finn, said AI. So we can discuss our next course of attack. Yes, Sirius can you? On it, alright you'll all feel better soon. Sirius holds out his hands and his chains come and drag all the injured together and put them in a bundle. He then slung them over his shoulder. AI go get Amit and the best healers to the Loki Familia home. It would be bad if they saw me with them like this. Got it. The operation ended luckily with no casualties. Several people were injured in the exploration and Gareth even made it to level 7. Many of the people who stayed back found more doors to the Knossos and some found by the Artemis Familia were kept hidden and monitored. Deep within the Knossos. What a great tragedy, said Thanatos. To think they would use such a massive attack down here. Gaia. Fuck. Fuck, screamed Valletta as she gets used to her new limbs. How the fuck was I the only one severely hurt? You two fucking fucks took that attack, she shouted at Revis and Arbuda. We did not get out unscathed. He drained a massive amount of my strength. My magic is an ultimate defense that the more I pour in the weaker I will become as a result. Now even a goblin can give me trouble, said Arbuda snacking on some magic stones. And I lost my right arm from her frost, said Revis. Only Thetis came out with no damage. Yes, she decided to run away, smarter than to let the battle continue and damage my damn Knossos. I sure hope you plan to help rebuild it. Barca shouted in such a tone and vigor many were surprised he could get this worked up. I will help, said Revis. Thetis. Help Arbuda regain her strength and check up on the nursery while you are down there, some more should be born soon. Jumping down from the rafters, Thetis had a look of inconvenience. Fine, it's the least I can do. I'll send Wu to back up here for some muscle in case they attacked again. I doubt it, said Dix. The place is seriously banged up, but still enough to kill them if they're not careful. Why do you think only level 4 and above came in? He is right, said Ein, walking in. Currently, there are no plans of returning but we will need a way to reach the surface, so Enyo said to build a tunnel from Knossos to the surface that is far away from Orario. Do you know how much time and effort it takes to make a tunnel, said Barca. And we don't have the resources for it. You have the Velas to help dig to make a usable tunnel. That is. All we need is no orichalcum doors or adamantite walls. This is for our survival, so put aside your artistic pride and ensure you live long enough to work on your project. Grr. Barca's face was turning red in anger. Fuck you, uncrowned. Fuck you, sword princess. He howled to the rafters. He then glanced at the spirits as he walks away. And fuck you for all of this. Volume 3 Quest 232 Building Up. The next day, the Loki and Artemis Familia held a meeting of its important members. The meeting was held in Finn's office. What a mess we found ourselves in, said Loki, leaning back on Finn's chair. Yes, to think such a thing was right under our feet, said Artemis, having taken a seat. Do you have an idea how deep it goes? She looked up at Cirrus, who was at her side. It at least goes down to the 18th floor, said Cirrus. 7 years ago they used it to get past the barrier. That allowed Althea to confront us, and how those spirits got away. So the possible lowest it has gone is the 18th floor at least, said Finn. That is still a lot of ground considering the Gnosis has so much danger in them, with orichalcum doors, demi, and corrupted spirits, along with evil us remnants with a changing man-made labyrinth. So many dangers, our luck would be better off if we have one of those keys, said Riveria. You said the key was an orb with a D on it, right? Asked Cirrus. Yes, said AI. Valletta, who I'm sure is still alive, held it up and several doors opened up. Then I already have one. The room looked at Cirrus in shock and surprise. When did you get one? Asked Finn. On the 18th floor, remember when Lefia and Belle were found? Well, some rats caught my eye, and having interrogated them for a bit with some help, Revis and that masked fellow along with Thetis killed them, leaving nothing to be learned, nothing about their identity or bodies except for an orb with a D on it. Then we can go back and... No, Cirrus interrupted Loki. We won't be going back until we have trained our familia member, and now that we know of how dangerous the Gnosis is, we have to prepare. If we had gone in with the original plan, we would have lost some people to crush them. We need to take our time. Me and Ace destroyed a good chunk of the Gnosis anyway, so it will be a while before they can move. How much do you think you destroyed? Asked Gareth. About 2 floors, more or less. The Gnosis is a lot more sturdy than I had expected. Then, for the next raid, we shall prepare, said Finn. We'll keep watch on their entrances and investigate the Ishtar Familia. I actually have some information to report on for them, said AI. Oh, they all said. That's a surprise. I didn't think you knew something so convenient, Finn said. It's not convenient when you had already been investigating it, Finn. Since Melon, I found some old friends of mine unwilling involved. So once I finished my cleanup in Melon, I began to investigate the Ishtar Familia. First, I explored the district they controlled, which was pretty much all the brothels of bought slaves and the like. I combed the streets, learning the routes and alleys until now. I had thought it had a bit odd design, but knowing the Gnosis, it all clicked. AI took out her maps of the entertainment district and marked the most unusual parts, with there being several. This is, how long has she been in cahoots with them? Loki said, examining the detailed map. I plan on going back and rechecking this. That's about all I can do. Any actual investigation into them leads nowhere, whereas they are all charmed by Ishtar, so, they're that. Damn, we have a lead to follow and it ended at a wall, said Riveria. AI, keep looking into it, said Cirrus. Even if we're at a wall, we can still find ways to get around it. It's only a matter of time before we find it. They all nod their heads. Then it seems this meeting is over then, said Artemis. Wait, said Loki. I have something that's been on my mind for a while now. And that is, Artemis said, glancing at Loki. Cirrus, how did Aranos give you a quest to save my kids? And at such convenience as well. Not that I'm mad about that, but, her eyes opened up and he could feel a sharp glare looking for a point at attack. Did Cirrus not inform Finn? Artemis looked to the palm. He did, but I wanted to be sure. Cirrus didn't like the look he was getting. He narrowed his eyes and returned the glare. Are you implying that the guild had a hand in the Gnosis? Cirrus said, walking up to her and staring into her red eyes. If so, you have taken your title of Trickers of Heaven far too seriously. Any fucking fool would know the guild, and by extension, Aranos would not risk a danger as a second dungeon upon the world when he's forever upon his solemn throne keeping the lid on the dungeon. So you have met him to know what he sits on. How do we know we can trust you? The tension in the room grew tense. I don't know who fucked with your head so much as to see the guild as a possible threat, but let me tell you this. Cirrus leaned in close to her. 1. You are walking on some thin fucking ice, and 2. Gods like you who think they are ever so clever and only see the big picture are always the gods so easy to read and manipulate. He leaned back just a bit. Always the trickster and never the fool, right? Well, Loki, you are a fool who thinks they are the only trickster in Orario. Do you know how one would go about getting to trick you? Go on. She said, now focused on his eyes and words. I personally thought about it long ago before I even received a fauna. The way was your children, one would simply threaten to kill or take them to really get something out of you. He could see her glare flicker with anger, more than enough of her to focus on him for what he planned to do. I like to think I'm more calm-headed than that. She said, making a small smile. Is that so? Cirrus then leans back more, and he opens his hands, dropping her hair tied to the table. Loki flinched when she saw it. When did he get my hair tie? The Loki familia could see their goddess's pride getting stained. You know, I learned to steal from Hermes. He is also known as a god of thieves, so his technique was hard to learn, but something new learned is always good. Just had to bribe him with liquor and a good time with some cabarets back in Yamato for him to really teach me his moves. He walked to the door. If I were you, I would personally not take anything Dionysus says is helpful. He could see her slightly flinch a bit. You know, he is also a god of insanity, ritual madness, religious ecstasy, festivity, and theater, right? His title as the god of wine helps him as much as Freya's title as the goddess of beauty. No one ever looks to find she is the goddess of death and war. So no one suspects a mere winemaker or goddess of beauty to be so cunning. We're leaving, our business here is done for now. Goodbye, Loki, said Artemis with a smile. Bye, Riveria, Gareth, Finn, said AI waving goodbye. As they leave, Loki was shaking in anger. Loki, are you? I'm fine, Finn, she said, getting her tie and making a ponytail again. I'm just mad. I missed something so crucial and not suspecting Dionysus as well. Loki. He fucking baited me, she said, gripping the handles of her seat tightly. He spewed some damn sob story about his children dying and I lapped it up. A god of insanity, no wonder it's so hard to read him, he even made me think he was trustworthy. She then gritted her teeth. And no god can be trusted, especially the smart ones. Then, should we investigate the Dionysus familia, asked Riveria. It will be rather awkward with Lefia and Filvis. No, just monitor them for now and make sure to not slip anything too valuable to Lefia. I don't want her to spill the beans on them to get tipped off. Dionysus familia home. So, how was the raid? Filvis, said Dionysus, a beautiful god with golden hair and emerald eyes. It went, well. But it seems the flashing saint really did level up. So now Orario has another level 7, he looks out the window and drinks his wine. Anything else? The uncrowned emperor has a spirit of his own, possibly two, but the one I saw was powerful, very, very powerful. Then it would be best not to get in his line of sight. Walking back home. It was Aisha, wasn't it? Cirrus said. Yes. How bad is it? She was charmed into submission, breaking her enough to serve as the big sister for a majority of the familia and in turn taking up the job as vice-captain while the actual vice-captain is used as Ishtar's toy while that toad just sits around and ruins men who go near the familia home. Artemis. We'll begin making plans. She said. If she's involved and her territory is housing the Knossos entrances, then we will have to deal with them, eventually. Volume 3 Quest 233 New Home. The next night. Hey, said Cirrus, AI, Artemis, and the rest of the familia as they look from on high to see the Ishtar familia was getting attacked by the Freya familia. Well, so much for our plans, said Cirrus. Guess we'll claim this place pretty easy now without a fight. Nodded AI. Saves us the trouble, Artemis said. 2 days later. It was announced by the guild that the Ishtar familia has been dissolved through the attack and Ishtar was now in heaven. Now the control of the entertainment district was up for grabs. With the Freya familia having to get penalized by the guild, now there wasn't a familia in control of the area Ishtar had under her at least for 2 days. You moved in rather quick, Artemis, said Loki. We had begun plans to take the entertainment district and lucky for us, Freya moved in first. Do you have an idea why that was? Ishtar probably had someone Freya had her eyes on and decided to teach her a lesson. Seems about right. Well, now that we took over the free space, we have started to seal up the extra entrances of the Knossos as well as some other businesses. That's good, and what of all the Amazonas and workers there? I don't think are you still considered a goddess of chastity? That's details for some other time and besides, I'm not running it. My familia is simply the muscle, Cirrus is the one with experience running it along with another goddess who needs some muscle. Oh, are you building your own little nation, hey? More or less, but it's more of a habit now. Back in the Far East our prefecture grew so large we needed to get more people and so we would find and raise talented people with a few gods here and there to run specific parts. Aren't you scared they'll stab you in the back? With Cirrus around? I doubt any god would risk that and risk having a fate worse than being hunted by several powerful gods. Good point. Do you have any in mind? A few. One goddess in particular agreed and is coming to Orario with her children. That's pretty good. Do I know them? I think you would rather avoid them if possible. I'll take your word on it. They both take a sip of their teas. So. How are you and Dionysus? Asked Artemis. I haven't talked to him, but... Cyrus was right. I was being strung along by him, using my only weakness to gain my trust so easily, hey. For now, we are simply looking from afar, with no investigations, simply waiting and looking. A god like him must have plans. Well, for now, I guess we should simply keep an eye out until our children grow in strength and eventually conquer the Knossos. Babel Tower, Freya's room. I see. Thank you, Thomas. Cyrus said. Not at all, sir, if you excuse me I will return to training. The young, brown-skinned man left quickly. So is that all you wanted to know? Said Freya. I could have left the room if you wanted. There will be no point. You would still get the information out of him and, besides, it's easier to get reliable information with a goddess eye on them. Phew, you have experience with this. Too much for my liking, but hey, what are you gonna do? In any case, I'll be going now. Your familia did a number on the place. I hope it doesn't affect our standing. No, your business is your own. Why you attacked matters not to me, even if I'm curious. See. Cyrus takes his leave. Freya smiles a bit as he left the room. Artemis and Ai are quite lucky. But you, Belle, you have a soul that stands out as much as his, and this time I will claim your heart on a fair footing. I'll bet my pride as a woman on this. Some days later. Sorry about, said Aisha as she walks next to Ai. It's fine. But I am a bit peeved. I couldn't be the one to save you. I was planning out how to take them down and everything. Ha ha ha. You were. How lucky for you the Freya Familia and Belle Cranel came first. I'm surprised he has made quite a name for himself. How unfortunate he will be chased by Amazonas now. Not unless he enters your territory now. I'm surprised you guys took over in place of Ishtar. Well, I'm sure you know she had some dealings with some unsavory people, so we simply took the reins and got to work. Sorry, I couldn't be more of a help to you. Ishtar only ever brought her boy toy with her. That's fine. So, is this the place? Ai said as they both stand before a 3-floored mansion with a large iron fence around it. Yup. They wait a bit, and the door opens to show the Renard. Ai saw that night coming running to Aisha. Aisha, she said, running up and opening the gate to hug her. Ah, Haruheim. It's good to see you. Coming up was the rest of the Hestia Familia. Lady Ai, said Lily, it's good to see you again. Ah, Lily. You are doing well. I heard they helped you out. They helped rescue me and get back the money I had saved up. Oh? Is that so? She turned to meet their gazes. They could see a slight blush of embarrassment. You're Artemis's kid, right? Said Hestia. I am. I converted when she returned to Orario. And your name, are you that's its mistress? Hestia said, getting into Ai's face. If so, I can't allow Artemis to be married to an adulterer. I am Cyrus's second wife. She showed the ring. And I was given blessings by Lord Susanoo and Lady Aphrodite, so I can assure you everything is fine. Okay? Aphrodite? She was there. Yup. She even gifted us with her earrings. She showed a light blue clam with a green pearl. TTT, then Artemis is really, she said with her face getting a bit pale. Anyway, Belle, I have to thank you for helping Aisha. She is one of my oldest friends. Ai gave a slight bow. It's no problem at all. But I never expected another familia to come and attack. Well, I guess you are just lucky, I guess. And Welf, Cyrus was impressed by your magic swords during the war games. He even wanted to commission you for one for display. Display? He doesn't want to use it. Welf said. No, if he wanted to use a magic weapon, he would just make one himself. It's more of like a collection for him. I see. Well, if he sends a commission, I will do my best. I bet you will. Especially with the debt your goddess has, and the familiar rank up really putting you in the red, she said with a sunny smile. Gah! Said, Hestia. Aren't your familia hurting too? With a level 8 and now your familia is easily an AORS rank. We're doing fine. With the money, Cyrus has built up from our time in Yamato. We took over the entertainment district, where Ishtar ruled. What? They all shouted. But Artemis is the goddess of chastity. How can she run a place like that? Hestia shouted. She's not, Cyrus is. Artemis is simply the muscle of the area keeping it safe. We are getting other gods to work on stuff at the moment, but yet. I've been here for 5 months while Artemis comes in and already made a name for herself. Lady Hestia, you know Lady Artemis and her familia already made a name for themselves in this city before, right? Said Aisha. Back then she helped Cirrus hunt down the ancient monsters Evilus released into the world. They even helped the Astria familia in their patrols. She and her familia even helped track down people who escaped the city who held ties to Evilus, said AI. Seems like she helped a lot. Said Welf. She did so much and grew up to, said Hestia in emotional pain. Lady AI. Said Makoto. You said you built up money in Yamato, correct? I did. Are you curious how? I am. Where we are from, our temple had to rely on the food Haruim's family gave us. Gave. AI turned to Haruhime. Are you a noble? Formerly, my father disowned me, but my name is Sanjouno Haruhime. She gave a proper, elegant bow to AI. Sanjouno, are you the daughter of Sanjouno Ritsuiko? Yet. Why you know my father? Of course, I would see him when we would give our reports to Lady Amaterasu. She and Mikoto began to shake. TTT then. AAARUA. NNN noble, they both said together. I am. My name is AI Zephyr, having taken my husband's name but to the royal court. I am Kyajouno AI, second wife to Kyajouno Hakukumo. That's the name Lady Amaterasu gave Cirrus. Oh. You're a noble, hey. That's amazing. But I like Shirakusa better. Said Aisha slapping her on the back. Rolls off the tongue better. The Hestia familia could see Makoto and Haruim's faces turn even paler than Hestia's. Would you like a drink? Makoto said. Why yes. I can prepare some good green tea, said Haruhime. I know nobles are a big deal, but, are they really that important, said Belle. Sir Belle, said Makoto. Her family is the newest in the royal court. Her family single-handedly stabilized the country. 2, in fact. They brought upon a golden age to the country. Everything from education to medicine to infrastructure they helped improved greatly. Haruhime said. We hold them as much regard as the Empress, Lady Amaterasu. Even the countless warring prefectures joined up together. Albeit with the opposing side, but nonetheless. Still far better than making several hundreds of orphans. Oh, they even took in several orphans from around the country, said Haruhime. The guards at the estate told you in your temple, didn't they? Haruhime said, looking at Makoto. Ah. Lord Takemikazuchi and Lady Tsukiyomi didn't really believe it, so. You sure were busy those 7 years AI. Aisha said, smiling. Well, it was better than doing nothing, anyway I appreciate the offer. I'll take you up on it one day. Oh, do make sure you come by. Our home should be done in a couple of weeks from now. Only close friends are showing up. Will there be free food, said Hestia. Will you or Sora be making the food, said Lily. We probably will. AI it's time. Said Aisha. Damn, sorry, got to go. Rukia is invading, and it's honestly embarrassing. See you Belle Cranel, Haruhime. Aisha said, nodding. Oh, before I forget Haruhime, you never finished your prostitute training if you know what I mean. Her face lit up. I didn't. No, said AI. Apparently they just left when you passed out. As AI and Aisha left Haruhime, she simply stood still for a second. Oh, and I have been telling, her face turned bright red. While walking together, Aisha asked AI something. So, how is it with him and the first wife? What do you mean? I mean, in bed, Aisha smirked a bit. Very good. Cirrus has a lot of stamina, you know. Phew. You really have grown up. Before you would blush so much from this kind of talk. I mean. Yeah. So. Has there been talk of a third wife? Lots of Amazons are pestering me to ask you. It has floated around. Oh, it intrigued Aisha. And? It's on hold for now. Is there anyone you had in mind? Maybe an old friend. Aisha puts her arms around AI. Well. AI put her arms around Aisha. I suggested your name around, but there are a few criteria that both me and Cirrus would like. That is. AI brought Aisha in closer and was face to face with her. Aisha blushed a bit from the surprise. The first criteria is. AI explained to Aisha was the criteria were and Aisha found it to be extremely brutal and only the strongest of first class would have the tools to possibly do it. Volume 3 Quest 233.5 Lord of the Night. Some days after the Ishtar Familia was dissolved, many were told to come to the former home of the now disbanded Ishtar Familia, with only a platform in front of it. What do you think will happen, said one person from the district. I heard a new familia is taking over, said another. Which one? Don't know, they say it's Freya's, but I doubt it. I heard it was Lady Damia. I heard Lady Hathor. I saw Lady Kama around. Lady Kama. She must have the best chance. She was the second biggest god in the district. Shush. Shush. They're coming. Coming up the road towards the abandoned familia home of the Ishtar familia in a large, elegantly decorated coach with a powerful steed bigger than any man. As the coach arrived near the stage where the door opened, a red carpet rolled out. The first to step out was a goddess with vibrant green and yellow wavy hair kept back. Her eyes were as golden and bright as the sun. Her attire was rather extravagant with a blue and jade color scheme with jade earrings. "Hello beautiful people," she shouted out loud. "I hope we can get along well. Lady Quetzalcoatl please." "We had an order," said her captain, Rodolfo Huerta, a level 2 cat person with a rather robust figure in a white mask and suit. Their hearts were happy it was a kind goddess when the next goddess made herself known. "All right. All right. Come on. You're taking the spotlight," a goddess said, pushing them forward. Next came a goddess they knew, Kama. Her hair was ash white that fades into a green put up in a ponytail with a lotus as a tie. Her eyes were like polished obsidian. Her attire was a beautiful, striking green and light purple outfit with gold bangles for her sleeves that made it even more striking with her skin as white as bone. With her was her captain, Yasha, a level 2 handsome-looking man with black hair kept like his goddess and chiseled features. He wore a attire to complement his goddess. "My lady, please get along," he said. Next came a male god. His hair was a long dark blue with eyes to match. A beautiful god wearing a holy white robe. "Lord my ache to think we would be here," said Naza in an elegant white attire with a long right sleeve. "Yes, seems our luck has turned up," he said as the two walked up the stage. Next from the coach came out a goddess with long blue hair kept in a bun with golden antlers, in a blue dress. "Lady Artemis," said a person. With Artemis in hand was Cirrus, his hair slicked back in a black and red attire with a light blue clam with a white pearl on his left ear. These two had a different aura than the others, as if they had done this so much it was natural. As they walk up, they stand center stage. Cirrus walks up and grabs the mic. "Hello, people of the Pleasure District. You may know who we are for those who don't. The lovely goddess with wavy hair is Lady Quetzalcoatl, a sun goddess." "Hello," she said, waving happily and with a smile brighter than eyes. Next to her is Lady Kama, the goddess of love and desire. She nods her head. "And this fine god is Lord Myake, a god of medicine." "Hello there," he said, gently waving his hands. "And this goddess next to me is Artemis, goddess of the hunt and moon." Artemis stepped forward. Cirrus then handed her the mic. "Hello, children. Today we brought you here to announce that yes, the Ishtar familia is disbanded, and Kama would offer to take you in should you wish. And any children who were bought as slaves and wish to leave then come and tell us." Cirrus then stepped forward. "As of today, the Artemis familia will take command of the territory the Ishtar familia had, and with the help of these 3 gods and their familia, we will rebuild this place better than before and hopefully more prosperous. We will not force you to stay or to join us. That choice is yours." They all murmured amongst each other. "And what are our choices?" said a child. "Join Lady Kama and you will do what you were doing before. This time we will have the Myake familia working to ensure you all are healthy and fit. Should you find a person who loves, you may reject him for the one you love. If you join the Artemis familia, you will work as this district's guards, keeping everyone safe and sound as well as periodically delving into the dungeon to grow stronger. Then there is the Myake familia. Should you join them, they will train you to be a healer, and mind you, these two made the dual potion." Many murmured more and more. "And what of you, Lady Quetzalcoatl?" asked a person. Quetzalcoatl came up and was given the mic. "Please call me Quetz. And my familia will be the academic side of things. Things such as gardening, teaching, cooking, fishing, anything you can think of. And once you are done, we will introduce you to suitable places or familias." They all murmured even more and more. "So, who will be in charge?" another asked. Artemis stepped back and Kama stepped forward. Quetzalcoatl gave them the mix next. "Me and Artemis's child will lead," Kama said. "I will handle the brothels and the like, and he will handle the management of us all. Of course, I will have assistants to help with more proceedings and so on to make things go smoothly," Cirrus said as Kama hands him the mic. Several women's ears perked up at his words. "So this will be like a massive familia like those of nations," said a person. "That is correct. Now you will have time to choose. Sing your vespers." From his magic circle, 4 birds of thunder flew across the sky in 4 directions, then from them, 4 orbs of light rose each with different colors. One was a dark blue like Myake, ash white and green like Kama, yellow like Quetzalcoatl, and blue like Artemis. "The choice is your children," shouted Quetzalcoatl as she and her captain walked to the yellow orb. "I hope to see a few of you," said Myake, waving as he heads to his orb. "I hope you choose the ones you wish." said Kama as she heads to her light. Oh, before I go, all the slaves step up so I can remove the collars, said Cirrus. Several people stepped up in a line. Damocles, dot. The collars all break and fall to the ground. All they see next was Cirrus and Artemis walking to their light with the massive horse following right behind. Up above, 2 people were watching. HOH, who would have thought we would join a familia that joined this oddity? Said Daphne. Daphne, I think we made the best choices we have ever made, said Cassandra. Yeah, it's good you were so persistent in joining Lord Myake. What was it you said? A streak of lightning would claim the city of night and become its lord with the moon by his side. Why yes. That day would later be known as the establishment of the 4-god system in the entertainment district. 84 joined Artemis, 34 joined Myake, 642 joined Quetzalcoatl, and 896 joined Kama. The rest either joined Quetzalcoatl or returned to their lives before they were bought and were taken home. In the following years, they turned the district into effectively a miniature nation and further boosted Orario's economic power and technological prowess in various fields. Many nations signed treaties with it over time, the first being Yamato. Volume 3 Quest 233.6 New Plans. Down in the Gnosis. Damn it. Veleta shouted. The damn fucking Ishtar familia was fucking wiped by the Freya familia. That is what I said. Said Ein. And now the Artemis familia has taken over her territory and blocked all but one entrance to the Gnosis. They're effectively mocking us. Growling. Fuck. 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 Fuck, she punched the wall with her new arm. Not only do they know we have connections to them, they probably already gotten a key. It would seem the only form of defense we have is the demi-spirits and we are currently raising some more corrupted spirits. Said Thanatos. If not for them, I would assume Cirrus would have come and claimed our heads and Artemis would have shot an arrow into my heart. Fine. Fine then, she shouted. We will just help Barca with his tunnel. The faster we get it done, the faster we can mobilize our plans. Hey! Does Enyo have any plans to help us? 2 actually, one of which would require the help of some spirits and the other just a couple of strong people to bash open a seal. And those are? Outside, one is in the Elsos ruins, at the far end of the continent bordering the frontier. The other is well. Woo! Can you bring it? Coming down the corridor was a child in her teenage years carrying a jet black egg with red lines over it. We found this deep in the dungeon. We were going to use it for a spirit, but well, we figured just sending it out was faster than growing it. Or, we can raise it outside the dungeon. Veleta said with a sinister grin. Yes, once they finished the tunnel, we'll take it and raise it up as a corrupted spirit. Then unleashed it on Orario. I will inform Enyo of this plan. Until then, keep low and hide yourselves. Volume 3 Quest 234 Define Invasion. Some days after the Rakia invasion began. This is fucking boring, Cirrus said, watching from the chair that he brought with him. All they fucking do is try to get close and when I look at them, they scramble away, running. Well, it must be because of the sign over your head, Cirrus. Said AI, next to him as well, practicing her drawing by slowly drawing her sword. Over Cirrus's head is a sign that reads, Uncrowned Emperor and Flashing Saint. Continue at your own risk. I could be helping with the construction of the entertainment district, but here I am, at least I can read in peace. Oi! A familiar voice came up to him. Cirrus turned to see Bet. Oh, you what's up? I wanted to ask you a question. Go on. Do you know how to get rid of Amazonas? He said, turning around to hide his red face. Oh, did you beat up an Amazonas? Yeah, by accident, she was on my way back in Melon and when I was in the dungeon, she found me and latched onto me. Yeah no, you a kinda fucked there man. Cirrus shrugged his shoulders. Amazonas only latch onto strong men so unless you know a man stronger than you who can beat you up you're out of luck, the best you can do is simply to avoid them or find yourself a strong lover to act as a repellent. A disappointed look draws on Bet's face. Shit. Such a shame. Said AI overhearing the discussion. If only you were softer you would have a lover. TCH. He dismissed her advice. Can't I just pawn her off on you? I already have enough Amazonas trying to become my third wife. Cirrus waves his hand as if to swat away the question. I have those in the entertainment district and those in Tel Skyra, but from what I heard, your familia really took a lot of their affections. So. We're just screwed. Yeah pretty much. If it'll make you feel better, Cirrus gets up from his chair and stretches. Wanna train a bit? These soldiers have been pussyfooting around and I'm bored, so. You up for it? Nothing feels better than a few slugs to the face. A big smile replaces the disappointment on Bet's face. Of course. It's better than wasting my time with them. Then come along. Cirrus walks ahead. There is more room up here. He then jumps into the empty battlefield. On a hill overlooking the invasion. Yup. Bet is fighting Cirrus. Said Loki. I guess he was bored, right, Finn? Well, he has been sitting there and reading for the past 4 days, so I would assume he would spar with AI. Said Finn. I would like to see that, the fighting of a swords master and a spear master. Said Freya. It certainly would ease this boredom. And deter these pests, Otter said. Maybe I should join in. I've wanted a rematch with AI. Now would be a good time. Said Finn. They have been busy rebuilding the territory you burned to the ground, Freya. Said Loki. It worked to both our benefits, Loki, they have their eyes on the rats roaming under the city. Seems you grabbed some of Ishtar's children before you left, hey. Phew, just some souvenirs is all. Nighttime. Huff, huff, huff. Bet was breathing heavily. It's not a full moon, it's damn shame you can only go full out one night give or take on certain months. Huff, huff, huff. What about it? Well. I thought hey, why not make a magic item to help him, is what I thought. Help? With what making a full moon in the dungeon? It's not impossible, just very, very difficult and you would need to be used as the one testing it. Are you actually going to make it? He said, a bit surprised. I mean yeah, I'm sure it'll sell like hotcakes and another species could delve into the dungeon and be able to go all out. He grinned at the idea of it. He loved it. You were the one to make those stuff for Ace and the old man, right? You mean her sword and that shield of his that I haven't seen him use once? Then yes, I was. Then I'll be more than happy to be your test dummy for that power. Now I'm all rested up. Hey. Bet kicked up, charging at Cirrus. I wonder where AI went. Elsewhere on the battlefield. Ha ha ha. This is so much fun. AI shouted as she clashed her blades with Otter. Humph. Your blade work is as deadly as ever. He said in his usual tone of voice with a smile on it. The two were both refining further their techniques and polishing them up against themselves. This certainly makes for good entertainment. Said Loki. Indeed, seeing her blade work is always so enchanting. So fast and precise, but with so much power behind them. Build to cut a level 8. Said Finn. Otter is going to challenge him again, isn't he? Guaranteed, once he kills the Baler and levels up, that's the first thing he's going to do, Freya said with a smile, ear to ear. And I can't wait for it. Maybe I should get a bit reckless. Said Finn, getting up. Where are you going? To fight a fellow spearman to ease this boredom, besides, these two fighting pretty much wards off any fool who thinks they can survive 2 level 7s fighting one another. Next day at Rakia's camps. Grr. We have made no headway, said Ares. Lord Ares, we have been over this. No one wants to even get near them. On 2 sides, there is the uncrowned emperor, the world's only level 8 who has crippled a country before as a child, and Vanargand. Even if they are weakened, it will do nothing to give us an advantage. On the other side is the flashing saint. A new level 7. With only 4 now in the world. And she's fighting with another one of her level, the king, said the crown prince of Rakia, Marius. Cowards the lot of them. I will just have to do it myself. Lord Ares, please let's just go back, they failed to get Welf Krazo back from Orario, so let's just leave. Not until I do my plan of sneaking into Orario and kidnapping one of their gods for ransom. Please don't. Ah ha. He said, running away. Fuck. He put his palms to his face. This is gonna turn out horribly. The Prince of Rakia followed behind his thick-headed god. Volume 3 Quest 235 Remnants of the Apocalypse. In the afternoon, on Orario's outskirts. Cirrus is sleeping in his chair after sparring with Finn and Beta. Cirrus. Said Artemis with her bow on Kalian. He groggily opened his eyes. Art? What's the matter? It would seem a problem has occurred. Said Kalian. He gets up from his chair. What problem? He says as he stretches. It would seem Ares kidnapped Hestia and both she, Belle, and Ace have gone missing. Said Artemis. Cirrus stared at Artemis blankly for a second, waiting for the punchline. Art, you know jokes have punchlines, right? Sadly, it's true, sir, Kalian said. Cirrus looks at Artemis and she nods her head. Hestia, well. I don't really know what to feel. I think I'm more impressed and disappointed, if anything. Well, you are off for today, so you're coming with me. Artemis said, smiling. What of AI? She has to remain in the city for protection. You are to protect me as we find them. All right. It has been a while since we traveled together, Art. Like old times then, she said with a smiling ear to ear. But what about those guys? She points up ahead at Finn and Beta sleeping back to back scuffed up. I'll splash a high potion at them, so do you wanna ride or me? You know what I want. She holds out the reins. Please don't flirt on my back, sir, Lady Artemis, Kalian said, disgruntled. Tell that to Artemis. She's the one who keeps flirting. I do not. Artemis said, a bit flustered. After getting on and taking the reins, Cirrus splashes a high potion onto Finn and Beta before heading out. Bwah. They both wake up. Hey, sorry waking you two up, but something came up, Cirrus said, looking down at Finn and Beta. So, could you two watch over this spot for a bit? Finn said, stretching. No problem. Beta, could you crack my back? No problem, and you better come back quick. I wanna have another round. Beta said with a cocky smirk. I make no promises, but I'll try to get this little request quickly finished. The three of them then galloped away. So any idea on where they could have gone? Cirrus asked Artemis. Somewhere down southwest, Asvi is searching as well, Artemis said, looking at a map with some X marks on them. And you said they went down a raging stream, yes. I did. Are we going to follow it? That is the best way to find them. Then turn left. After a while, they arrived at the place they fell from Asvi's report and followed the stream. They quickly rode following the stream and found Asvi high up looking at a three-way fork in the roar or stream in this case. Oi! Asvi! Cirrus shouted. She turned her head and came down. Cirrus, Lady Artemis. She gave a slight bow. You have caught up quickly. Anything on Hestia, said Artemis. No, I have searched, but the stream diverges into three ways. Here. Cirrus reached into his clothes and tosses her a hand-sized staff with an orb on it. It's called a communication staff. Communication staff. Asvi said with an eyebrow raised. Yes, the name and magic tool is still a work in progress. Press the red part and we can communicate from a long distance. He got off Kalian. I'll take the left side. Then I'll take the middle. Said Artemis. Then I got the right. She looked happy to use a new magic tool. The five of them left in three directions. Kata kata. Kata kata. Kata kata. Kata kata. Running through the land, Cirrus felt a sense of nostalgia, the feeling of roaming the world on his own. The wind running through my hair, the moving landscape, it's nice. Found them, said Asvi, calling in. Cirrus took out his communication staff and pressed the red part of it. Understood. We'll regroup and, What's wrong? I feel, something is, it's nothing. Alright, well, see you soon. Cirrus puts away the communication staff into his clothes and looked at a mountain range. Looking at it, Cirrus could feel a presence, a powerful one. How interesting. There is no sign of life besides the flora. Let's see what this can be. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. Cirrus quickly ran to it. As he ran towards it, his instincts told him to run, and with each step, his instincts sharpened more and more until he made it to the spot. The area was old and eroded, but Cirrus could still see the visage of battle, if one could even call it that. Desolation was the only word that came to mind for Cirrus, with melted swords and various other broken stuff an adventure would have. Why the fuck is this here in some mountain range? This little open plain. Cirrus looked around, and he felt something. He quickly turned to see 14 black rocks giving off an aura that puts the intimidation of several monsters to shame. Cirrus slowly walks up to it and touched it. This feeling and texture, scales? But what could have it? The black dragon. He looks at the top of the scale to find it was taller himself by at least 6 more feet. Sing your vespers, swords of Damocles, dia dicasty_s, logia dot. Crack. The crack of lightning could be heard from all around. Cirrus. Cirrus, was that you? Called Asvi. Cirrus, I heard a loud boom. Was that you? Called Artemis. Any words said to Cirrus went out of the other ear. He was zoned out as he looked at the rock with not even a scratch on it. He took out his spear and donned his Cretan armor and slashed it. Clang. Not even a scratch. Interesting, maybe you will be the material I use to make a replacement for Brilliant Nightmare. Hecton. From his shadow several bulky arms the size of buildings came out and grabbed it, a head then popped out. Sir. A deep voice rang in his ear, its baritone quality and refinement from years with Cirrus was music to his ears. This is a scale of the Black Dragon, I do not know if we can forge it. Doesn't matter, I'll wait until I can melt it down or two. I find something to melt it with. Very well. Hecton's arms then lifted the scale with great effort and absorbed it into the shadow. Cirrus walked ahead and Hecton grabbed 3 more, and then eventually Cirrus took all 14 of the scales. By the way, sir, you have ignored Lady Artemis and Asvi's call. Fuck, seems I was too preoccupied. He called back and informed them it was him and not to worry. They kept searching for a while before Asvi found Belle with Hestia and Ace in tow. Back in Orario. Late at night at Sirius's workshop. So why did you ask us to come here, said Eufeme. I was working on something. I can say the same, with your new businesses we have been busy with various stuff now, said Circe. And I still wanted to spar with Otter some more, said AI. Does it have to do with why you ignored my calls, said Artemis. And I was enjoying some nice cake and tea, said Nox. Yes, while we were looking for Hestia, Belle, and Ace, I felt a aura more or less, and I followed it. Okay, they said. So I followed it and it eventually led me to a. Cirrus, can you show us, said Circe. We are really busy. Cirrus made a slightly annoyed expression. Fine, stand back a bit. They all stepped back as Cirrus turned and reached into his shadow and pulled out something. HNNNG. They could see the veins in his arms bulge, and his clothes could barely stand it, but what he took out made it clear as day why he brought them here and why it was so heavy. Cirrus pulls out and places the scale down, causing them to jump up from the force of him putting it down. Cirrus, said Artemis. You found the scale of the black dragon. She walked up and touched it. Even after so long, it holds such a presence. Cirrus, I don't want that in the house, said AI. It puts my senses on edge. Her ears were pointing straight up into the air, even her eyes narrowed in. Really, said Eufeme. I don't really feel anything. It could be because they're a higher level than you, when one levels up their senses sharpen, and with these two being so high leveled, it's easy to find this. Circe looks at it with discomfort. Unpleasant to be around. So, this is part of that damn apocalypse, said Nox. Did you test how strong it was? I used my magic and tried to slice it, but nothing, not even a dent. He then grips it, and they could see how hard he was gripping it. Trying to crush it with my grip is like a level 1 trying to crush pure adamantite from the deep floors. That damn tough, hey? Eufeme said, examining it. What of your bull armor? I used that to try and cut it, nothing. Then shall we experiment? Eufeme said with a smile. I really want to try to make a weapon out of this. Her passion quickly flared up. I'll put it in your workshop's basement. I'll also place some stuff to help hide its presence. Eufeme would try to and fail to process it for a long time. Volume 3 Quest 235.5 God of War and the Goddess of the Hunt. Soon after returning from finding Belle, Hestia, and Ace. Murmur murmur. Murmur murmur. Murmur murmur. Walking through the Rakia camp were Cirrus and Artemis. Not a single person wished to confront the enemy. When one gathers the courage to try and stop the uncrowned emperor, he simply glares at them. Stop, where are you? Cirrus glances at the soldier with intimidating eyes and a bloodlust that makes the soldier's eyes roll up. He was scared so much the soldier passed out. Thud. Cirrus and Artemis did not say a word as they walked up to the fanciest tent in the camp. They entered without care to find Ares eating grapes while a young man with blonde hair was talking with him. The young man was handsome looking but had a look of exhaustion on him. Ares, we need to talk, Artemis said, coming up to him. Ah. So Orario has finally decided to surrender. Very well, No, you idiot. Artemis shouted. Why would Orario ever surrender to you? You have never gained an inch or grain of dirt against Orario. Ah ha 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 ha. What a funny joke. Ares laughed brazenly. I don't like it. He said suddenly with an unamused expression. Marius ties her up and... my lord I don't wanna, Marius said as Cirrus was staring daggers at him. She is with the uncrowned. He was sweating and backing away slowly. TCH. Fine. I'll just tie you up and... Ares, if you so much as try anything like that, my husband, here, she tapped Cirrus's shoulder. We'll burn your country to the fucking ground, got it? Artemis said with a smile and a frightening look in her eyes. Ha ha ha. Another joke. He said, coming up to her. My lord, please. Marius quickly grabbed Ares's cape. He will actually do it. All of Rakia will be destroyed. Marius let go. I will not. Bam. Thud. Artemis punched him on the chin, knocking him out. Phew, she said with a proud look. That felt really good. Hey, Prince, when he wakes up, tell him if he tried and kidnap another god from Orario my familia will. I completely understand my lady. Marius said quickly. But as you know, Lord Ares is. Can I ask of you to just kinda, knock him out if he goes too far again? If he does this again, I'll shoot an arrow between his eyes. She holds out her hand and Cirrus gives her an arrow. This is his last warning. She then threw the arrow into the seat where Ares was eating grapes. Take care, Prince, Cirrus said. I wish you the best of luck. Cirrus nods as he picks Artemis up. He walks out of the tent and the sound of the earth breaking rang through the camp. Gulp. Marius swallowed his saliva. Oh, man. He was kinder than what I had thought. But now I have to somehow convince Ares to not do something stupid. Fuck. Running back to Horario. I feel sorry for the guy, Cirrus said, carrying Artemis in a princess carry. I feel the same, the child must have his hand full trying to curb Ares's stupidity, Artemis said with her arms around Cirrus's neck. Maybe we should find Aphrodite. She has been away from Milestora for a long time. I guess Hiram must have dragged her along somewhere. I would have figured given Hira's eye for talent, she and Aphro would be running the country by now. Way on the fringes parts of the continent, the frontiers. Hira along with the Aphrodite familia are traveling by carriages. Yup. This is such a pain. Aphrodite complained. Quiet. We found a lead to my remaining child, and I won't have you complaining. Hira said. You can be nicer, you know. Without my charm, your search would have taken years. I am nice to you. In fact, I restrained myself from not ripping your pretty little breast off from how loud you are at night. Hira said with a forced, creepy smile that was restraining all of her anger. I am sorry. Aphrodite shrunk down. Do not worry, Lady Aphrodite, said Becklin. We will be much quieter next time. The rest of her familia said. Volume 3 Quest 236 Grand Opening. Some days pass and the Rakia invasion ended earlier than they expected. At that time, Cirrus and the rest of the Artemis familia worked to further finish up the entertainment district and now it was done enough to be opened up. Remember Belle? Stay next to me. I don't want you to get lost again like last time, said Hestia. Why yes Hestia. Haruheim you sure you okay? Lily asked. Yes, I'm fine with you all. I'm sure nothing bad will happen, Haruheim said with a small smile. Of course not. I heard my ache is one god who helps run this place now. Hestia said proudly. I'm sure he will hook us up with anything. Must be good to have friends in high places. Said Hephaestus, who came with wealth. If only you could work this hard. I'm doing my best. Besides, I'm sure my familia will reach these levels soon. Hestia said with pride and confidence. I am sorry Lady Hestia. Said Mikoto, looking up. But I don't see us reach. They all stop before the entertainment district to find it completely different. The entrance has that of the Quetzalcoatl familia's emblem of a feathered serpent on the top of the stone gate. This grandeur. Said Welf. It's really intimidating. They walk in to find it filled with tons of beautiful and bright-colored flower petals scattered and flowing down from the air. It was as if they had walked into a different world. Wah! This is so amazing, said Lily, looking around and how festive it is. Whoa! I never thought I would see such festivities for an opening before. Said Hestia. This is only one area. Said Hephaestus. We came in from the west, so this is Quetzalcoatl's area. Lady Hephaestus, how many areas are there? Belle asked. 4, including this one. To the east is the Kama familia. They used to be the second biggest in the area after Ishtar, so her business is in the red light area and some other stuff, that's more, shall we say, isn't too kid-friendly. To the north close to the dungeon is the Myaik familia, now with more wealth and people, they have started to really give old Diane a run for his money. And Artemis? Hestia asked. I heard she runs the whole place. Her familia are there. Hephaestus points to the tower that once was the Ishtar familia home now with a more polished look to it from afar. As the district's security, they are in the center, so if any happens, they will get there quickly from any side, and it serves another purpose. The perfect view, said Hermes, sneaking into the group. Hermes, you're here as well, Hephaestus said, glancing at him with her one eye. I am. I wouldn't miss this for the world. And to finish what Hephaestus was talking about with their home in the center. Artemis would have a perfect view to fire her arrows at so her gaze could be said to encompass the whole of the entertainment district. Much like 7 years ago when her co-captain Cirrus stood on top of Babel and fired his arrows, having an unmatched advantage, he saved many from on top of that tower. Said Asfi, coming up to the group. It was a sight to behold. Hermes closed his eyes and remembers that day. Had I not looked, I would have thought it was Artemis firing her bow with such accuracy. Whoa, said Belle, a bit amazed at a little tidbit of Cirrus's exploits. Anyway, shall we go see the other areas? Hermes suggested. Or do you want to see some of Quetzalcoatl's wrestling? It's pretty fun to see people fly through there and make extravagant moves. Hestia, could we see? Belle and Welf said with stars in their eyes. But I wanted to see how Myaik was doing. Hestia responded. He is our friend. We should congratulate him on this opportunity he was given. How about we split up, said Lily. When dusk hits, we come back to the center at the Artemis Familia home. Seems like a good plan, said Hermes. Now come to Bell. Welf. I have tickets, he quickly got them and ran. Ha! Hermes, said Asfi, going after him. Watching Hermes drag Bell and Welf away, with Asfi begrudgingly following behind, Hephaestus turned to Hestia. So shall we meet up with my egg to see how he's doing, said Hephaestus to Hestia. Let's. Supporter. Hestia looks at Lily. Where are you planning on going? I was going to meet up with Sora at his Familia home. Lily then looked at Haruheim and Mikoto. And you too? Can we come with you? Mikoto said. We wish to talk with Lady Ai once more. Last time, we are ashamed of how we introduced ourselves. You know she doesn't really care about that, right? Nonetheless, we wish to make a good impression, said Haruheim with a stern determination. And I wish to know how our homeland is doing. It has been ages since we were last there. All right, I'll be sure to introduce you to Sora. From there, they split up into 3 groups. Quetzalcoatl's arena. They arrive in the arena with a blaring roar from the crowd. There are so many people here, said Belle. Yup. It became rather popular quickly, said Hermes. For good reason, too. Yet. Get him, shouted Welf. In the ring were 2 wrestlers fighting with one another. These 2 were adventurers, but for this match, they sealed their fauna to make this equal and entertaining. HAAA. Grand Chariot. The wrestler jumped from the corner and struck the other wrestler with a rider kick. Smack. Ga. Thud. He dropped to the ground and slowly got up from the attack. The crowd roared with excitement. In the crowd, Belle saw some familiar faces. Is that? Across the arena, he saw a few from the Loki Familia. Come on. Smack him, said Beta. Yeah, give him a roundhouse kick, shouted Tiona. Come on, get up, you can't lose El Toro, shouted Raoul. Seems this place really attracts many people. Maeka's place. When Hestia and Hephaestus arrived, they were surprised by how clean and fancy it all was. Oi! Maek, shouted Hestia, finding him talking with a girl around her height with pink blue hair. Oh, Hestia. Hephaestus. Did you come to see the place? Maek said with a smile. We did, and I'm amazed the building is beautiful. Said Hephaestus. Outside with the plants and trees, it looks more like a mix of a villa and hospital. Haha, yes, it was designed to make people at ease. Plus, we have that giant white pillar in front, so people will always know where we are. Well, seeing as my business here is done. Circe nods at Maek. I'll be going now. Oh, thank you for your time, Circe. You're welcome here anytime. Maek said. Not at all. You're a loyal client. Well, I have to get back, still a lot of orders to make. She bowed and then left. Hestia and Hephaestus look at Circe as she walks away. They find her existence to be odd. Not to sound rude, but what is she? Asked Hephaestus. She has something odd about her. Is she one of your new children, Maek? Hestia said. Oh, no, she's one of Artemis's children, her name is Circe, she gained fame during the Great Feud as the Little Witch, her healing and potions were vital to many surviving that time, many children from medical familias hold her in high regard, isn't that right, Naza? Naza turned to him in a doctor's outfit with a black glove on her right hand and a white coat. Yes, she was the one who made high potions, stamina potions, high stamina potions, high antidotes, high elixirs, high dual potions, and full restores. It's safe to say she has improved various potions and even developed some drugs for brothels, which really made her name spread far and wide. Is that so? Hestia said, holding back her jealousy. Artemis really has a lot of special children, what's her familiar rank, anyway? Said Hephaestus. The same as Ganesha, Freya, and Loki. With Circe and Ai along with several level 4s and soon to be level 5 children, they have the war power to rival any country. And because of their reputable strength, no one has gotten seriously hurt in the district. Well, maybe except for the people who drank too much and tried to pick up a member of Artemis Familia. Maek said. Lord Maek, said Daphne. We got more, she said as she brings him a cart full of drunk people. A lot of them were beaten up. Ha, well, at least it wasn't anything serious, so that's good. Artemis's home, the Moonlight Tower. Coming up to the tower, Lily, Mikoto, and Haruheim could see in more detail several pieces from their homeland, with designs and bridges having a Far Eastern influence. The tower, as the name suggests, it has the appearance of being bathed in the moon's light with silver and red with the familiar emblem of a bow and arrow over a crescent moon. The construction went along quickly with Circe helping. Wow, said Haruheim, amazed. It's so breathtaking. It's like a tower from stories. It's bigger up close, said Mikoto, a bit more nervous. Come on, they should be inside, Lily said, walking ahead. They come up to the home's front gate, where 2 guards are stationed. One to block the entrance and another on the side to report anything on the dime. Which familia are you with? Said a guard at the gate. We are with the Hestia familia. Our goddess is currently visiting Lord Myaik. I see, and your name? The guard glances a bit more sharply at Lily. My name is Lilyruka Arde, the human is Yamato Mikoto, and the Renard is Sanjano Haruheim. Stay here for a second. She went back and talked with another of the guard inside the guard post and then came back. You're welcome to enter. Co-Captain Cirrus is currently busy with paperwork with CO Vice Captain AI. Lady Artemis and Yoru are currently in the central tower attending to the guests. Thank you. Come on and stick close, all right. They nod and head inside the tower's premises. Entering, they found it filled with beautiful ponds and greenery with flowers abode, the scent carried with it a banquet of great aromas. This reminds me a bit of home, said Haruheim, smiling warmly. It even has that mountain smell, said Mikoto, taking in the aroma. Lucky you. I always lived in the city. They enter the tower to find it filled with various people and gods. The decorations were lavish and refined with spiraling staircases and elevators. There are so many gods and their children, said Lily. So many people, said Haruheim. Lily, do you know where to go? Asked Mikoto. Do you see a large crowd? Yes, over there. She points to a large crowd of men. Follow me. They follow Lily as she weaves in between people and through the crowd to the center where Nox was. Nox, of course, was using Cirrus's magic tool to hide her natural hair color and eyes. Lady Yoru. Nox turned to see Lily. Lily. She then helped her get to her. Hey, it's the Palom. Yeah, the Palom that helped Yoru and Cirrus. The assistant. Many complimented Lily when Mikoto and Haruheim made it through. Oh, you brought more of your familia, said Nox. Why yes we are. Haruheim and Mikoto stuttered a bit at Nox's beauty. Such a beautiful figure and face. Her beauty could match a goddess like Lady Ishtar with no trouble, but, she has no divinity. A human, but her beauty is more, inhuman-like. Thought Haruheim. Stare enough and I'd want to eat you up. Nox said in a suggestive tone, coming up to Haruheim with a playful smile and a poke to her nose. Sorry. She bowed profusely with a blushing face. I didn't mean to stare. Ha ha ha. What a cute kid. Can you all give us some room? Many of the men and women then left, giving her some room. Lily Mikoto said, glancing up and down at Nox. Is she? She is Yoru, she's Cirrus' musical partner, but she's gone most of the time. Where have you been? I went with my partner, of course. She said to Lily before turning her attention to her familia. Hello Mikoto, Haruheim. I hope Lily isn't in too much trouble. Or is it the other way around from what I heard? Nox then noticed Haruheim and Mikoto were shaking a bit. You two are shaking more than a bald man in the cold. What's wrong? She said, tilting her head a bit. Sorry, said Mikoto. We just never talked with one with such beauty as yours and, well, Lily holds you in high regard. How nice, she had a slight blush and a large smile. Lily, I didn't think you would talk about me. See come on. Don't tell her. Lily got embarrassed. Anyway, do you know when AI or Sora are? They are currently busy with some stuff at the moment. But I'd say they should be down in a few minutes, at best. Main office of the Moonlight Tower. Do you think Art is having a worse off time than we are, said Cirrus, doing several mountains of paperwork with Hecton helping. Yup. Said AI with utmost focus, finishing the mountain of paperwork. She would always leave the parties and the like with other people to us while she is out on guard duty. I fucking hate paperwork, Cirrus said with utter disdain as he reads and stamps documents. Same. Hecton, how is it for you? It is, all right, Hecton said with a mouth coming out from the shadows of the room. But if I were given a choice to not do this, I would have taken it. Volume 3 Quest 237 Festivities. In front of the Moonlight Tower. Well, we're all here except for supporter, Haruheim, and Mikoto. Said, Hestia. So they must still be inside. By the way, Belle, how was that wrestling? It was fun. I have never seen normal people fly through the air so high without a status. Belle said still excited from the match. It was really amazing, said Welf. Sorry Hephaestus, I left you but next time I'll be sure to take you. The energy of the crowd really gets one blood pumping. I'll make sure you keep that promise. Hephaestus said nodding her head. Hermes, are you going to come in as well? Of course. What better way to end the night than with the main show? Asfi, you got information for the next match, right? Yes, it's in a week from now. I already have tickets. She said, still not getting why they liked wrestling. Great. Now shall we enter? They walk up to the guard post and after a bit, they are let in and enter the central tower to find it extravagant. Wow, seems they went a bit all out. Said Hestia. I wonder how much a lot of this costs? With the reconstruction and various other stuff. Probably 10 times what you owe me, Hestia, Hephaestus said. I see Artemis over there, come along. Hermes, be honest with me. How bad did I have to mess up to where, Artemis who never cared about wealth or fine living managed to get this? Hestia gestures to the whole place. She put a lot of work in, Hestia, something you should have done when you arrived and mooched off Hephaestus. Now come, don't you want to meet your friend? Hermes said. Yeah, maybe she can give me tips on building my own familia. They walk up to Artemis, who is talking to Demeter, Freya, and several other goddesses. So the children you sent were all very skilled. They're having so much fun farming, said Demeter. I'm glad they are doing well. But you should really thank Quetzalcoatl for that. She and her familia have been working hard to educate so many people. Artemis said. Hey! Hey! Artemis, said a goddess. Where is your handsome man? Yet. The Holy Lance, said another. Said to capture the hearts of all virgin goddesses who gaze upon it. Holy Lance? Is that what Sirius is being called? Artemis asked, a bit surprised. Well, he did penetrate your defenses, didn't he? Asked Freya with a curious and mischievous smirk. Artemis's face blushed red. Aw, you're so cute when you make your cheeks all red and like a strawberry, said Demeter. So, how was he? Said another goddess. You Come on, do tell, we're all interested. Said another. If not, I could test to see if my charm works on you now. Said Freya wanting details. The goddesses began to crowd around Artemis, demanding to hear the details. Fine, she caved in, turns out she's very weak at peer pressure, and social gatherings in general. He was, very. All the goddesses were smiling as she was about to spill her own beans when just then divine intervention came. Artemis, said Hestia, coming and shielding Artemis from the other goddesses. Hello, Artemis. Said Hephaestus coming up next to her. Ah, Artemis. Lovelier than the last we met, said Hermes. Oh? Did we interrupt something? Yes. The chance I was waiting for, thought Artemis. Not at all. When did you get here? She said, walking up to Hestia and hugging her. Just now. Hestia was, of course, oblivious to the situation. Ah. Hestia, we were just about to get to the main event. Wait here a second. Artemis interrupted Demeter and took the elevator up. Tisk, said many of the goddesses. We got her drinking to loosen up those lips, and she got away. Said another. She must have known this was a trap. Another said, taking a sip of her drink. Oh ho, said Hestia. Seems even after so long I'm still the one helping her out. Just like in heaven. Hestia tried to make herself feel better, even if a little, after seeing how a goddess of the wilderness managed to get and run an entire district with so many people. Pfft, laughed Loki coming up to them. Yeah, as a distraction. Gah. Why are you here? They invited me. Many gods were. But, Loki looked around. I didn't think she would invite so many into her home. What, don't you do that? Of course not. Only that oddball Ganesha does that. I am Ganesha, he said, coming out of nowhere and posing. I'm so happy to see so many gods and their children having fun. It's like an extravagant festival. So anyway, only this one does it. If any of us does it, many gods would just look around for some dirt to take advantage of you. Ooh. I see, but, Hestia looks around. What could you possibly go to find dirt? This place only has 3 floors. Hey! Hey, they all said, surprised by her noticing it. You know there are elevators, right? Said Hephaestus. And there. They look to the elevator and it's right in the back with glass sides. Yeah, if you go up it everyone is going to see you. Said Hermes. And then 3 floors, asked Loki. I Ganesha. Have looked and they are all guest rooms. You went to all 3 floors and checked the rooms, they said, shockingly. No, Artemis told me they are guest rooms, there are so many in case of an emergency happens and for when her children are exhausted they can simply take one and sleep. Frankly, this place is essentially God-proof, it revealed anyone who tries to snoop for information to everyone. He said in a clear and thought-out voice. Somewhere else in the room. Where are Lily and the others? Said Belle. They're over there. said Welf. I can see Haruim's ears sticking out. They see her ears and begin to move toward them, and when they did, a beauty greeted them to match Freya's, but her beauty seemed more unattainable. She stood about around Freya's height, if not slightly taller. Sir Bell, stop staring at Lady Yoru, said Lily coming up to Bell. Oh? You're blushing. Nox said as she leaned into Lily's ears. You certainly have fine tastes. CC, come on. I'm 15. I'm not 8 anymore. Waved her arms to get Nox to back off a bit. No, but you're around the same height. Ha 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 ha. Lily began to hit Nox for how she had embarrassed her. Lord Bell, this is Lady Yoru. She was one of Miss Lily's caretakers when she was a child, said Haruheim. And she is the uncrowned emperor's musical partner, said Mikoto. Ah, really? Bell said, surprised. I am, and you? Nox looked at Welf with sharp eyes. You do I have something on my face? Welf said, a bit intimidated by her beauty and sharp gaze. Let me see your hands. She went and grabbed them and felt the fingers. I have some. Your fingers, they're rather tough. Nox looked Welf in his eyes as she put her arms by her side, ignoring Welf's implications. I am a blacksmith, after all, he said, a bit red in the face. No rough as in you slacked off in playing an instrument. How did you know I played an instrument? He said, surprised. You played an instrument, they all said. Why, yeah, back in Rakia, but how did you know? The way you walk, it has the same stride and breathing of a musician, an out-of-shaped one. You can tell from just the way I walked. Of course. My eyes and ears are very sharp. And hands even more. She held up her hand to show Welf and Bell's wallets. How did you get them? Said Bell and Welf. Nimble hands are very useful for playing an instrument and for smithing. Sometimes you just need to be a bit soft to hit it just right, she said, handing them their money back. So, if you were Lily's caretaker, does that mean she also plays an instrument? Of course she did. She played 3 instruments with wonderful skill. She played the violin, flute, and drums. You are still at least practicing the flute, right? Nox glanced at Lily. Of course. I had to sell the others since they took up space and I needed to raise money. That's my little survivor. Hey, how about another show for old time's sake? We have one planned once Cirrus is done with work, which should be about. No. They looked to see coming down in the elevator was Artemis, hand in hand with Cirrus and AI, who looks exhausted. I'm so tired, I haven't been this spent since pulling those 5-day overnighters going over documentation and contracts for Fui Akusa and Fui Yuhama, said Cirrus, exhausted and mentally drained. Art. I really wanna sleep. Fuck these people, I'm tired, said AI, exhausted and also mentally drained. Come on. Just a bit longer. Besides Cirrus, you still need to perform. Aw fuck I do, shit. Ding. They got out and talked with several people. Eventually, he walks over with AI to Nox. Seems you guys made it, Cirrus said with half-closed eyes. You seem exhausted, Sora, said Lily. Yeah, well, finishing hundreds of paperwork really makes one mentally exhausted and just plain exhausted. He then stuffs his face with food. Say, wasn't Rai was supposed to be here? AI said. No, she's busy with the pub. Seems they're rather busy drumming up customers. Mia's pub. Come on. Make a cuter expression, shouted Mia. I am trying my best, said Ryu, trying her best. Not enough. Seer is putting in most of the work. Back to the festivities. Will you be able to perform, Cirrus? Said Nox. I'll be fine, probably. So did you guys enjoy the district? I worked pretty damn hard to get it up and running. It's really fun, said Belle. Yeah, especially wrestling, said Welf. Glad you like it, you should see when Quetzalcoatl performs. It's a real sight to see. Ah, I remember that. Artemis fought against her, and it was a draw, said Nox. Oh, it was so cool. It was a sight to see. Then I would eventually fall to her teachings of pankration. Lady Astria sealed my fauna to make it fair, it fucking hurts. Not as much when she found Hermes and beat him up a bit for that. Ha ha ha. I remember he had to walk around with crutches from how bad his legs got banged up. The two began to reminisce about their past adventures and everyone else simply listened on as these two were like old friends catching up. Say, how come you never took Lady Yura as a wife? Lily asked. It quickly quieted everyone but Cirrus without a second to think simply said. Because she is like an older sister to me who has been with me for a long time, our closeness isn't on a pair with this one here. He said, pulling AI in. So I never really considered her as a love interest as she would always be there for me. That and the fact I knew her more as a owl than a woman. A big smile grew on Nox's face. Ah. Thanks, She hugged him and AI warmly and tightly. So warm and soft, said AI getting sleepy. The three were like siblings. The level of unity between them was something they found wanting. Maybe one day I'll have a bond like this with everyone else, thought Belle. Some time later. All right, said Artemis on stage. To commemorate this day is the group night sky. It's time, Lily, are you ready? Of course. The three of them left and after a bit came on stage. First, Nox stepped up and placed her hands on the mic. Cirrus was on the piano and Lily the drums, a modified one for her to use. The crowd was silent as Cirrus and Lily started. A nice gentle and smooth melody filled the room, and the Nox began to sing. Then it became something truly unique. Every bard wishes they were here to listen to this song and sound as it lulled everyone into peace of mind. Volume 3 Quest 238 Deal is a deal. After a few songs, they finally got off, and many applauded their talent even after so long and with a sudden performance by Lily. In the celebratory, Belle snuck out to get some air. I never thought I would experience something like that, he said, looking at the pond with fish swimming in it. Yo. Mind if I take a seat? Cirrus said, coming up to him. Sure. Belle scooted over and sat down. Ha, lot of fun tonight, hey. Why yes. I never heard such wondrous and beautiful sounds before in my life, he said with an infectious smile as bright as AI's, paired with starry eyes. Thank you. I had a lot of time to really get good at performing and singing. I'm surprised Lily was still at performance level after so long. I was surprised too, she plays the flute more often in the dead of night while we're all asleep but, on some nights I would wait to hear a song being carried by the wind. It's good you helped her out. I would have helped, but she didn't want my help. She wants to take care of herself and if that is what she wanted, then I have to wait and look. Not at all. I'm sure she would have figured something out without us. But regardless of you helped, so you have my thanks. Cirrus nods his head, and Belle accepts. Could I ask for a story? Yes, our bet well. What do you want to hear? I'm sure by now you heard about me and my adventures. A bit, but could you tell me of the Nukkalavi? I heard that was the first of the monsters you slain. It was. Cirrus got into a more comfortable position. Let's see, I was about 10 years old. I was given a quest by the guild to hunt and kill it. I accepted it and left as quickly as I could. Reports were coming because it has destroyed 3 kingdoms. 3 kingdoms? Yup, so I quickly rode to hunt it. I spent time trying to track it but resulted in finding and following its trail of destruction. Before I hunted it, I needed to know where it came from and how, so I followed the trail of death back to its source, a slaughtered village in the swamps. That's also where I met Artemis. How did that go? She shot me. So not good. Well, she thought I was the one responsible for the killing, and when I confronted her apologized and she decided to help in my endeavors. I returned to Orario to update my status while Artemis followed and gathered data on where the monster would strike next through a magic tool she informed me, and I quickly rushed there with only 2 days to spare. Whoa, so how was the battle? Terrifying and exhilarating. By that point, I had already faced my share of battle and was strong enough to face a low level 5 with my magic. So, was the fight easy? No, it was hard. Cirrus remembers how the Nukkalavi bashed him, and it rattled him to his bones. It really was, as the books described it, a hideous fucking monster that can easily give you nightmares. Belle noticed a shift in his tone of voice. Its skin, or the lack thereof, was terrifying, just a mass of muscle with yellow throbbing veins pumping its corrosive black blood. Its glowing green eyes, between the human portion and horse they had 2 between them, the human one could move in all directions, the horse was down. He points to the bridging between his eyes. Here, a big eyeball that was on fire, a green fire. Its entire existence was poison, death. When it rammed into me, I felt as though I was getting punched by 3 Goliaths and several buildings. Belle shook, he was struck by the black Goliath that spawned on the 18th floor because of Hestia releasing a bit of her arcanum from what Anna told him, and from what Ryuhu said it was a level 5 and he barely survived even with someone else taking the brunt of the damage. Cirrus took 2 more of those hits. So after getting bashed and flung to outside the town's wall I rolled onto the empty plains, its poison slowly weakening me as my vision turns red and all I see was Artemis riding in and firing her arrows getting its attention. I felt angry. Angry. Yes, angry because I had to be saved by a god and not her children. I couldn't let this brave, virtuous goddess go back to heaven. Especially in the era we were in, so I willed my body up and used my armor to heal enough for me to move and I used at the times my strongest armor. I rushed to her side, and she gave me support with her perfect aim. I then shortly killed the monster, and I fell unconscious. I do that a lot. Ooh. So then what? Cirrus raised his hand into the sky. When I next opened my eyes, I only saw the ceiling of a foreign room and a body riddled with pain. He looked back at Belle. What did you expect? I had serious injuries. Oh. I would have thought maybe Lady Artemis would have been by your side. She was, but look, sorry if I left out some details. I don't really tell a lot of stories of my past, just sort of feels like I'm trying to appear grandeur, you know. I understand. Grandpa always said a person who gloats on his past glories is reserved for the old, and anyone who isn't is a pompous fool. Wise words. Is there anything you wanna ask? Well, some time ago I wanted to ask you your opinion since you're the only person, you know, marry a goddess. Ah, did Hestia say she loved you or something? Yes. I heard that I shouldn't really reject her but respect her and that every god loves their children in some form. They are right. One should respect them and they, you, should a goddess enforce their every whim on you, then you are no longer a child, but a tool. For us, their love is a lifetime, but for them, it's but a mere drop in the ocean. Not that I'm no better. Had I rejected Artemis I am sure she would have kept at it until I gave in. Or maybe she would just try to kill me so she can claim me in heaven. There was no way around it. She was gonna have me one way or another. Belle's face soured a bit. Lord Myake said that it's easier for gods to fall in love with us than their fellow god? Can or could we stop it? No, stopping love only created longing, a longing for affection that can turn anything twisted. So, we can't. Nope, I mean, how can we when we flaunt our mortality in their faces every day? They are jealous of our lives, Belle. Jealous. Yup, we, as mortals, are all beautiful in their eyes. We are like these flowers, Belle. Cirrus takes 2 flowers from the bush and hands him one. Look at it. He looks at it closely. Now look at mine. Can you notice the difference? Belle grabs it and examines it as well. The thrones are different, and the petals are arranged differently. Exactly. They are of the same species of flora yet. He gets them. So different when you look at them and yet, sing. From his hand, his magic circle appeared briefly before a spark of lightning burned the 2 flowers in his hand. We both will eventually die. The flowers smolder in his hand and turn to ash. And the gods? They are immortal. They will find you in the next life. No matter how long it takes, I'm sure they will find you or you will find them again. That's called fate. Will Lady Artemis find you again? Of course, she will. She is the goddess of the hunt. She'll track me down in no time. And your deity is the goddess of the hearth or the home, so you will eventually find your way back to her, and I, Artemis. I see. He said with a brighter expression. Anything else? Those stacks of paperwork are getting to me. Well, now that I'm an adventurer and you see me in action, do you think I can be a hero? Sure, so long as you remain true to yourself and help those in need, you'll be a hero in your own right, much like Finn, Ace, Riveria, and Otter are a hero in their own ways. So keep moving forward, Belle. You'll get there one step at a time. Cirrus gets up and leaves. As he sees Cirrus leave, he could see his own goddess walk by and come up to him. Are you ready to go, Belle? Hestia said. I am, Hestia. Remember when you asked if a goddess confessed to me I would reject it? Yes, she said with a spark of hope. Well, after talking with Cirrus, I think I sort of made up my mind. Hestia was on the edge of her seat. I don't really hold romantic feelings for you, but they are something equal to them. I will not reject your affections, but I don't think I can accept them right now as I am. I have feelings I need to sort out first before I can give you a final answer. A gentle smile grew on her face. That's fine. I can wait as long as it takes. Just know that even if you choose to be with another person, I will accept it as best as I can and who knows. Maybe we will have a relationship like Artemis and her child and be one big happy family. Watching from behind a corner. So what did you say to her, Art? Asked Cirrus. Artemis walks out and sits next to Cirrus. Merely telling her about my experiences on mortals and the complexities of it all. And you? Same thing. They both look a bit longer and they could see them hugging and then leaving. Whatever happens, it's up to fate, I guess. Well, he is his grandson and your cousin so who knows, maybe there will be only 2 big virgin goddess left. Outside Orario. Ha 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 ha. We finally fucking did it, said Valletta. Fresh air from the surface. Go get the egg and get started on the plan. Yes, ma'am, shouted several Evil Us members. And get rid of those damn Robs. We need to be sneaky. Or those bastards will find us out. Back in the Gnosis. To think we would be using Lovitar's plan. Said Thanatos. Her plan? What was it? Asked Tyne. It was to release powerful monsters from the Age of Heroes causing chaos in the world, so Orario would be weakened. And the result? The uncrowned emperor. He slew all 3 out of 5. Did he stop the other 2 or? More or less, he killed 3. One was already dead, or I guess has been brought back, and the last one Loviator never got the chance to release. I will make sure this time it will go as smoothly as we can. You better, because I can assure you they will send him to finish the job, and if he succeeds, we will have an even more dangerous foe to deal with. Volume 3 Quest 239 Patrol. Some days later, after the opening. Entertainment District. Ha! The city breeze isn't as fresh as I would like it, said Artemis. Yes. The breeze contains so many scents it's overwhelming at first, said Kalian as both he and Artemis overlooked the district on top of the rooftops. Kalian. Do you wish to return to your people? I think a lot about it, and it's been so long since I see them. They might think I'm dead. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll get you back to them, eventually. I know, but now that we are here and so close to the dungeon, and we even have tunnels that lead us there under our feet, I feel a bit homesick. I bet that's the first time anyone of your people has felt that way about the dungeon. Well, I am the first of my people to experience the blessings of the surface. The warm sun upon my skin, the fresh breeze of the mountain, sea, and air. The deliciousness of everyone's cooking. Even the knowledge Cirrus has endowed in me from philosophy, mathematics, science, and even stories of heroes and many more. I hold all of this deeply in my heart. What you all have done for me is a debt I can't repay in a lifetime. Ah, don't say that. You don't have to repay us. We did it out of the goodness of our hearts. Now, shall we begin our patrol? Yes, Lady Artemis. Riding around the district at such speed, Artemis felt like she was in the wilderness again. The passing buildings replaced the trees, the people replaced the shrubbery, and the prey was far harder to find. Riding around, she could see her children walking around and ensuring everything was fine. She could even see them helping people. She kept riding around until Kalian stopped suddenly. Why did you stop? I smelled another of my kind. Artemis gripped the reins tightly. Is it in the district or the city? The city, and they're moving rather quickly. Damn. Cirrus and AI are down on the deep floors of the dungeon training new members. Keep to the rooftops and let me spot them. Understood. Kalian slowed down considerably, but he moved with great finesse so as to not make much sound. Rooftop to rooftop, Kalian leaped with Artemis on until they have to go down and pass through the main city streets, but eventually they made it to the target. This place, Artemis could see the familiar emblem on the gate and look out a window to see Hestia. Kalian whirr. Flap. Flap. Flying down was a white owl with mismatched eyes. You. I'm coming, Auranos. Kalian. Understood. Down in the room of prayer. Auranos, Artemis said, entering through the secret passage. Artemis, it would seem the Hestia Familia has come in contact with a Xeno. Said Auranos. Do you need my Familia to deal with it? Last I heard of from Hermes was that he was looking into the recent and rather desperate levels of monster trafficking in various countries' nobles. For now, I wish for you and your Familia to monitor them. I wish to see if this Familia will be another to lend the Xeno their hand. Very well. Oh, while I'm here. Artemis takes out a handle with an orb on it. This is a new one, Cirrus made it. It took him a while to make, but should you need to reach me. Fels walked up and grabbed it. Thank you. I'm surprised Cirrus was able to make such refined works, Fels said, admiring the work their son did. And that magic tool he made you. Fels reached their collarbone and pressed the magic gem on the necklace. It changed color and Fels removed their hood. It works rather well, I can even walk in different clothes now, albeit with 4 or 5 more magic tools, Fels said with an androgynous appearance with emerald eyes. That's good, well I should get going. I need to get some eyes on the Hestia Familia. Farewell Artemis. Said Auranos as Artemis takes one of the secret entrances. And if you can tell Cirrus, the magic tool works well. Fels said. When Artemis arrived back home, she gathered the children who knew of the Xeno and ordered them to keep watch on Hestia's Familia as they had found and taken in a Xeno. Artemis called Cirrus and AI, informing them of what happened. It took a while to inform them as such a distance resulted in some communication issues, but enough. It surprised both Cirrus and AI it was them again. With this news, they will be coming back as quickly as they could, or at the very least Cirrus would. The next day. FSH. 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 Artemis fired 3 arrows at the same time, each one finding its mark. Thud. 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 HAAA. Hestia. Hestia. Artemis was concerned about Hestia being involved with the Xeno. Every time she pictures Hestia, she could only see that lazy and kind goddess in heaven. It inspired little confidence in her friend. Lady Artemis, you have a visitor. She turns to see her child with Hestia behind her. Speak of the devil. Artemis glances at Hestia from the corner of her eyes. How long were you there? 2 minutes, my lady. You can go back. Yes. She bows and returns to her post. You always were one to really focus on your shots. Hestia said with a bit of a forced smile. It helps me concentrate and focus, Artemis said with eyes set on the targets. Is something bothering you? No. Just some thoughts. What brings you here? You're not gonna ask for money, are you? She glances at Hestia, who is fidgeting a bit. Nothing of the sort. I just... Artemis could see she was hiding something. You were never good at lying, Hestia. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Hestia blurted out. Artemis notches her arrow. Go on. Have you ever heard of a monster that can speak? Artemis lets go of the arrow and the sound of it going through the previous arrow filled the space. Thunk. No. Okay, but if hypothetically there was a monster that could speak. Hestia, you cannot be this careless. Artemis notches another arrow. What would you do? She lets go, and the arrow hits the mark. I'd be very careful who I ask, Hestia, but why ask these questions? Artemis learned to lie even better. It was a trick she learned from Hera when she came with Poseidon to Yamato. To her surprise, this skill would be a very useful one. Through her time in Amaterasu's royal court, as Cirrus puts it, people and gods are simply smarter animals, you just need to know them enough to understand what they are going to do in a situation. And her time proved that. Well, could you come by tomorrow? Artemis put on a nice smile and looked at Hestia with an assured nod. Sure. Will the morning be fine? Yup. I'll see you there. Bye. Hestia quickly left. Always the trustworthy and kind one. I like that about you, Hestia, but for this, you need to be very careful. Artemis notches another and fires it off without looking. Thunk. It hits perfectly again. These are people who need to be protected. Deep within the dungeon. We didn't expect you will be awakened. Sprite King of Earth, Gugalana. Said Thetis. Before Thetis and Arbuda were Gugalana, a woman with dark skin and wolf's ears with black horns sharp enough to cut the sky with light-colored hair. My name is, she closed her eyes to remember it, a name that echoes vaguely in her mind. Knees. Yes, that is what this body was called when they were alive. She turns to the other crystals in the nursery. Knees, huh? I wonder if the others will feel the same as you, said Arabuda. Whatever. With her, we can build up the Gnosis and take the fight to the surface. Thetis said. Not with Cirrus still up there. Knees doesn't even pay attention to their talking and looks back at the others in their crystal cocoons. I will be back. Volume 3 Quest 240 Resolution. The next day. Clop. 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 If anything happens, I'll call for you. Stomp. Kalian stomps his hoof once as they arrive in front of Hestia's home. Coming up to the home, she saw Miyake, Takemikazuchi and Hephaestus coming together. So Hestia asked you as well, said Hephaestus. She did. Did she ask you all the strange questions? She did. Said Miyake. Of course, I was a bit curious. Same when Mikoto explained it to me. I didn't really know what to make of it. Shall we go in? They enter the premises and as they arrive at their front door, Kalian goes to the side and sits down. A rather smart horse. Said Takemikazuchi. I never seen one so strong looking. Yeah, it is a bit odd, Hephaestus said, noticing it had a very odd existence. Kalian was wearing a very special magic tool that was made from Nox's hair and blood. Nox herself was an oddity in it herself from the basis of her creation. Artemis found that Nox's contradictory origins make her a very hard person to read, something that even found its way to Cirrus. Thank you, now shall we? Artemis knocks on the door, and Hestia opens it. Welcome. Welcome, come in. They all enter and Hestia shows them the way to their living room, where Belle and a child are in a cloak. Belle. Show them. He nods and slowly pulls back the hood to show her appearance. The first thing to catch the eye was her silver blue hair, then the thing that cemented what she was, a red stone in the center of her forehead. Wow! All the gods went and looked at her in amazement. They went and asked her various questions and the like. So, it's a Vuvra, a child. What's your name, little one? Asked Miyake. It's Ween, Ween said shyly. What a nice name, said Hephaestus. As they asked their questions, Artemis simply looked at her. Is something wrong, Artemis? Asked Hestia. No, I simply learned enough, I will be back tomorrow. She then took her to leave. Hestia watched as Artemis left. Hestia felt as though she made a mistake. She has not met Artemis in years. She had found love and gotten married. All the things that Hestia knew about her seemed long gone. I think I may have made a mistake, Hestia said worriedly. Leaving the home, Artemis got on Kalian. We're going back home. And the Zeno? She's a child. I need to see if her familia will stand alongside them. She can't remain half-hearted or lazy like she was in heaven. This is something she will need to truly stand and fight tooth and nail for, even if no one will come to her aid like in the war games. This will be a labor for them. Understood. I take it Master Cyrus will arrive tomorrow. He will test their familia. They will need to back their kindness. Lady Artemis, please don't make that expression. Kalian turns away as a pained expression is latched onto Artemis's face. I'm sorry, but I never thought I would need to test a friend, especially one as kind and loving as her, but this is necessary. The fate of a species already on the brink of extinction is on the line. I hope she and her familia will prove themselves. I hope so as well. Lady Artemis, I know I am asking again, but do you really need to do this? Yes. Hestia needs to know, she needs to experience how bad this can go if she is careless as she was today. The next day. Clop. 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 Artemis arrived back again at Hestia's home in the afternoon. Artemis passes through the gate and meets Takemi Kazuchi and Hephaestus, along with Welf and Mikoto. Step aside, Artemis asks sternly. Not until you tell us what you're planning, Artemis, said Hephaestus. This isn't like you to do. Hephaestus, I have nothing against you nor Hestia, but it has to do with Ween, doesn't it, said Takemi Kazuchi. It does, so you can either move aside so I can finish my business, or I will go through you. Mikoto and Welf step up front. I'm sorry, Lady Artemis, but we can't let you, said Welf. I am sorry as well, Mikoto said as well. Then I guess the labor begins. Hephaestus and Takemi Kazuchi now realized what she planned on doing, but before they could speak or utter a letter, Welf and Mikoto were already. Kalian. Bam. Thud. Bam. Thud. Struck by Kalian's hooves, the two of them were knocked out instantly and bashed into the walls of the manor. Crash. Crash. Gah. They both coughed up some blood. Such power, said Takemi Kazuchi, amazed by Kalian's strength. Did you think Hestia was the first god to come across the Zeno? Artemis said with a sharp glare. Zeno. New life, said Hephaestus. Her and Takemi Kazuchi's eyes widened as they understood the significance of the name, and especially to Artemis, a goddess of nature. We should have trusted you more. Hephaestus was ashamed of thinking that Artemis was against them. It is not your fault. You were simply being a good friend, the both of you. Artemis reaches into her bag and tosses them some high potions. Tend to their injuries, she said, getting off with her bow and arrows on her. Kalian, Roof. As Artemis walks past them, she enters the home. Kalian looked at the two gods. I am sorry for having hurt your loved ones, Kalian said in an eloquent manner, which shocked them as he jumped onto the roof in a single bound. Oh. So he was the Zeno she met. Hephaestus said. Volume 3 Quest 241 Worthy. Walking through the empty halls of the manor, Artemis was listening closely for anything, and then she heard a creak coming from the second floor. She takes out an arrow and slowly goes up. She checks the corners and moves stealthily. She stands still and listens for more sound and another creak. She moves into where the source is, and with her arrow drawn and ready to fire, Artemis kicks open the door and aims to find Myaik making some tea. Oh, sorry. I was making some tea. Myaik said, a bit surprised. Where are Hestia and Ween? Sorry, can't tell you. Thud. An arrow had knocked the teacup was removed from his hands by an arrow. Myaik looks to find the cup broken against a wall as the handle hangs from the arrow. He looks at his fingers to find not even a graze on him. Gulp. Such terrifying skill. Myaik, this is a labor I am giving them, you can stay here or not get in my way. I know you won't talk. Sorry, but they aren't here anymore. No. Artemis darts her eyes and tilts her head. They're here. I assume you're here to buy time for them to get away, right? Her sharp eyes land on the medicine god. That's. Sorry, but a hunter always makes preparations. Outside the manor, but still on the premises. Come on. We need to move. Artemis is a great tacker, said Hestia. Why yes. But where can we go, said Belle. I thought Lady Artemis was going to be on our side, said Lily. This is really bad. Ween, stay with me all right? Said Haruheim. Ween said, holding Haruheim. They move around the home back to the front where they found Takemi Kazuchi and Hephaestus tending to Mikoto and Welf. Welf. Mikoto, shouted Belle as he rushed to them. They came over to see them knocked out cold. What happened, said Hestia. Hestia, said Hephaestus. It's a labor. Ah. Hestia's eyes widen. She felt the same way. Takemi Kazuchi and Hephaestus felt shame. In that moment of clarity, she found peace. It's quiet. Hestia darted her eyes around her home to find or hear anyone of thing. Sweat dripped from her brow. She knew at that moment she and her familia cannot hope to run. Lady Hestia, said Belle, seeing as emotions come and go from his goddess face where only a stern expression remained. We can't escape. She said sternly. I found it to be odd, but there is no sound of the city anymore. They now realized it as well. There are no city sounds but their own, nor do they see other people walking by. Belle, be ready for crash. Landing before them were Kalian and Artemis. I knew you couldn't have gone far, Artemis said. Artemis. What is your labor? Hestia shouted. Labor. Welf said. Yes, a labor. It is what we gods call it when a mortal is put through a test. So tell me, Artemis, what is your labor? Your labor is simple, Artemis said, looking down at her. Eyes so stern and sharp, Hestia couldn't help but feel intimidated. Show me you are ready to stand by Ween. Should I find you act as you did in heaven, I will take her from you by force. How can you do that? My Belle is level 3. Hestia said. And your strongest children are in the dungeon. Hestia, wait. Hestia. Artemis interrupted Hephaestus. Do you know how much magic tools have developed over the years? She places her hand on the clam earring on her right ear and presses. Now. What are? Tap. 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 Walking into their front yard was Cirrus. Fully geared with a stride to his step. Oh. The Hestia familia's blood ran cold. They quickly underestimated how prepared Artemis was going to go. Now they faced the strongest adventure in the world. See Cirrus, said Belle, a bit frightened. This is your labor, Hestia familia. Face Cirrus and win. Artemis shouted. They could feel their hearts plummet when they heard her say that. Not even 4 first-class adventures were enough to take him on. What chance do they have? Sora. Why you aren't going? Lily, Cirrus said, walking towards them with a firm expression. You must face me and win. He said with grit. Her face started to tear up a bit. Why? Just because we found Ween, she shouted. No, because you took her in. He then stops a few feet before them. Belle, you said you wished to be a hero, so Cirrus let out an intense bloodlust that sent shivers down their back. It made that of monsters tame in comparison. To be honest, I wish it didn't come to this, but now is your chance to show me you have what it takes to be called a hero. Belle was shaking in fear, but as he turned to his familia, he could see Hestia, Lily, and Haruheim shaking. Ween was hiding behind him desperately. Belle gathered what courage he could and stepped forward, drawing his knives. I won't back down. He shouted with vigor and shaken confidence. Good, you can stand on your own 2 feet. Cirrus intensifies the bloodlust and Mikoto and Welf get up from it in response. Gasp. They both wake up. Watts. Only one, that's fine. It takes only one to lead the way. Come. Cirrus made the hand signal to come at him. Let me see. What if you can save her? Hey. Belle rushed him with quick speed. Ha, ha, ha. His swings carried with them hesitation, Cirrus only swatted them away with minimal effort. Why are you hesitating, Belle? Do you not wish to hurt me? I don't want to fight you. Too bad. Thud. Cirrus Spartan kicked him in his stomach, causing him to roll across the yard. Gah. Belle grabbed his stomach in pain. He felt as though he was gonna cough up his insides. No, it was coming up. BBB barf. He couldn't hold the feeling out and he vomited out the contents of his stomach. Belle, Cirrus said, walking up to him calmly. If you can't fight against someone you know, how will you protect her? He points at Ween. Should anyone learn of her, they will try to kill her, and when you try to defend her, you will not be fighting monsters but your fellow adventurers. Belle was shaking even more. Trying to wipe the vomit from his mouth. Can you kill for her? Can you fight against Orario? The shaking was getting even more intense. Can you fight the world for her? Be Belle. Hestia. Said Artemis, cutting Hestia off. He must deal with it. Either has the resolve or he doesn't. Gah. Hestia said, looking at Belle shaking on the ground. It pains Hestia dearly. Belle, Cirrus stands before him, casting his gaze upon the wounded rabbit. Can you fight against Ace? Because should the worst case scenario happen, you will face her. Silence falls on Belle. He was thinking of what to say, but should Ween ever get exposed? I will need to. He clenches his fists in frustration. His heart beat faster and faster, his mind racing along with it with all kinds of possibilities. And what of you, his familia? Cirrus glances at the others. Will you follow what he chooses, or will you stand aside? They were all shaking, but Lily stepped forward with her crossbow ready and dagger in hand. He helped me when I was too foolhardy to accept. For that, I will follow what he chooses. Ha! She fired her crossbow and went after Cirrus. Always knew you had a fire in you, Lily. Cirrus thought as he swats away her crossbow bolts. They could see a small palom desperately putting up a fight. The way she uses the dagger was far better than one would expect from a level 1 as she mixes it with her crossbow, but it wasn't anything a level 8 could easily swat away. Welf. Mikoto. Belle. Aren't you ashamed a damn level 1 palom is putting up more of a fight than you? Lily shouted. They all flinch and they all get up, all but Belle. I can't back down from this, shouted Welf. Buy me some time, he quickly runs away. Haa. Mikoto shouted as she joins to help Lily. The two of them shoot and slash at Cirrus. I'm sorry Lord Kyajano. But I will stand by my familia. A mix of sword, dagger, and crossbow was aimed at Cirrus. Lord Bell, shouted Haruheim. Get up. He looked up to see Lily and Mikoto fighting, and Ween ran to his side. I am, sorry. Bell said slowly, trying to catch his breath. Bell. I'm sorry. This is my fault, tears were falling from Ween's face. Bell felt his pride shattered. He thought he would protect Ween, but what was he doing now? Nothing but shriveling without putting up a fight. At this moment, he remembered something his grandfather had once said. Grandpa, do you think I could be as strong as Cirrus? A young Bell said, reading a book. Maybe one day, but I doubt few could reach his strength, Zeus said, picking at the fireplace. Then is it impossible? His grandfather looked at him. Did I say it was impossible? You said. Bell, did I say it was impossible? He looked sternly at Bell. No, Bell said, looking at the ground as if he got in trouble. Bell, you wish to be a hero, yes. Why yet? He quickly perked up at looking at his grandfather with stars in his eyes. Then you should get rid of the impossible in your dictionary, a hero has no need for it as he will raise to meet whatever stood in their way. They also get tons of beautiful women too. Bell stands back up. Wobbly, but full of conviction. No, it's not your fault. He reaches over and pats her head. I'm sorry I made you cry, now he grips his daggers tightly. I will fight for you. Firebolt. Bell fires a ball of fire and Cirrus blocks it with his right forearm. Seems you regained your passion. Let's see what you all could do. Cirrus then began to take ground back with small attacks that shake them through their weapons. Bell then jumped back in to help, and Lily got back to acting as support. He isn't even using his full strength. No, I bet he isn't even using a fraction of his strength and he's making my arms lose strength, thought Mikoto as Cirrus strikes with his limbs. I fought him before, and he's holding back a lot. It's frustrating but I need to take advantage of this. Bell thought. Bell made a quick strike with his knife and placed his hand near Cirrus. Firebolt. 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 Boom. Boom. The three blasts strike Cirrus in his chest and right shoulder. As the last blast was about to hit, Cirrus treated it as a wet sheet of paper. Good hits but... Cirrus thrusts his hand through the firebolt and... Boom. Grabbed Bell's head. Gah. Shunk. Cirrus then spins around, tossing him away across the courtyard. Bell, shouted Lily and Mikoto. Good instincts, Cirrus says as he removes one of Bell's knives from his forearm. Lily, did you teach him this? Maybe, she said, helping Bell up. Don't forget me, shouted Mikoto as she came in with a downward slash and... Clang. You forgot your captain gave me his red dagger, Cirrus said, blocking her swing. With a swift movement of the hand, Cirrus had begun to attack Mikoto with such aggression she barely if any room or time to block most attacks. Skin-deep cuts littered Mikoto's body. Firebolt. Bell fired another one, but with a strong swing Cirrus cut through it, but he noticed a crossbow bolt come with it grazing his cheek. They're getting better. Cirrus noticed their synergy has been getting better. I respectfully speak to you, my war god that can break through anything, lead me from the precious heaven. Give my petty body divine power of your grand body, chanted Mikoto, getting space between her and Cirrus. You need to be faster for. Eat this, shouted Welf as he comes with a red magic sword. He swings the sword, and an inferno comes at him. Ha, I wonder how much it hurts. The strike hits him directly, causing a blast to knock them back a bit. Rescue them light of purification, sword of crushing evil. Sweep sword of suppression, sacred sword of conquest. It arrives here now by my order. Descend from heaven, rule the earth, Shinbu to Ci. Futsunamadama. A purple sword appears and touches the area where Cirrus was, and an intense gravity hits him. Haruheim. Use your magic on Bell, shouted Lily. Right. Grow. That power in that vessel. Breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes. Until the bell tolls, bring forth glory and illusion. Grow. Can find divine offerings within this body. This golden light bestowed from above. Into the hammer and into the ground. May it bestow good fortune upon you. Grow, Koken. A glow falls onto Bell as he stands up. Everyone get ready, shouted Bell. They look at the burning and crushing inferno as they could still feel his bloodlust. That really did sting like an ant. A blast of wind snuffed out the fire and blew them all back from the force of it. Walking out of the area, Cirrus was wearing his Stymphalian armor with his spear in hand. Where the hell did he get his spear from? Shouted Welf. Welf. Hit him again. Lily shouted. Bell, charge up your shot. Right. Got it. I've seen what your magic swords and that odd white light could do, and it won't work on me. Cirrus charged forward as Welf swings his magic sword and an inferno comes at Cirrus. Dong. Damocles. Cirrus spins his spear intensely making looking like a blur and as the inferno comes at him, he spins his body flowing with the speed of the spear. Hey 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 hey. Thwom. Cirrus redirects the fire upwards in a twister. And no way, they all said as he sends it up into the air. The flame then hit a barrier. The barrier revealed itself for a second before blending in again. While it explained why they couldn't see anyone outside the premises or why no one was looking at them, this momentary appearance distracted everyone but Artemis, Kalian, and Cirrus. Hub. Cirrus then throws Bell's red dagger at high speed into Bell's right shoulder. Gah, stopping the charge. Bell, shouted Welf. Keep your eyes on the battle, Cirrus said, having closed the distance between him and Welf. Welf met Cirrus's emerald eyes, and he felt his heart drop. Cirrus judo flips him hard onto the ground. Gah. Welf, shouted Bell as he takes the dagger out of his shoulder. Nice magic sword. Cirrus then kicks it up into his hand. Let's see how it handles. Cirrus stabs his spear behind him and gets ready to swing the magic sword. Bell, I suggest you finish charging your shot because it's gonna be a big one. The magic sword pulsated in a fire. Lily. Haruheim, get Welf out of there. Mikoto distract him. On it. Mikoto came after Cirrus. Damocles, dot. His spear shot out and swung at Mikoto, holding her back. Clang. Why you can move it without the use of your hands? Mikoto shouted in surprise and strain. I never said I couldn't, Cirrus said, staring at Bell. Dong. 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 They all watched as these two faced each other. The particle of light enhances the hand but as Bell looks at the magic sword, he could see a thin line of fire coming off the edge. Maybe. I can do that as well. He looks at his knife and shouted. Firebolt. His black knife glowed before it ignited in a sword of fire. It grew no longer than a short sword, but the heat and radiance it gave off were nothing to scoff at. Seems you made a new technique. Let's see how strong it is. Cirrus swings the magic sword. Hey 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 hey. As did Bell with his knife. Ah! The two infernos clash with one another. As the blast was reaching Hestia and the others, a red hawk landed on Hestia's head. Hey! And suddenly the blast was blocked. A cacophony of fire and heat filled the yard. Whoosh! Volume 3 Quest 242 Qualities of a Hero. After the smoke cleared, what remained was a burnt-up yard and a beaten-up Bell on the ground. Whew! Cirrus said as the magic sword in his hand crumbled away. Bell, get the fuck up, your opponent is still standing. Gur, Bell slowly wills his body back up, he has several burns on his body as he gets up. Huff. 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 This is a level 8, after all of that, and there are barely any injuries on him. His stamina is massive, but I can't stop now. Even if this is a losing battle. Good, you still have some fight in you. Damocles. His spear returns to his hand, and he spins it around. Even now. I'm in awe at how he swings his spear. He is looking at me yet can make such elegant yet powerful swings. I feel happy that I'm fighting him again. Bell thought facing against the one he sees as an idol of a similar pedigree as Ace. Bell spots his black knife next to him and slowly reaches down and grips it. I won't get another chance like this again, probably not until I'm at least a level 5 or even 6. I need to keep going. I want to get stronger. For Ween, for Hestia and my familia. Dong. The white particles begin to cover the knife as Bell stands up again. I won't give up. Bell shouted at the top of his lungs. If I couldn't even save a crying girl, I could never dream of being a hero. Behind those weary eyes, Cirrus could see that fire burning in Bell. That black flame that consumes so many before him does not taint that drive, that sense of purpose, yet. I am impressed. Pure even in this situation. Cirrus slowly smiles. Then show me how far you will go to save her. Bell. Sword of Damocles. His spear was covered in lightning, and the sounds of birds chirping covered the spear. Belle rushed on ahead with fear, but with no regret. Ah! Dong! Cyrus remained in place as he readies his spear, a focus fall on him as he watches Belle run at him. Come on, come on! Reach me! Show me you have the strength to fight till the very end. Cyrus thought as he could see a bit of Althea in Belle. He watched his every move, the steps he took, the way his muscles moved under his clothes, everything. Then, as he got in range of the spear, he shouted. Fire bolt! It wasn't as strong as before, but that short sword still burned bright enough. He swung forward and Cyrus swung his spear to parry it but... Ting! He had let go of his knife. Dong! He got in close and with his battered left hand now glowing with the particles, he punched Cyrus in the right side of his ribs. Thud! Gr! Cyrus gritted his teeth a bit. The punch was strong enough to push him back a considerable distance back. I can keep going, Belle said, taking one more step before his head hung low. Belle had passed out while standing. Belle! Shouted Hestia, rushing over to him as were several of his familia. While the Hestia familia checked on their captain, Artemis went to see Cyrus. What do you think? Artemis asked. Cyrus touched where Belle had punched him. He could feel it as tender as Tioni's punches. He is good. That white particle thing is as powerful as I expected. If he was a level 5 or 6, I am sure he would have broken one of my bones. Artemis glances at Belle and then back at Cyrus. Their familia still needs polish. I agree. But as I see it, they at least showed me they have the drive and will to help the Xeno. What do you think, Kalian? Kalian nods his head. Artemis slowly smiles. I am glad. With a goddess like Hestia, we can be sure this familia will keep their values. Yes. I am sure of myself their captain won't falter on this. Cyrus nods his head while brushing himself clean and walks over to the Hestia familia. Move. What are you going to do now? You already lost. Yeah, they all said. You all showed me you are willing to fight against those stronger than you for her. Cyrus gestures to Ween. And your captain, Belle, has proven to me how far he will go for you, and in turn, demonstrated how you all will follow him. Then Ween, said Lily. She'll be fine so long as you lot shut the fuck up about monsters talking around the city, got it? Cyrus said sternly. Even a little lip and I'll fucking back again to clean house, got it? He said more loudly. Why yes, they all said a bit shook. Good, now for your captain. Cyrus holds out his hand. Exosia, adorn. From his magic circle, a gleaming exquisite armor appears and wraps around Belle. His wounds and burns slowly heal up quickly. Amazing. His injuries are almost all gone. Hestia said, impressed. On there. The armor then fades away. He's 95% healed, we'll come back tomorrow, and sorry for all of, Cyrus gestures to all the property damage. They look around to see a lot of damage. Ah! How are we gonna pay for this? Hestia said as the new home they got was now banged up. We will pay for the repairs. Said Artemis, coming up to them with Hephaestus and Takemi Kazuchi. If you wish to stay in a home in our district until your home is repaired, we can accommodate. You bust up their home and then pay for it, said Hephaestus. Never did I think I would see you, of all people, that throw around so much money, Artemis. Yes, I have heard you were rather frugal with your wealth. Takemi Kazuchi said. It is the least I can do after all of this and besides with the debt Hestia has, this would bankrupt them, Artemis said looking at Hestia. That's true. Do you want to bankrupt me, Hephaestus? Shouted Hestia. And sorry Artemis, but I don't want to mooch off you. Lady Hestia. Said Kalian. Kalian's voice surprises them all with how eloquent it is. Why you're, said Welf. Like me, said Ween. Yes, I am like you, young Ween. I am Kalian, a bicorn Xeno. Lady Artemis if you may. Artemis nods her head. Artemis undid the large necklace around his neck and as it crashed to the ground, so did the anklets around its legs. His black form revealed itself. His horns were mighty and sharp, with a dark luster like obsidian and a coat to match. I would like to offer my apologies for striking you children, but given the damage to your home, I suggest you should take Lady Artemis's offer of staying in one of her homes. It would take approximately 3 weeks for your home to be repaired. Unless you wish to sleep with an opening in your home. He's very clever. Said Hephaestus. You can tell that from the damages. I have seen many homes and buildings constructed, and I know how long one will take to be complete. You said Haruheim, fidgety. How long were you on the surface? You seem very wise. 6 years, in that time, I have spent those years under Lady Artemis and Master Cyrus's protection. They have given me many things the surface has to offer, but meeting another of my kind after so long was not one of them. So I'm assuming we're taking the offer, right, Lady Hestia, said Lily. Fine, Hestia said begrudgingly. Volume 3 Quest 243 The Xeno. The next day, after a good rest, they gathered in a special room in one of the entertainment district. So Artemis, what are the Xeno? Asked Hestia with her familia with Hephaestus, Myaike, and Takemi Kazuchi in the room. The Xeno are simply put monsters that have separated themselves from the dungeon's influence, Artemis said. Influence, said Welf. Aren't they just naturally that way? That's what is commonly known, but given how tight-lipped the topic of the true nature of the dungeon is to the gods, I only hypothesized that something or one is down at the very bottom of it, making these monsters go towards the surface. Said Cirrus as he looks at the gods in the room and they simply look away. So, Ween and Kalian managed to separate themselves from the dungeon? How? Asked Belle. From what I gathered, I assume it's due to them being reincarnated so much that whatever emotion they have eventually built up leads to them gaining their own mind separate from the dungeon. So, does that mean every monster has the potential to be a Xeno? Said Lily. Probably over time, so when you go back into the dungeon to bring Ween back to her people, there is no need to hesitate to kill whatever monster attacks you. Think of it as self-defense. Should they attack, first it's reasonable to protect yourself. Speaking of attack, how strong are Xeno? Asked Mikoto. Kalian knocked me and Welf out instantly. That depends on how many magic stones they have eaten and what their species is. Said AI. When we first met Kalian he was about a level 3 in power, but over the years we have given him plenty of magic stones and now he's in terms of power is a high level 6. Level 6, they shouted. He's that strong, said Belle. Of course, when I got to Orario I saved up all the magic stones I got from the deep floors of the dungeon and when he came I simply just gave it to him, so it would be weird if he wouldn't be at least a level 6, Cirrus said. Then Ween could get as strong as him, said Hestia. Given enough time and magic stones, then yes. I see, so who else knows of the Xeno? Besides you four, about 4 more not counting Artemis. Said Cirrus. 4 more. I assume they are Hermes and Auranos, right, said Takemi Kazuchi. Hermes has been working with Auranos for a long time and Auranos is Auranos. It would be stupid to think he or the guild wouldn't notice a monster leaving the dungeon. But, who are the last two? Ganesha, and just recently Hermes got a name, Iclos. Seems his familia has been trafficking monsters for years, gaining funds for a project that I'm not at liberty to discuss right now. Why not? Asked Hestia. If we are in this, we should know. Especially if Ganesha, of all people, knows. Please don't dismiss Lord Ganesha. He is the god of new beginnings, success, wisdom, and remover of obstacles. So you know he's a lot more than what one would expect from a god who likes to say his name and poses. So information like this is valuable and dangerous. For now, when the time is right, I will inform you and then you can help. In the meantime, I suggest keeping growing strong as a familia. Things are moving in Orario, and we will need strong adventurers. Moving, as in how? Asked Myaike. It isn't like. It's similar to then, Lord Myaike. Myaike made an sour expression. I will go on ahead first. Should anything of the need of medicine, I will help. He quickly got up and left. And I'll be going back to my work. Said Hephaestus, having the same foreboding feeling as Myaike. If it's like back, then I will need to get some stuff prepared in case of anything happening. Cirrus, if any familia needs weapons, I am just a help away. She left as well, with a bit of speed. They both take their leave. Many could see the hurry on their faces. What do you mean like back then? Asked Hestia. This was before you two arrived in Orario, but it seems fragments of Evilus have resurfaced. Belle shook a bit from hear that. Then, the people Ryu said she destroyed are still around. Sadly yes. So I want you all to keep going about your business in the dungeon and keep your eyes open for strange activity. Should you see people in white robes? I suggest you run or kill them quickly. These people won't hesitate to kill themselves if it means your demise. They all had solemn looks on their face. They had found themselves in something beyond their pay grade. See, can't we capture them? Belle asked with some confliction on killing. Sure you can, said AI. You just need to quickly get rid of the bombs they have strapped to them and quickly knock them out. By the way, the bombs activate upon the slightest hint of magic, so be careful. Right. Belle said, a bit more relieved he didn't have to kill them but still stained on how he was gonna go about it. Good, now it's about almost noon. I need to go and help with the new familia member, see. Cirrus got up and left. And I need to help the level 1s with the dungeon. Bye, said AI, leaving as well. And I have patrol. Make sure you keep an eye on Ween. If you have any more questions, ask Kalian. Artemis then took her to leave. It would seem we have stepped onto something bigger than what our familias are capable of handling. Said Takemi Kazuchi. Yes, it seems we keep finding ourselves deep and deeper into the rabbit's hole. Said Hestia. Bell, everyone, we will do as he suggests and focus on getting stronger. Yes. Lady Hestia, her children said. Sorry to say this, but I will need time to repair our gear. And then there is Ween. Said Welf. Ah. 18th floor of the dungeon. So this is the 18th floor. Said Knees. Yes, but why did you wish to come here, said Thetis, as both were wearing hoods. A feeling left behind in this body, no, a memory. Will it affect you in the future? No. I am simply curious what these are, sadly they are bits and pieces of what this body considered important, so I figure I indulge myself a bit. They walked around the floor and came across a grave with swords impaled into them with a flag. A grave. Let's move. No, Knees walked up to it. This, she looked down to see a dagger with a star on its hilt. This was this body's grave, her familia she counts 9 weapons out of 12. 2 members of this body familia are still alive, she could feel her head throb and the faces and names of the 2 appeared in her mind. Ryuolion and Cirrus Zephyr. Thetis shook a bit from hearing Knees say his name. Are you saying you have one of his familia's members' bodies? It would seem so. A twisted smile grew on Thetis's face. Take the dagger. I'm sure it will be of use later. I dislike that smile you have, Thetis. You know when one is buried, they shouldn't be disturbed. Even if Cirrus Zephyr is our enemy? I mean, he has Nox and Circe contracted. Sure, Circe is only good at running away, but Nox? We have heard tales of her strength from our fellow spirits, hell even if we didn't, her status as a grand spirit is enough to use and put anything we have to use to kill her and Cirrus. A shake of the earth could be felt on the floor. You truly do have a twisted personality. Blame the human I got. She was a surprisingly twisted human. Knees walks over and places her hands together. I am sorry for dishonoring your grave, fallen ones. She took the dagger and a few more weapons. The others won't have much respect for you, so I must apologize even more. She placed her hands together and prayed. Kukikiku. I'm sure with this it'll really make them suffer, thought Thetis. Volume 3 Quest 244 Dinatus 2, Electric Boogaloo. Some time went by, and Bell and his familia got a quest from the guild and took Ween back to the rest of her kind. We'll be back to visit now and again, all right, said Bell. So be careful and listen to your seniors. Said Haruheim. I will get strong like Kalian. Ween said. As Bell waved her goodbye, Ray came up to him. Say, before you leave, do you mind if you help me with something? You sure, I guess. Bell said, unsure of what she wanted. I'm looking for anything on an adventure who sang to me. Sang to you? Yes, many years ago when I was on the 26th floor, an adventure sang to me a beautiful song. Unfortunately, I hid myself and I couldn't see what he looked like. By now, if he is still alive, I would like to meet him. Sorry, but that's not much to go on, Lily said. Well, how about this song ahem? Around the same time, the Dinatus began. Hey Hestia, I heard your house got blown up, said a god. Ha ha ha. You can't seem to get out of the limelight, can you Hestia ha ha ha, laughed another. First Hephaestus and now Artemis. You really are leeching off them, said Loki. Quiet. My child was simply testing a magic sword, all right. And given some recent stuff, Artemis offered to help at no cost. So no, I'm not leeching off her. And I already apologized to Hephaestus, okay? Yeah, call it what you want. It's all the same. Like you would know what it's like to have actual friends. Ooh, all the gods said. You damn shrimp. I have plenty of actual friends. Isn't that right, Freya? All the gods look at Freya as she watches everyone quietly. Pass. She said, smiling. Freya. Say I heard Rakia now have their eyes on Atritone. I wonder how long and much it's gonna take Ares to win against Athena. Probably a decade or 2 knowing him. All right, said Quetzalcoatl. I may be new, but that is enough gossip for now. As the Dinatus chairman shall we get to the best part. Yoo-hoo-hoo. They cheered as they were given a stack of adventures that leveled up. Now let's get started. One by one, they named the children. Battlefire. Red True Fighter. Black Alice. Twinkle Twinkle. Doki Doki Reader. 13th Day. Icy Hot. And one by one, their gods cried blood. No. I'm sorry. My child knew. Then. Now on to the last 2. First up. Hestia's child, said Quetzalcoatl. Murmurs spread around the table. Level 4 in 2 months, said Loki. Honestly, it's like looking at a younger and more weak Cirrus with how fast he levels up. I say we call him Second Cloud. No wait, maybe something like Clown Cloud. Second Cloud? Clown Cloud? Come on. He doesn't even look like him. Hestia protested. Pyonkichi true. He looks like a rabbit, and he uses fire magic, said a god. I think Venati's otter suits him quite well. No, said Freya. He is rather cute. No. Hestia quickly rejected that name. Why not call him White Rabbit, said Artemis. He looks very much like a rabbit, and he is like Cirrus in his younger years with his rise to prominence with the former name of White Beast. It suits him very well, said Demeter. Yes, it suits his cuteness very well, said Freya. It's an okay name. Rather bland if you ask me, said Loki. Then we're all in agreement then. Quetzalcoatl said. All the gods rose their hands. Great. Now on to the last and best. AI Zephyr. A new level 7. Zephyr. Is she really married to Uncrowned, said a god. Looks like she sealed the deal when they eloped, said a goddess. Lucky. Hey. Artemis, do you engage in 3 ways with? I propose the name of Red Comet, said Artemis, interrupting a goddess. For her beastification correct, said Freya. A good name for one who moves so quickly, only a trail of red follows in her wake, said Dionysus. Shouldn't her name be more extravagant, said Loki. I mean that the show she and Otter put on left me on the edge of my seat. Something like Sword Saint or even Red Queen. She is married to the Uncrowned, and I have heard that he is a lord in the Far East, said a god. Then wouldn't her name would be something like the Crimson Empress, said a goddess. I think it would be better if we go with another name. I think that would make it weird given the name Empress, said Artemis. An uneasy feeling filled the meeting. Well, how about Red Crown, said Hestia. It has all the things that fit her, and it doesn't feel too Oedipus-like. That's a fitting name, said Artemis. Then all in favor say aye. Quetzalcoatl said. Aye. Deep south of the continent, in a heavily monster-infested jungle. Lady Wu, the egg is developing well, said an Evilus member. Good. There are plenty of monsters here and a shipment of magic stones are coming soon. And with Gu I mean Ni's revival, we can really get things rolling. She glances at the pit of magic stones with a black egg with red lines pulsating with a fetus jewel next to it. Soon, you will be born. Qianlong. Far to the northeast of the continent in the Elsos ruins. Hey. Crash. Go and find the seal, said Ein. Yes. The Evilus members quickly went all throughout the temple. So, do we simply just break it and leave, asked Revis. Yes, from what Lord Enyo has said, the monster Antares can create its own monsters, like the Udius. How handy. Do they have magic stones? I do. But I would like to be as far away as possible when that army is made. Then we shall break the seal and leave as quickly as we can to Wu in the south. Wu. Revis, how many magic stones has she eaten to grow that big? Several. All from the deepest floors. In power, I would say. She is at least a level 6 if compared to Ace. And you? How would you rate yourself? I would say a high level 5. And Arbuda? Last I saw her, she was rather fragile looking. A result of her magic. For such a powerful defense, it requires a vast amount of magic. Can she not just take it from the air like the corrupted spirits? A major demerit for us. Since for us our bodies are not fully spirit as such, we lack the physical unbalance of the corrupted spirits, which are not fully monster and not fully spirit as well. And since you, Wu, Thetis, Arbuda, and Nis are in harmony with your respected bodies, you can't take mana from the air. Correct. As of the last raid on the Gnosis, Arbuda has been rebuilding her strength zealously. Before she now in comparison at least a level 8 when she fought Cirrus. And now? Level 6. How is that not a major issue? We don't have anyone who can go up against Cirrus. Just because she is weaker doesn't mean she can't regain that strength back. Last I saw her, she was eating magic stone after magic stone. Reaching back to level 7 far quicker than before. That is of some relief, but Cirrus still worries me. That night when Arbuda froze him for a few seconds is something that I keep running in my mind. Do not worry. When she fights Cirrus again, it will be on grounds that are in our favor. We still do not know the extent of Cirrus's stats. The city hasn't seen a level 8 in years. There is no telling how powerful he. We found it, Lady Ein, one member shouted. Better ready the horses, Revis said as she walks to destroy the seal. And do not worry. When they come next time, the Gnosis will be their grave. Volume 3 Quest 245 Training Camp. 1 week after the Denatus. So you all want to get trained, said Cirrus as he was helping with some construction in the entertainment district. Yes, said Ace, along with her were Beta, Dione, and Leffy Ya. Ha, is it because Otter went down into the dungeon? Of course it does. The city is talking about him finally killing the damn Baylor and getting to level 8, said Beta. Well, I'm busy at the moment, but go to the Familia home and say I sent you there for training. They should show you the way. Will you be coming by to help with the training? Asked Diona. Maybe when dusk hits, until then you have AI tossing you around. Oh, and before you leave, tell the guard this: red, blue, fish, green, yellow, march. That will let them know you speak the truth. Got it. They all left, but Beta stood behind. Is it almost done? Yes, but it needs testing. We can do it later tonight. A grin appears on his face. I can't wait. When they arrive at the Moonlight Tower, they are met by a guard. Loki Familia, what is your business here? Cirrus sent us over for training. He said someone would show us the way, said Diona. He did. She looks at them and then at Leffy Ya. Did he give you a code? Oh yes. He said red, blue, fish, green, yellow, march. I see. Very well. You elf, what level are you in your position? I'm a level 3 and a backline mage. Ah, lucky you. We need more higher leveled mages in the back, Bree. Come take them to the training grounds. Jumping down was a child of 9 years of age. Boing. Hello. I'm Bree. It's an honor to meet you all, said Bree, a little girl with brown hair and eyes. Follow me. They follow the child as she joyfully walks ahead. So kid, are you part of the Artemis Familia? Asked Dione. Yup. I'm the youngest one in the Familia. Had to graduate early from school to join. You're a graduate as well, said Leffy Ya, surprised. Yup. Just had to learn to read, write, and mathematics. Unfortunately, I'm too young to go out into the dungeon, so I'm learning the basics right now. But hopefully, I can prove myself and I can start going into the dungeon next month. Hey, what are you, learning kid? How to stand guard, said Beta. 642 steps. She said, stopping. You walk with a cocky stride to intimidate others from getting in your way. That's how many steps you have taken since I saw you from up top of the wall. You Sword Princess took 661 steps at a good pace with little movement in the arms. You are very well trained in efficiency. Amazon and Hormongon took 754 and 668 steps respectively, both holding a somewhat free-spirited approach. And you Thousand Elf took 1062 steps. Are you nervous about your steps or do you just like to be behind your friends in case of battle? I've kept track of many people as they walked by or caught my eye. Smart and very observant. She has sharp eyes and brains. I can see why she graduates so young. Thought Leffy Ya. And my position is where I usually am at when in the dungeon with them. I guess it's become a habit. So anyway, here we are. She runs up ahead and opens the door to the right tower of the home. They enter the tower to see many of the Artemis Familia to be coming up and taking step elevators up the tower. In the center of the floor was a wide staircase leading down. What is this place? This is the lobby area. Up top is the bath, spa, sand baths, just anything relaxation and bathing is up top. Down below is where the training is. How big is this damn place? Said Beta. Fairly big, come I'll show you the way down. They follow her down the stairs to see a long and wide room with many more elevators. Get in, she said, getting into one. They all followed her in. All right, hold on tight. For what? Asked Leffy Ya. This. She pressed the arrow pointing down and suddenly the elevator shot straight down. Ah! Ha 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 ha. They plummeted down 3 stories before a sudden stop. Ding! Crash! Boing! All but Bree crashed to the floor. Ugh, how are you fine? Diona asked, a bit shaken from the sudden drop. I have these impact boots Cirrus made me. These can absorb a lot of kinetic energy. So I can effectively jump from the tower and be fine. If I release the stored energy, that is beforehand. Come along. This kid, said Beta as he gets up. Ugh. How did we fall so fast, said Dione, a bit mad. This elevator runs on magnets. The stronger the push, the faster you go. Now come, we are here. They follow her to a rather large training area filled with several members of the Artemis Familia training against one another. At the far end, they could see AI training against a white and black-haired person. Keep your guard up. AI shouted. AI swung a wooden sword at him, and he was blocking them. Why yes. Shouted Belle. Watch your feet and find a time to strike. Yes, shouted Mikoto. Belle and Mikoto were sweating and battered head to toe. Ace looked to find the rest of his Familia training. Keep moving, said an Artemis Familia member. Yes, shouted Lily as she carried a full bag, all the while dodging arrows. As a support, you need to monitor things your party can't see. So always be alert. Yes. Lily was dogging all the while, returning fire from her crossbow. To the right was Welf. Waste no energy. Swinging around that great sword will tire you out sooner rather than later. So maximize its uses. Refine it as you do to your metal, said another Artemis Familia member. Yes. Welf said as he uses his great sword to block and attack incoming bow fire. Closer to the front was Haruheim. Sorry, she said all bruised up. Do not apologize, stand back up and keep going. Will you say sorry to your party when you are out of breath while they are fighting, said one of the Artemis Familia. And no, she said, gripping her spear. Then let's resume. A few people notched up blunt arrows and fired them at her. She moved her spear to block a few before getting struck and knocked back down, right before getting back up and repeating the process. Whoa! This is something, said Dione. They're all training in their own fields of expertise, said Ace. Rethusa. We got some more trainees. Bree said, coming up to Rethusa. Rethusa was up in the bleachers, keeping tabs on everyone. Rethusa looked to see the Loki Familia. Did Cirrus send you here? He did. Said Beta. He said he'll come by later in the night. Ah yes, he has the west section to help build. Well, lucky for us, now we can get stuff done. She turned to the training area and shouted. All right. We have some new people. They all stopped to look at them. Ace. Said Belle. All right, said AI. Beta, Dione and Belle will train with one another. Ace, Mikoto, you two will train with me. Tiona, Lefia and Haruheim, you three will train together. Wait. Wait. Why am I training with this kid and this one here? Beta said. Because you are all infighters, plus from what I have seen, you never really fought someone who was aggressive in combat, right? So you three will work on each other's weakness, Belle with your guard and reaction, Beta with your reliance on level, and Tione with your anger. HAAA? What do you mean reliance on level? Practice, and you'll figure it out. Now let's get to it. The rest of you have 1 more hour left before patrol. Yes, Vice Captain, they shouted before going back to training. It's nice to be training with you, Mr. Beta sir, said Belle as politely as he could. Whatever. He said, walking off. Don't worry about him. He's always like that. But I'm surprised we're stuck together for training. Tione said. I am a bit surprised as well. But I will do my best, he said with a smile. He has a nice smile with so many bruises, like Tiona. I can see why she took a liking to him. It's an honor to trade blows with you, Sword Princess. Said Mikoto, giving her a bow. You have good form, Ace said, doing the same with respect. But wouldn't Tiona also be good? Nah, she uses a double-bladed sword. It works more like a spear or staff if anything. Now. AI places her hand on her sword handle. I hope you two are ready. Ace and Mikoto get into their stances. Yes. It's nice to meet with you, Miss Tiona and Miss Lefia. Said Haruheim. It's nice to meet you too. What's your name? Said Tiona. My name is Haruheim. I am a level 1 supporter of the Hestia Familia. Do you use magic? Asked Lefia. I do, but it's not for attacking, so they have me learning how to defend myself with a spear. Then I guess I'm here to learn how to use my erga too. I guess I should learn how to use my staff than just a stick. Lefia said. They all began training. AI and Mikoto exchanged blows with AI. Beta found some respect for Belle even if it pisses him off, and Haruheim improved her fighting capability. Nighttime. Looks like you all put in a lot of blood and sweat, said Cirrus from the bleachers. See Cirrus, they all said, looking at him. Unfortunately, I can't come down and play. Something has come up that needs our attention. Your captain and goddess are up in our meeting room. You can wash up top and before I go. Cirrus tosses a magic tool at Beta. Is this? Beta looks at it and is a bit surprised by its small size of it. Yup, sadly, we don't have time to test it. So it will be out in the field. After going back upstairs, they use the baths in the higher parts of the tower to wash up before arriving at the meeting room. In the meeting room were Cirrus, Finn, and Shakti, along with Artemis, Loki, and Ganesha. Finn, what is going on? Asked Ace. Sit down and we can explain it. They found a seat and sat down. 30 minutes ago we got a report from the guild, said Artemis. And we called for the Loki and Ganesha Familia to come for this meeting, as it's very important. As of 3 days ago, it wiped 2 towns in the northeast out, Loki said. Their eyes widened in shock. What do you mean? Asked Lefia in disbelief. It would seem Evilus has found a way outside the Gnosis, said Cirrus, disgruntled. And they're using a tactic they used to thin out the stronger familias, and bad timing for us as the Freya familia just went on their expedition. These are not new tactics, as these were the very same ones Cirrus dealt with. The calamities, said Finn. Calamities, said Bell. Do you mean the 5 great monsters of the Age of Heroes? The same, said Shakti. These monsters were natural disasters released by Evilus 12 years ago, and this one here. Shakti gestures towards Cirrus. Was tasked with putting them down, the last of which was what got him missing for 4 years. A truly tragic time. Many felt great despair. Ganesha said. All the while, he was enjoying his time on an island. Slander. Don't say that just because I didn't want to do a bodybuilder event. Cirrus said to Ganesha. And it seems they managed to release an even more ancient monster, Shakti said, moving the conversation along. Antares, the scorpion swarm. Right now, the Hermes familia moved in first and has been slowing them down as best as they can, but it is a numbers game. From the reports, it has several underlings it created from devouring organic matter from people to trees, and it's growing faster, said Artemis. Then are we going to go and fight it, said Beta. We are, said Finn. We will be working with the Hermes, Hephaestus, Artemis, and Hestia familia on this one. The stronger members like Cirrus of the Artemis and Ganesha familia will stay here and keep guard for Orario. Welf Crosso, I heard you dislike making magic weapons, but... Say no more, Welf said with an understanding expression. We can't let this plague spread anymore, but I ask that after it is done that any spare magic weapons be destroyed. That's fine by me. Then when do we go? Asked Lily. Tomorrow at the earliest, this is a time-sensitive matter, said Cirrus. In that time we who will stay here are going to have to extensively look for their new entrance. Cirrus's tone of voice told them exactly how he was feeling about this situation, very, very angry. Volume 3 Quest 246 Cyclone. Quickly mobilizing the Loki and Hestia familia moved to stop this threat, along with a few of the Artemis, Myake, and Hephaestus familia, to help. Loki, said Cirrus, watching everyone leaving from on top of the northern gate. Don't you find it odd that we have only seen Philvis from the Dionysus familia? Yeah, we have been keeping an eye, but they haven't made any strange movements. They're smart, but we need only to wait. Time will eventually cause them to slip up, and we only need one time. Can I ask you why you tacked on Hestia's familia? Loki asked, confused. Their familia is small, but they each have their strengths, and Bel is their crowning jewel with his skill acting as a one-shot. It would prove useful when fighting, and Welf Crosso, well, he's a Crosso. Fair enough. But can I ask why you suggested mixing up the familias? To help build community and trust amongst them while they travel. In war, you have to have trust in your fellow brother or sister in arms to have your back. Spoken from experience, I see. You know, I still remember those now silent whispers of you when you were in Schultzard. Loki slowly opened her eyes. Cirrus remained neutral. Goodbye, Loki. You have a horrible habit of fumbling before the bridge can fully be built. Cirrus walks away from Loki, walking down the wall stairs. At least he has a conscience. A while later on the road. So, what is the Gnosis? Asked Belle. It's this dungeon underneath, Orario, said Diona without a thought. Diona, said Dione. We were supposed to keep it secret, she then hit her on the head. Quiet. Riveria said. Thud. Ow. But come on. He would eventually find out. Underneath. Was that why the Artemis familia took over what the Ishtar familia had? Bell said, starting to piece his experience together. It was, said Riveria. Right now, they essentially have their eyes right on them, but how did you figure it out? Well, I got lost in the area, and as I was being led out, I found some routes to be rather odd. And also, because of what Kalian said of monster trafficking, I pieced it together that they had to have a way to get them out. If the guild knew we took Queen from the dungeon, then the barbarian appearance. On top of the moonlight tower. Whoosh. Whoosh. Cirrus overlooks the city as the sun begins to set. Cirrus, is something wrong? Asked AI coming up next to him. You have been up here for a while now. Yes, if they're using the same tactic as before. Then how many more ancient monsters were there? We got word from Lady Ketz that the Wendigo was killed by 2 adventurers 8 years ago and the Nidhogg is dead, so... I think I need to ask Anansi if there are any more monsters of old I should know. You're going to go to Lord Anansi? I know he has a lot of information, odd, very concerning level of information, but it's all expensive. And it is reliable. You know we have the money, right? That's why I am concerned he might price gouge the hell out of you. I doubt that God would even put a dent in our wallets if they have the chance to. I like to see him fucking try. Cirrus soon went down to Anansi's library and came to him. So you wish to know of the ancient monsters, Hey! Anansi said, organizing his books. Was it because of Antares that I get to see your pretty face? He glanced over at Cirrus. It was, and seeing as how Evilus has decided to come out and ally themselves with some unknown people, I'm inclined to know what other monsters are sealed. Plus, if they can keep releasing more and more. If they're as strong as the Calamities, then Orario will have its hands full killing them and then dealing with Evilus and their plans for the city. I forgot how wide your view is, Cirrus. The price is pricey, but I will make a special exception if you send me some books from Yamato. My collection lacks books from there. He turned with an elegant smile. Tell you what, I give you some books and 2 more customers if you can get everything you can on as many ancient monsters as there are. 2 customers? Who are they? The White Rabbit and Amazonas. They're actually rather avid book readers. More valuable clientele and even a rising star. Very well, I shall collect as much information as I can. Say while I'm here, can you throw in the truth about the dungeon? Well, for that Anansi stopped himself. That was out of left field. Cirrus, you know the only 2 things I love most in the world are books followed by money, so I can buy more books. But with that knowledge, Cirrus is not worth trading. You can give me the rarest of books from over 3,000 years ago and I would still find it not enough. Seems every god has their lips shut about that. As it should. Now, can I ask you to leave? I feel a bit offended you would think I would sell or trade. A few days later, the mobilized alliance arrived where the Hermes Familia has been holding out. It's good that you all came, said Hermes, exhausted. My Familia has been really stretched thin here. Not at all. Said Finn. Do you have any maps of the situation? Right this way. Hermes leads Finn and Riveria to the tent. I can feel my skin begin to crawl. Said Lily. Yeah, the number of monsters around is disturbing. Said Welf. Then I guess we need to do our best and deal with these monsters. Said Belle. Easier said than done, Belle Cranel. They turned to see Aisha. She was extremely exhausted. Aisha, said Haruheim, coming up to her. What are you doing here? I joined up with the Hermes Familia. They are a familia in the know by the way that Elf is here too. They looked to see Ryuha walking up to them, exhausted as well. Cranel, you were sent as well. Ryuhu said. Ryuhu. You came as well. Belle said. I was hired, but why are you here? We were sent here to help kill the monster responsible for all this. I see, with you and Krazo I can understand, but the rest. Hey, we underwent some of Cirrus's training. Lily said. I see, you all do look stronger. Yeah, Haruheim, you seem good with that spear in your hands. Said Aisha looking at her. I have been learning to defend myself. She said, holding onto her trick weapon of a spear and magic staff. Hey! Hestia Familia, shouted Raoul. We're on the job now. So get to your positions. Why yes. Right away. Belle shouted back. Guess I gotta get to work then, said Welf. You're making magic weapons. Ryuhu said, surprised. To think it would be this serious. Overlooking the situation on top of a hill. Seems like the Loki Familia came. Said Ein. And Arya, asked Revis. With them. There are several powerful people there. We would get crushed if we fought. Then let us head towards Wu. I'm sure we can at least lure Cirrus and his spirits there, correct? Yes, when he hears the word of a black dragon, he will be dispatched to look into it and possibly deal with it. His wife will most likely remain in Orario in case anything happens. Then let's hope Wu rose that corrupted spirit right. The jewel fetus was a prototype of a series that she was making. It seems her will is something akin to alchemist testing to get the right formula. That is oddly fitting. She doesn't see me or my fellow spirits as people but more as literal tools. That modified jewel fetus is a prime example of it. Mashing together 6 spirits together. Not caring what it may entail having 6 minds broken from years within the dungeon's confines. And what of Olivas? Who? Deep in the south. More. More. I need more, shouted Xianlong, a corrupted spirit. Just wait, all right, shouted Wu. You know how damn hard it is to get so many magic stones on the surface. More. More. Rhea. The dragon portion of the body spewed blood-red fire while the human body, on top of its head, fused together shouted for food. Calm down. We will. Food. Food. I need food. From her back, 3 pairs of wings sprouted open, all with the span of 4 school buses. With a single flap of its wings, she flew up in search of food. Damn it. Why? Is it because of the monster? Damn it. Send word back. Xianlong has gone on a rampage. Yes, Lady Wu. Volume 3 Quest 247 Orders. 2 days later in the room of prayer. Lord Auranos. Cirrus says, rushing down the stairs. What was the emergency? A guild employee came rushing to the familia home. Fels, hand him the report, Aranos said. I am sorry, but it would seem you are about to answer the call. Cirrus's heart began to beat faster. Fels, Cirrus said solemnly. Fels looks a bit hesitant but relinquishes the report. Here. Cirrus reads the contents, and his heart pounded harder. Thump. 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 From what witnesses say, it's not the one-eyed black dragon. This one possesses 3 pairs of wings and a human torso on his head, Fels said. Cirrus crumbled the report in his hand. Like the nightmare 7 years ago, a black dragon. Lord Auranos. Cirrus stood up firm with stern eyes. Go, I order you to slay it and return to us as quickly as you can. Wear the oculus so we may monitor the situation. Understood. I'll leave as soon as possible. Cirrus quickly leaves the room of prayer through the secret tunnels. What horrible perfect timing for this to be happening, Lord Auranos, Fels said, looking down. Yes. The scorpion in the far-off land and the spawning of another black dragon after Erebus summoned it with a corrupted spirit merged with it. They truly are spreading our forces thin. Moonlight Tower. Waiting outside their room, AI and Artemis are a bit nervous. This is serious, Artemis, said AI. I have rarely seen him like this. Let's go ask him. They enter their room to find Cirrus storing a bunch of potions with his spear spec and sword gram on the bed. Nox was also rummaging around. Cirrus, has something come up? Asked Artemis. Cirrus stops and looks at her. A black dragon. AI visibly shakes, as does Artemis. Is it they? It's not one eye. Cirrus cuts AI off. It's like the nightmare from 7 years ago. That black serpent. It took you, me, Ace, Riveria, and Gareth to kill it, shouted AI. I should be very, very worried since it almost killed you. Yes, but this time it's a corrupted spirit out on the surface. And? That's even worse. Aeon that means, said Nox, putting a bunch of magic potions into her shadow. If worse comes to worst, Cirrus gave me full authority to use my full magic. Are you only taking Nox with you? Asked AI with a look that says she wants to come as well. Yes, if they're doing this, the city needs you AI. When I leave, I want everyone to be on high alert and keep an eye on the entrances to the dungeon, Gnosis, and outside the city. Fine, but you better not end up as battered last time, all right? Artemis said. I'll try not to, Artemis. Cirrus kneels. If you would please. He takes off his shirt with a piece of paper in hand. Very well. She walks over and Nox holds up Cirrus's spear in which she uses to prick her finger and updates his status. Tell me, is Circe coming as well? She is. Right now she's getting supplies. Give me the paper. Cirrus hands her the paper and a few seconds later hands it to him. Cirrus Zephyr. LV8. Strength, G222. F341 Endurance, D556. C693. Dexterity, F309. 344 Agility, D500. 532. Magic, E450. C669 Mage, A. Immunity, B. Martial Arts, E. Crush, E. Blacksmith, F. Chain Attack, H. Luck, G. F. Magic and Endurance went up in ranks. It was because of the spirit drive. I hope you don't have to use it, Artemis said, sitting down. I'll try to finish it before I have to use it. Sing, dot. Electricity burns the paper into ash. Cirrus gets back up and gets fully dressed and geared up. It's been 7 years since you actually had to wear this armor, AI said as she pressed her hand to his chest. It won't be the last, would it? No, it won't. Nox, Circe, is everything ready? Done on my end. Me as well. Then it's time for me to get going. Where are you going specifically? Artemis asked. The Chaos Desert seems it was attacking merchants, and it followed one to the desert. The Al-Qutba familia has evacuated all the people. The corrupted spirit seems to be looking for magic stones. A child threw one, and it quickly went for it. That's how they escaped. Yup. As he was about to walk to the open window, Cirrus stops. Ah. I forgot one last thing. What's that? Me. AI said, still hoping to go with him. No. This. Cirrus turns and walks up to her and gives her a deep kiss. AI and Artemis were shocked. And no fair. I wasn't ready. AI said, blushing a bit at the surprise. He walks over to Artemis and gives her one as well. Why, you better come, all right. That's an order as your goddess and wife, you understand. Artemis commanded with a blushed face. Of course, I will, Circe, dot. Circe comes out and puts the bag of supplies into his shadow. Cersei and Nox turn into birds and get in his bag. I'll be back before you know it. Cirrus walks back to the window and jumps off the tower. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion. The armor dawns onto Cirrus and with a flap of the wings he took off to the southwest of the continent. They watched as he quickly flies out of the city to face a dragon like in the stories of old. Volume 3 Quest 247.5 Possibility. One night at camp as Ryu and Aisha returned to their tent. Ugh. What I wouldn't kill for a bath or a man. Aisha said, placing her sword by her futon. Can you not talk about being with a man? You have never talked about being with a. Once you have a taste, you will be the same, Aisha said, grinning at Ryu. Humph. I do not see how you and Ai are friends. Ryu said, removing her cloak and boots. We have been friends since we were kids. I even taught her some stuff to snag Cirrus. Ryu's face turned slightly red. Head, are you embarrassed? She said, walking up to Ryu. And no. It is just hot, is all. She said, removing more clothes. You can't fool me. Ai made that same face. You're really as pure as they come, hey. So what? I am not as tainted as you. Rude. It's not my fault my race craves strong people. Then have you, laid with Cirrus? Nope. She cuts her off bluntly. I have to stop you there, Aisha said, going back to sitting on her futon. After hearing their criteria, I cut my losses. Criteria? What do you mean? Are those rumors true? Somewhat. The information has gotten twisted. Then what are they? Ryu said, a bit interested. Are you interested? Aisha said with that same grin. No, I just wish to be well informed. Sure. Whatever you say, elf, listen close, all right. Ryu would listen intently. Hearing and memorizing all the criteria. 1. The person must have known, or at the very least be on good terms with Ai, Artemis, and Cirrus if they are lucky. 2. They must fight against Ai and Artemis. 3. The person must gain Artemis and Ai's approval. If more wives are added, then their approval is also necessary. 4. They then will be given a single opportunity to show their charming points to Cirrus. Fail and there are no second chances. Hearing it, Ryu felt a bit dejected, but as she went over it she felt she has a high chance. She is on good terms with Ai and even better with Cirrus. Artemis and she haven't spoken with each other much, but when they worked together during the dark era of Orario, they were amicable. The fighting part was something she possibly didn't need to do, as there was nothing you would gain upon winning or even losing. Which linked to the next one. Then the hardest part was the last one. Show him my charming points. Do I? Ryu realized she has been thinking about this for too long. You have been thinking a lot there, elf, Aisha said, looking at her intensely and with delight. So, she said, flustered. Hey, I'm not bashing you. Cirrus is a fine man, strong and kind, and from what Ai said really good in. Where are you going with this Amazonas? Ryu cuts her off. As I was getting to it, out of everyone I know you are rather close with Ai and even more so with Cirrus. So you have a very good chance of being his third wife if you act quickly. Her face quickly turned red. I do not love him. I hold no such lies. You have all the tells of one in love. You're just too shy to admit it. 8 Sundara is what Hermes called women like you. I am going to bed. She said, getting under the covers. Sure thing. I do not love him. I do not love Ryu remembered how he held her hand and how he walked her back. Oh fuck. Thump thump. That night, she couldn't get over this feeling. Volume 3 Quest 248 Worries. Going non-stop for a day, Cirrus arrived at the emergency camps a few miles from the city of Akara. Is anyone of the Al-Qutba familia here? He shouted. The uncrowned, said a citizen. He's here to save us, another said. They all began to say similar things and beg him to help when Jane arrived. Boss. You here? They sent me to deal with the dragon. Do you know where it is? Sorry, but we couldn't keep track of it. We focused on getting the people to a safe distance. That's more than fine. These people are from Akara. Yes, we haven't gotten one from any of the cities from Israfan, Schultzard, or Warsaw. Fuck, very well, keep protecting the people. I will go and hunt it. Do you need a hand in traversing the sand, boss? It's the least we can do. I like the offer, but I can't get you involved. This is far, far more dangerous, and I couldn't guarantee any of the crew's safety. That bad, hey? Well, if anything happens, Nox here would tell us. Nox raised her right wing. Of course. Jane always was rather quick on singles. Traversing through Akara, Cirrus could see the damages it did. Fuck. Nox, Cersei, do you see anything from on top? No, it's all sand from here to the horizon, said Nox. Same here. Looks like we have to go into the desert and find it, said Circe. Damn, very well, come back. Cirrus arrives at the docks where he saw some of the ships being damaged or destroyed. What luck that corrupted spirit fucked up some of the ships, said Nox, looking around. We have the rider I've been working on. It may not work on the air yet, but it's more than good enough for the sand. Nox comes back and gets into the hood of the salamander wool cloak while Circe stayed in the bag with her head sticking out. From his shadow, a board came out with 2 thin pieces embedded with magic stones and another on the board itself. Cirrus runs and jumps, landing on the board end. Vroom! The board began to slide across the sand, leaving behind a thin-lined trail. Swords of Damocles, dot. Lightning covered the board, and its speed quickly increased. Whoosh! 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 Ah! It's been forever since we came here. Nox said, enjoying the warm breeze. I would enjoy more if not for the target of the quest, Nox. And also the sand. Circe said, bothered by the sand. True, but it's best to enjoy things so you aren't so wound up. Cirrus said nothing as he simply kept his eyes straight ahead as his heart thumps away. He decided to take a break and stay in Nox's temple to rest, seeing as they have been traveling for a while and night was approaching. So this is where you were sealed, hey? Circe looks around. This explains a lot, actually. What's that supposed to mean? I just mean you are very loyal, is all. That's what I like to hear. Say Cirrus, you've been quiet for most of our time searching. Anything on your mind? Sorry. I was just thinking. It's the black dragon, right? Circe said, sitting down. Yeah, now that I have so many people I love. I guess I'm a bit more scared of death the older I get. I guess back then you really didn't have many people. Said Nox. But you still had Fels, Leona, Eupheme, and Auranos. That's true. I guess back then I really wanted to prove myself and get stronger. I mean my mom had a lot of enemies and I couldn't be sure if my life wouldn't be targeted by some familia for a petty grudge, especially back then. I guess back then you feared humans more than monsters, hey, said Circe. It seems so. He said with a wry smile. Is this what they call growth? I would say so. Nox said, putting her arms around him. Both in character and size. Even I grew alongside you. Remember how I used to talk all proper and stuff? Hey. Cirrus just realized how different Nox spoke from how he first met her. Well, with age comes responsibilities. I am just happy you have a very fortunate life. I am sure you burned a few of your future reincarnations' luck with marrying 2 women. Haha. And one of them was the famous virgin goddess Artemis. Nox added. I guess our next go at life together is gonna be a rough one, hey. Well, I like to think I simply made my future a lot more luckier with what I have done. Artemis would make sure she finds me again and you will be with me, Nox. I say that's very lucky. And what of AI? Circe asked. I like to think Artemis would bring her along as well. Anyway, that's enough talking about mortality. It's bad juju to talk about it when we are hunting a corrupted spirit with the body of a black dragon. Then let's head to bed. It had been ages since we slept in these sands and under these stars. Nox said enthusiastically. Cirrus went to sleep a bit better with the warm wind and the sounds of the slow shifting sands lulled him to sleep. In the same sands, far, far away. Ha! Ha! More! More! Xianlong desperately seeks to fill their hunger. Volume 3 Quest 249 The Six-Winged Corrupted Spirit. The next morning. So, what are we going to do? We can go to the country's capital and look for information or possibly find it destroying a village or city. Said Nox, eating her breakfast. No, that'll take time and energy we can't afford to waste, so I have a better idea, Cirrus said. You sure you don't want to do that because one country treats you as a legend while another wish to dance on your grave and the other just doesn't care? Nox said. No. So, what is this idea of yours? Circe said, eating as well. Well, it goes something along with this plan. I'm hungry, food. Kill. These are what filled Xianlong's mind, a blend of intelligence and savagery. Each day she loses herself to the dragon's instinct for senseless want of carnage and substance. Food. Food. I need more. Her mind is in a desperate plea to survive, adapting to the monster's nature, slowly merging the two into one instead of being taken over. Food. Kill. I'm starving. Blood. Then a light catches her 8 eyes. It cuts through the madness of the monster and clears a path for her words as a spirit to be spoken. Nox. Nox. But just as when there is a sudden gap in the ocean, the water will violently fill it. Nooks. She spreads her wings and flies with devastating speed. Each flap of her wings changed the shape of the dunes for miles on end, both from the force and speed of the winds. Her bloodlust made every monster around her run away. Ruins of an abandoned town. Damn, I could feel it from here. Said Nox. She's really gunning for you, Nox. Said Cersei as she looks through binoculars. She's actually rather smaller compared to that dragon you fought on the 18th floor. Xianlong's size was about 3 school buses in length, 1.5 of a school bus in height, 3 if they stretch their necks. Just as planned, if they know Arya through Ace's wind then it would make sense they would know your light, Nox. Said Cirrus drinking a magic potion. Lord Auranos, Fels. We are receiving you Cirrus. Said Fels. Then it's time for the hunt to begin. Cirrus draws his spear and Gram. Gram. Full release. Gram glowed brightly as runes appeared on it. A deep focus fell on Cirrus as a massive smile appeared on his face. Ah, it has been a while since I used you, old friend. Nox. Cersei. Prepare for battle. On it, they both shouted, flying high into the sky. Nox. Nox. Nothur. Nuox. Nox. Xianlong savagely roared. Savagely roar. Pillar of Genesis, allow the heavens to burn in my wrath. Asmodeus, incarnate of flames. King of Inferno. Hell Lance. The dragon opened its mouth and a magic circle appeared before a fire breath enhances the attack. Whoosh. But it wasn't finished. The humanoid portion of her body held her hand out. Blow, force of wind. Your servant asks you, Paimon. Incarnate of wisdom. King of wind. Bellowing force. A magic circle appeared and an unrelenting force of wind went into the fire breath, making it even bigger and hotter. Whoosh. Cirrus, seeing it use more than one magic, told him enough. This is going to be a pain, Nox. Sing your Vespers, Swords of Damocles, Diadicasti_S, Logia. 3 massive blades of lightning appear from his magic circle. Flash and gaze. Tear through the cosmos. White night. Nox chanted high in the sky. Suinalong's eyes caught Nox's attack and only fly faster forwards to what she instinctually found the greater threat. A blast of lightning from the front clashed with a yellowish wall of flame. Boom! The first attack shakes the very air and earth, and the battle begins. Xianlong tears through the smoke but was met with Cirrus in his Cretan armor, in his hands, his spear. Vespers of Damocles. With a powerful throw of his spear, it cuts through the smoke and air. Sweeyish. Suinlong's used its instincts to use its wings to evade. As it quickly flapped its wings to move up but she saw a red and green sword overhead with thick electricity on the edges. Hecton! Cirrus shouted while Hecton grabbed the spear he threw and returned it to his shadow within the smoke. Cirrus slashed down from her collarbone down to barely the stomach before she got out of the attack's range, but just enough to bathe Cirrus in her blood. Spurt! Splatter! Gaia! Xianlong roared, quickly flying away. Where are you going? Cirrus turns to see her getting away. As Cirrus disengages his armor and the blood on the armor falls onto him as though it was a tablecloth with glass on top of it being quickly ripped away. Xianlong quickly soars upwards as she could feel how dangerous he really was. Just as she realized it, she rained down fire. Savagely roar. Pillar of Genesis, allow the heavens to burn in my wrath. Asmodeus, incarnate of flames. King of Inferno. Hell, Lance. Fortify, foundations of the world. Your servant asks you, Stellas. Incarnate of virtue. King of earth. Quaking force. Along with the fire came down molten lava. You underestimate me. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion. Vespers of Damocles. Cirrus quickly flew up with electricity covering him. With his spear, Cirrus gripped it tightly and swung down with all of his strength, sending out a powerful streak of lightning. Swish! Slicing himself an opening where he quickly took to chasing Xianlong. You're not escaping. Xianlong flapped her wings and flew at an even greater speed. Whoosh! Crack! Whoosh! Crack! They darted around the sky. Xianlong quickly learned to turn in sharp edges, but Cirrus still followed along. Xianlong would turn their human portion and aim at Cirrus. Lament, storm of frost. Your servant asks you, Crosal. Incarnate of patience. King of ice. Ice Age. They fired sharp and thick columns of ice with great speed. God damn it! Cirrus thought. He moved ever so slightly to narrowly avoid her attacks. You are not escaping me. He gripped Gram even tighter, and his focus grew all the more tighter. It impressed Cirrus with how fast this corrupted spirit was to move and handle this velocity. Looking at it from a distance, it was like a constellation of a black comet being chased by a yellow light. Cersei. We need to lock them down. You better be as high as you can to cast this wide net. I already am. Ready at your mark. Now. Circe quickly chanted her magic and cast a barrier far and wide, the largest she had ever cast before. Ugh! It massively took a good chunk of Circe's magic and even Circe's. I'll begin to recuperate the magic. Circe said as she took magic from the air. Circe then began to glow like twilight. Xianlong saw Circe's glow and on the dime, she began to absorb mana from the air as well. Phew. Smart ass. Xianlong kept flying as more of her magic began to refill before she met Circe's barrier. Thud. Crack. Creak. Kurr. Circe said as a massive chunk of his magic was sapped to repair the barrier. At that moment Circe flew over it as Xianlong's eyes darted around, pulling herself from the barrier. Cage. Cage. No cage. Xianlong opened her dragon mouth to blast the barrier with her fire breath. Hecton. Circe said above her. From Circe's shadow, Hecton's arms shot out and grabbed her wings. No ray ah. It roared and shouted as it plunged back to the desert sand as Circe's barrier covers a vast swath of the desert. As Xianlong crashed into the ground, Circe landed before the human portion on its head. Hecton pinned down all of her limbs tightly, so tightly the corrupt spirit couldn't move. Danger! Danger! Run away! Run away! No! I must fight! I must eat! Human! They tried to bite Circe, but he put his foot to her neck and held his spear firmly. Sorry, it has to be this way. No, 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 no! I must fight! Fight, 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 fight! Eat! Grow stronger, stronger, stronger! It thrashed around in much more desperation, she even clawed some of his leg as best as she can with no nails. Stay still! Exosia, adorn, chimera, dot. He said coldly as his wraps around him and his chains begins to bind Xianlong's arms and cover her mouth. Rea! Uaaaa! Ah! Xianlong shouted desperately trying to break free. Looking at it in such a state, Circe couldn't help but see it as a child throwing a tantrum. He felt pity for it. Sir, Hecton said, popping one of his mouths close by. Might I suggest, using Lady Nox's full magic? Oh! Nox lands on Circe's head and looks at the human portion of the corrupted spirit. Eat! Eat! They tried to reach for Nox, biting the air ravenously or as much as it could being bounded. Alright. Let's see if we can't save this spirit. If Hecton can gain his sanity with my magic, then maybe she can as well. Well. I'm certainly not against the idea of having this one work for me. Lord Auranos? Fels, what do you think? The choice is yours. Fels said through the magic tool. We will honor whatever your choice in this manner is, Circe. She is your prey. You can do what you like. Auranos said. Looking at Xianlong, Circe really did feel bad for her. He could see confusion and fear in her eyes like a lost child. If I let Nox use her magic, then this corrupted spirit would end up like Hecton? Then in that case I can at least get some answers. If not, then I guess I am gaining a impressive helper. Circe, go get Jane. Hecton, keep holding her down. Nox, we are using your magic. Circe made his choice. The armor wraps around him, along with the chains of the Cerberus armor wrapping Xianlong even more. No. No chains. No chains. Yes, sir. Hecton said. On it. Circe said, flying away. Circe took off, flying high into the air quickly. Circe, tell Jane this. When the sky turns white, they need to find Circe. Got it. We are going to see if my magic can help this spirit regain its mind. Nox said as a precaution. Got it. I'll get out of the blast zone. I opened up the top for you to drop it. Circe said as she flew off quickly. Gah. Let go. 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 Monster. 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 I am no monster. Said Hecton as he grabs the wings. I am my master's shadow, as you soon will be as well. Confusion ran through her mind as it was flooded with the pain of Hecton holding her wings, and her desperate attempts were slowly ripping her wings. Any chance of you escaping is gone. Keep trying and you will rip your own wings. Hecton said, holding her tightly. No. 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 High in the air, Nox pops out from the magic circle. Circe, I'm sorry, but I'm going to take a lot out of you then, AI or Artemis. Where did I go wrong with you? I would say around the time when you let me and Lenoa in the same room. From the ground, she could see Nox glow like the sun, and the sky turned white. No. 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 Death will now unify their fractured mind. No. Rea. Kirk. She bit through the chain on her dragon mouth and aimed it high into the air. Penetrate, Lance of Thunder. Your servant asks you, Amdusias. Incarnate of power. King of Thunder. Sunlight Spear. From her mouth, a magic circle appeared and fired off several spears of lightning when Hecton quickly grew his arms to punch the lighting out of the air. Boom. 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 I have felt stronger. Hecton said as he holds both her dragon and human mouth shut as well as all of Xuanlong's limbs to ensure her breaking a chain will not happen again. Xuanlong eyes flicker in and out of consciousness as from up above the very heavens have come for her. Her 8 eyes look up to see her harbinger. From the shadow of the night's genesis, a white light birthed. Paradoxical by nature, I tore through the balance. No god shall touch the night, I dance upon the stars. The white of darkness and the black of light, all became bright. May the veil of my paradox flash and be gazed upon, cut through the cosmos, heaven will darken, and earth will brighten. Her voice sounded like honey to her ears. A calmness in her mind was planted. Grow little starlight, engulf thy foe in pure liquidation, and I shall save you all. Perception of creation, that is who I am. I will be cast upon all, and the wax and wane showed its ebb and flow, evermore in paradoxical infinity. That calmness began to slowly seep through and grow. I will no longer feel this suffering. She said, muffled. No. I was just born. Mother. Mother. I still have not made wafer. She had reached a sort of homeostasis in her mental state. Oh. Oh. Did she regain her mind from death drawing closer, thought Hecton. Sing your vespers, swords of Damocles, dia dicasti_s, logia dot. May I see all with colorless eyes, may I express my emotions to all. Hear, oh, hear my voice. I am the paradox of creation, the daughter of life. My name is Candidus Nox, the beloved darling of the enigma of prophecy, white night dot. Xuanlong could see it now, liquid death is a pearl from the heavens. It was utterly enamoring to see destruction given a visible form of such purity. Death. Death. As it touches its body, she could no longer feel anything, and her hunger had been satiated. Asterisk. Whoosh. A massive blast of wind blows through the now glass desert across its glassified dunes. Huff, huff, huff. Fuck, and here it comes. Cirrus said, massively drained from Nox's magic. As the swirling beam of light and darkness returns to Nox, Cirrus could feel a new essence go inside him. And Nox. I'm going to sleep. IILL, try to land, softly this time. Nox slowly glided down as Cirrus fell asleep. Volume 3 Quest 250 A New Shadow. Cirrus's mindscape. Whoosh. 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 It's peaceful here. Said Xuanlong. Tell me, what is this place, she said, turning to Cirrus, who was sitting down and leaning back on a tree watching the sea. This is my mind, I guess, or something close to it at least. And you, giant, you stay here, she turned her gaze up to Hecton. I do, Hecton said, reading a book. Do you find it boring? I spend my time in meditation, but every night I and Sir Cirrus play games of strategy. Lucky punk ass, it's not fair. You have like 90 times the calculative power than me to make moves. Cirrus shouted. And you still won 5 of our 60 games, a remarkable feat, given my intelligence. You two have a lot of banter, tell me, hey? I never caught your name. Xuanlong asked. My name is Cirrus, and this is Hecton. Cirrus, tell me, what do you plan on doing with me? And what am I? Nothing much, really. I mean, I only stopped you because you posed a lot of danger to the world. As for what you are. I guess Hecton would know more than me. They look up to Hecton as one of his heads looks at them. From my long pondering, I have concluded that we are what I call Kg Sante, a shadow existence. Oh? You went with a Yamato name, hey? Either would be fine. Ah, Xuanlong looked at herself and saw her body as that of a monster with a parasite on its head. This body, it's disgusting. Vile, abhorrent, repugnant, unnatural. It was easy to tell that she held a great self-loathing. You can change your form if you wish. Said Hecton. You can? Have you changed yours? Asked Cirrus. I have, but I returned to this form as I found it more comfortable for me. I can change my form. Xuanlong asked. Yes, you simply need to focus on an image in mind of how you wish to look, maybe someone you have seen in your past life, and take it. Our bodies are now as malleable as a shadow. We can also move from shadow to shadow and reside in them. Luckily, we gained that ability from your pact with Circe. Xianlong closes her eyes and tries to remember, but... I have mixed memories? No, some are mine and some aren't. An amalgamation, Cirrus said, getting up. I found it strange from what I heard and by Hecton's own words that you corrupted spirits could use many kinds of magic, and now I can see why. What do you mean? I mean, they must have mixed in a lot of other spirits in you to allow you to use their magics. I heard the Loki familia faced one similar to you, but you seemed more, well, a few screws loose. Sir, it could be because of the monsters they were fused with, Hecton said. Hecton was not wrong. While the corrupted spirit, the Loki familia faced down in the dungeon's 59th floor was also in the same line of prototypes that Xianlong was part of. Except for Xianlong who was a mash of 6 whole spirits, each one being a main personality all haphazardly put together. While the one the Loki familia faced was one major spirit as the dominant personality and 6 other smaller ones. And no. That's not. She goes through her memories to find an assortment of disconnected memories. All from different perspectives and time frames. From the looks of things, it seems I was right. This. am an actual monster. I don't even know who I am anymore. Xianlong crumpled to the ground, grasping her mind, wishing for the pain to stop. Well, how about I give you a name? Cirrus said, walking up to her. Unless you already have a name. A name? I was called Xianlong but... I don't like that name, nor the person who gave it to me. Well, I can give you a new one if you want, or you can sort it out and give yourself a name you can be proud of. I will think about it. Very well. I'll be going to sleep now. He walks towards the woods and suddenly music began to play as he began to sing. Led through the mist. By the milk light of moon. All that was lost is revealed. Our long bygone burdens, mere echoes of the spring. But where have we come, and where shall we end? If dreams can't come true, then why not pretend? How the gentle wind beckons through the leaves. As autumn colors fall. His voice brought a gentle serenity to her heart, as it could lull her to sleep by it as it slowly fades away. Do you understand now? We are now part of him. He is my master now, right? Does he treat you well? He treats me as an extension of himself. I have access to plenty of books and various other media that have not been seen by the world. Hecton waved his hand, and a TV appeared. You will find your stay here enjoyable. Well, I no longer feel hungry anymore, so staying here isn't so bad. Do we even still eat? Not necessarily. We can still eat, but we do not need to eat. So food is more of a luxury. Correct. Hey. I see. What of thirst? Is that the same as food? Hecton points to the sea. You may drink from that. From what I have found, the sea is both Sir Cirrus's mana and, metaphorically, his life. I said metaphorically, figuratively. It does not affect Sir Cirrus as drastically as you think. With your size, I am sure you drink a lake's worth. You only need one mouthful to be satisfied. Try it. Xianlong slowly walks to the sea and opens her dragon mouth and takes a mouthful. Gulp. She felt refreshed, her body cooled, and satisfied. That will last you 3 weeks. 1 if you are outside this little world. Around the time, Xianlong was absorbed by Nox's magic. Seems we are too late, Nice said, having met up with Wu to deliver the magic stones. Ho-ho-ho-ho-ish. Nice stands with Wu as a massive blast of wind hits them and pushes them back a bit. This power, it's disgusting how powerful she is, Wu said, looking at Nox's magic in fear, awe and frustration. Cirrus. Ayn was right. He has sharpened himself back up. No, it looks more like he has shown his fangs. At last, this body remembers it well, how skilled and dangerous he is with moves he polished to perfection. As for Nox, it seems we will have to fight her in the dungeon, anywhere else, and her magic will strike us. Nice, can you go and tell them what happened? I think I'll spend some time here on the surface. I can't face them after I had failed so miserably. Very well. I shall find you when the tunnel is truly complete. I will bring back the magic stones for our Buddha. Nice walked away, quickly leaving. No matter how many magic stones I eat I will never reach you, but I can at least find a poison that could. Wu looks towards the desert and walks. I can smell a very potent poison in the far distance. Volume 3